Stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The stacking up losses, I'm handing them.
Good morning, man. I'm here. Let me make sure my audio is on turn. I just thought about it. Of course, it is not.
Now my audio should be clear. Salute to everybody in the building. Secret Dance Move, Eddie Steve, Harry Nelson. You know, it's morning time. It's Tuesday morning. It's Tuesday News Day. It's Tuesday News Day. What a weekend. A lot of things going on. We're on the back end of Beterbiev Bivol 2. That's been put in the books. In a little bit of a journey to get through it, you know, growing pains to say the least for Riyadh season, and but it came together. Great card, great fights. You know, we're gonna talk about it all, right? And like I said before, these fights are significant in the future of these divisions, the light heavyweight division specifically, and the heavyweight division as well. Any shit, even the lightweight division, when you look at Shakur and those things, very significant fights. You know what I'm saying? That we have to look on the other side of these fights now, that we have winners, we have losers, and we still have boxing that needs to happen, and the big fights that need to be made. So we need to talk about that, put that all in perspective. I know, just like any great event, in Riyadh season being a movement within itself, with Turkey al-Sheikh and what Riyadh and Saudi Arabia has been bringing to the boxing space for the past year and a half, criticism is going to be there, and there's some criticisms that we're going to talk about, things that happened that evening, that you know things that people need to learn from and grow from, right? I even want to talk a little bit about the content creation space and the role we play in growing boxing, and what are we bringing to boxing, and what's the purpose? Why are we here? You know what I mean? The content creator versus the boxing fan, and the boxing fan who became the content creator, and what are we learning as we're moving along this journey, trying to grow boxing, bring back boxing back to the forefront, bring it back to the forefront of the most exciting, explosive sport in the space, but at the same time keep the attention of the masses, right? Because as a content creator, we're trying to do this thing, but you do get to a point to where, as far as the profit margins, as far as the gray or the black line between success and not success, what it takes to do that, and what sacrifices, what are we compromising, what are we conceding to, what's the purpose, right? What's the mission statement? We got to talk about that today as well. And obviously this is fight week. It is fight week. We are going into March 1st, bringing in Gervonta Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach. The boxing space real split down the middle over this event, right? This pay-per-view event. How much money is being charged, and is it worth it or not? And you got the people who obviously supporting Tank, who are on one side of this argument, and then you got the other people on the other. You got three people. You got the people who not supporting Tank, the people who are supporting Tank, and then, in my opinion, you got this middle gray area of the boxing fan who's looking at the quality of product that they're getting and trying to really put some perspective on it. Regardless of the fact, we're going into this event, we've got a fight happening between Tank Davis and Lamont Roach. We've got a pretty decent undercard, you know what I mean? And we're going to talk about it all and build on it, you know what I mean? Build on a lot of things. But salute to my co-host Ray Davis in the building. Oh man, I hate when it does that. Blue Ray Davis.
What up? What up?
What's good with you, man?
I take it.
Everything good? Everything good?
Yeah, man. Great weekend. You know me, I missed the show. You know what I mean? We talked about it. I was driving, watching
the family.
Drive. Stop, yo. Stopped at the mall, King of Prussia Mall, over there in Pennsylvania. Headed up to the Poconos, driving, watching the fights.
Right.
All time, bro. It was nothing but great events, man. And I mean, I missed a little snippet here and there, but my eyes was on that phone. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Nah, no doubt, man. Yeah, man. Boxing was great this weekend, man. Shout out to everybody who's in the building. Let me just do a little roll call. We got 12 people in the building coming in slowly. I know I always say it, but always appreciate you guys because there's so many different shows going on at the same exact time right now. So many different versions of content you could be entertaining, but you're here with us, man. We appreciate the living daylights out of you guys that are here. Shout out to Terry Nelson in the building. Terry Nelson in the building. Secret dance move, always here supporting. Eddie C, what's goody, y'all? What's goody? Mr. Big Play Bray in the building. Salute, Mr. Big Play Bray. Running Reb in the building. Running Reb 91 in the building. Let's see here. We got Bakesh, Chapa to Zaya. Bakesh, where you from, bro? Where that name come from? Where you from? Please elaborate. I think that's an interesting name, and I also think that it's interesting that you wrote the whole name in the chat, right? That's a lot of pride. You're a proud man, and you know I admire that and salute that, man, because you put that whole name in there. You could have just put Bakesh. You could have. I'm sure you got a nickname, but you wanted everybody to know, and we recognize you for that, brother. Salute to you, Bakesh. Keep talking in the building. Good, man. So where do we start, man? Where do we start? I mean, let's just get into this card, man. Get it out the way, because I know once we get into certain topics, my Hebrew name, okay, no doubt, Bakesh, no doubt. That makes sense.
That's what's up.
Salute to you, man. Raphael, man, was fire. I didn't see that fight, man. Kawa and Maloney. I didn't see that fight, Raphael. I ain't gonna lie, man. I got to catch up. Was that on Top Rank? I'm assuming. Was that a Top Rank card? I don't know, but it is what it is. On the back end of this card, you know, I'm sure, you know, a lot of conversations have been happening about this card. A lot of conversations, man, and some good, some bad, some in the middle. But at the end of the day, the card was an epic card. You know what I mean? First of all, did it live up to? Was this the best card ever made in boxing? Was this the best card ever made in boxing?
There comes the question, right?
Right. Like, was it? I don't know. Like, was it? Like,
no. I mean, obviously, you know, it was starstruck. Let's put it that way. Ever? No, because obviously, you know what I mean, you don't have the star or every star there competing for it to be the best card. There were enough stars. I would say that it was definitely one of the best cards I have seen in boxing.
Right.
You know what I mean, I give them that, but have seen one of. I think ultimately, from top to bottom, there was a lot of great matches. You know what I mean? Something that I enjoyed every match, even though it was some replacements. I enjoyed every match. It lived up to the hype, in my opinion. So, you know, but ever, no. I'm never going to say never, because there's always more to come, right? So I can't say ever when we haven't even met the infinity train of what's coming next. So It was a great card, absolutely.
I agree, right? Like, I don't know ever, you know what I mean? But I know people are holding that card accountable, right? Shout out to Running Reb 91 with the $5 holiday. Right way, man. Salute. But was it the great card? People are holding the card accountable, right? People are basically saying, "Oh, was it the great card? Come on, get out of here." I think people get real
bottled in.
They can get real petty when they want to, right? But was the card the greatest card? I don't know if it was about the card being the greatest card, but it was definitely aiming to be. And you could see that they were trying. It was a title, but also was an intention, right? It's like, I'm going to make this the best. You know, it's like me and you getting up today saying this is going to be the best show that we've ever done or the best show ever. We're aiming to do that. It might not necessarily be that way. History will tell whether or not, you know what I'm saying, it was or it wasn't. But clearly they were moving in that direction. Salute to Bruce Gas Boxing. Definitely we're aiming for it. And when you think about the amount of adversity this card had on coming together with the Schofield dropping out and Daniel Dubois getting sick and dropping out, the way Riyadh season was able to react to that, you know what I'm saying, respond to it very quickly and do their best to replace the fighters and give the fans, you know what I'm saying, something real great to look forward to was impressive. It was impressive, right? But was it the greatest card? I don't think it was the greatest card, man. I think it was an epic card, though, regardless. This is not to take away. The card was an epic card. Very competitive card. Definitely moving in the right direction. Would love if other boxing shows would follow suit as far as the attempt to give a card, especially a card that you're asking the fan to pay for, putting the effort in making a card as competitive as that card was, right? You know what I mean? They brought it together when it was all said and done. And I love the way the pace of the card went. You know what I'm saying? As far as the way they went from fight to fight. One thing I always give Riyadh season credit for, and even Turkey Al-Sheikh probably more specifically, is their response, the way they respond to what the fans speak about, right? When the fans are speaking, and when the pugilists or even the content creators or whatever have you, the Teddy Atlases, the Paulie Malignaggi's, whoever you want to consider as the leaders in the historic dropping the news on the show is considered, they react to it. They make the changes, right? Because you think about what Riyadh season was maybe a year ago when they did the Terrence Crawford Madrimov card and they had Eminem and, everybody kind of complained and said, yo, look how much money, look how epic it was. But at the same time, they were like, damn, it took so long. It dragged so long. You know what I'm saying? The halftime show just made the event longer than it needed to be. And then you look to the present day to see how they went from fight to fight to fight. They didn't put the show in there. They didn't do the giveaway. They gave the fans the fight, and they took that into consideration. So they do seem to always be like very responsive to the criticism that they received. And look, they got criticism on this card as well. And we'll talk about that as well, as far as, the things that we saw that kind of look a little, shady, but just like, come on, bro, you need to kind of figure that out, right? You got to kind of figure that out. We don't do that in boxing. And I always give Tank his credit for saying what he said when he said that it's one thing to come in the game with all of your money. We appreciate that. Like, you're investing in boxing and you want to make boxing great again, but know the sport, know the business that you're getting into. Don't muddy the waters. You know what I'm saying? Bring to it. Don't take away from it. And it looks like that's their aim. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But look, anyway, that being said, great card. Great fights. Started the night off great. You know what I mean? Even all the way down to their little prospect, right? And Muhammad Alakel, I believe.
Alakel. Yeah, Alakel.
Young bull doing the work, you know what I'm saying? Great little performance. Wasn't too happy with his own performance, but I respect it because I know how it is. You have certain standards for yourself. And although everybody's trying to celebrate you, you have these standards. We talked about it a little bit, even with Abdullah Mason. You know what I mean? And the way he reacted to his last victory, he was kind of like not as excited. And the father had to bring him in, like, yo, this moment, be in this moment. You know what I'm saying? Be in this moment. Don't worry about it. It's a marathon. It's not a race. You did great. We're going to learn. We're going to get better from this moment, but you did good. Like, you won. Let's not act like you lost. You didn't. You won the fight. And and Muhammad Alakel is going through that process of learning and holding himself to a high standard. And it was good, right? But I think if we want to say the first fight on the card that really was the fight would probably be the Caleb Smith Joshua Buatsi fight, right? That's probably like the kickoff of the actual main card. What do you think of the fight? And going into the fight, listen, your prediction was Caleb Smith, right? Yeah. You predicted Caleb Smith. I was predicting Joshua Buatsi. I thought it was his time. You know what I mean? I thought Caleb Smith had a foot out the door. I questioned it. I never said he couldn't win. Caleb Smith is definitely more than capable of winning. But just, timing and styles make fights, and just felt like it was Joshua Buatsi's time to kind of be the guy. And, Caleb Smith was on his way out the door, and I thought Joshua Buatsi would have embraced the moment that he was in,
Right.
Clearly he didn't from my point of view. But what going into the fight, and how'd you feel about the fight?
Well, going in, we were discussing why I thought Caleb Smith won, because I always thought the lights are bigger than what people anticipate. Yes, England puts on great performances. They put on shows. We know we don't get to watch a lot of British boxing, but they do put on shows. But now you're on a main event globally across the world for the first time, and you have to display your skill set against somebody that's already been there. The guy that fought in America, the guy that fought in Australia, guy fought in the same background as you. He's been there. He's defended his title there. He fought one of the best boxers in the world, not once, but twice. So he knows what it's like to be in the spotlight. He's only lost to those two boxers. So everyone else with his resume, he's beat. He has nothing. He comes from a boxing family. And I thought when you were saying he had a foot out the door, I said, listen, he may have a foot out the door, but he's not a gatekeeper. He's not a guy that's going to sit there and he's going to let somebody come in here and maul him. He knows what this means. He knows what his opportunities are. And he's going to take advantage of these opportunities. And you know what? He felt that he hung. He was the first guy to take Beterbiev to the distance, pretty much, right? Almost. Right. So in his opinion, he's like, yo, man, I was boxing this guy. Situation's different. I may have beat him. You know what I mean? Maybe he wasn't up to the fight. Maybe it wasn't pressure. Maybe him moving up in weight. You know what I mean? Taking on that fight, whatever the case may be. Caleb Smith showed me a lot in that fight. And I leaned on that a lot. As far as Buatsi, I know he goes to keep. Buatsi. Let me get it right. Buatsi fighting. I just thought that he was going to bring something to the fight. I didn't think he wouldn't, but I just thought he would get outmatched. And I'm going to tell you, that fight was nothing but fireworks. It may be the most underrated fight of the year, in my opinion. But these guys were in a slugfest. They were able to counter each other. They were able to hurt each other. They kept bouncing back, making that fight one of the best fights I've seen. So anything less than boring, I would say that fight was. But the victor was definitely Caleb Smith, and I thought he won handily. I thought he just took a little bit of his experience. Salute to the Queen, Mrs. Rain. I think he took his experience,
peace, baby,
and utilized that experience to somebody that didn't have the experience, and showed them how to be a class act. And I think that's what he did, and that's what he pulled out of that fight. Yeah, Brown salute.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. Yeah, bro. Like going into the fight, you were calling it. Like you really called it, and I agree with you. Hindsight shows that you were on to something there, right? Right, Davis. You're definitely on to something. Like I said, I thought it was Joshua Buatsi's time. I thought that he was due for a stoppage. He was due for something great. Just going back to the earlier half of his boxing professional career, he was stopping a lot of people, and he kind of went on his hiatus to where he's being moved slowly, and he just was getting into these decisions. His last fight against Willie Hutchinson, ending up in that split decision, a slick style fighter, a fighter who wasn't going to stand there in front of him. And I was like, all right, well, you got this Caleb Smith guy who's got 1 foot out the door. He's not really a big mover. I mean, he's a fundamentally super sound boxer, but ultimately, if you're able to smother, he has long arms, tall guy. He brings all these physical attributes. If you smother that, you're going to be able to capitalize. And I thought his fight was going to be more of a mid-range inside game. A lot of clinching I'd expected to have from time to time. Just, frustrate this guy, test this guy's will. This guy has a foot out the door, or Beterbiev, stop this dude. And then his last fight was an 8-round fight where he stopped a guy who had like a 20+ fight record with like 14 losses, 8-round fight. This guy wasn't necessarily showing me that I wasn't too sure if Caleb Smith was really in the sport anymore for the legacy of it to move forward and become a champion again, or even potentially facing Artur Beterbiev again. Right? Or what will you do against a Dimitri Bivol or David Benavidez? But wrong, wrong to say the least, and happy I was wrong, because what a competitive fight. Styles make fights, and these two styles in the ring turned out to be something that created a lot of excitement. Great fight, back and forth. I was a little disappointed in Joshua Buatsi's approach. I thought he stayed outside in a long range game way too long. I thought he allowed Caleb Smith to take his time. He had his moments where he would press Caleb, go, make it that mid-range fight that I thought it should be. And I thought he was finding success in those moments, but just wasn't putting his foot on the gas of the idea of those moments to continue to be consistent with those moments and, get a decision. The fight was a close fight. Caleb Smith handedly won the fight, but it was a close fight at the same time. It's one of those fights where it was very competitive in every round, but by the end of the round, Caleb Smith would get the win for the round. Like he would do extra things. He would make those extra moves and get the win, right? But not for not entertaining us and not for not fighting the dog shit out of each other, right? Like this was happening. There were moments in the fight when Caleb Smith got hurt, and there was definitely moments when Joshua Buatsi got hurt. Like one would say, Caleb won the fight handedly, but at the same time, you look at his face, my guy was in a fight. You know what I'm saying? My guy was in a fight, and Joshua Buatsi was in a fight. So it is what it is now. The fights come to an end. We move forward now in the light heavyweight division. Now we have Caleb Smith holding this interim WBO title, right? I think it's all right. It's a WBO title that he's holding interim title right now. Joshua Buatsi now has to kind of regroup, go back to the drawing board with Virgil Hunter. Caleb Smith moves forward, right? With Buddy McGirt, and they look forward to make great things. And obviously the goal for all these guys is to run into some championships, right? But we got an undisputed title holder in the division and a lot of interim champions, right? Outside the ring that night was David Benavidez, who was personally invited by Turki Al-Sheikh. And he's watching closely. Anything going on in the light heavyweight division, he's got to be watching it closely. What do you see next for Caleb Smith? What makes the most sense for Caleb Smith at this moment?
Benavidez. Absolutely. Right. I seen the writing on the wall. I think I said that last show too. I was like, I see the writing on the wall.
Right.
There's going to be some things. I knew that there were mandatories that they pushed to the side. There were certain things that the light heavyweight champion has to take care of, whoever won that fight, unless they go to a rematch for the third time. And the sanctions also agreed to that. Benavidez is right on the market for a great Caleb Smith fight. I think that's a perfect fight for him. I think it's a dangerous fight as well. Again, a lot of people sleep on the skill set of Caleb Smith. He doesn't show like the intensity. He's almost like back in the day. We all watched NBA basketball. Most people our age, right? So we know the Larry Birds, the Caleb McHale's. We know the Tom.
Let's talk about our time. The Michael Jordans, the Clyde Drexlers, right? John Stocks, Patrick Ewing.
Who looked at Tom Chambers and thought Tom Chambers was a beast? If you didn't know who Tom Chambers was, you wasn't watching basketball.
Right,
he was roughhousing, He was in there, he was scoring, he was doing everything for the Phoenix Suns and the Dallas Mavericks, I believe it was. No, Milwaukee Bucks, one of them two. And Tom Chambers showed who he was. He was the Danny Ainge or whatever, right? They weren't the guy that you would think that had the skill set. They didn't look like they had the skill set, right? But they were able to guard Jordan, give Jordan some problems. Danny Ainge gave Jordan a lot of problems. He was a great defender. He could score, he can dribble, he could pass. He wasn't a point guard, he was a shooting guard. But he was known for his defense. Same thing with Caleb Smith. He doesn't look the part. But knowing that Caleb Smith comes from a pedigree of five brothers, three or four of them professional, one of them the trainer, dad's a trainer. They come from a family of boxing. And that means a lot. Somebody's got to be the star in that family. Look at Keyshawn and his brothers. Somebody's got to be the star. Someone's got to be the guy that's going to lead the way. And I think even with his brother, they were interviewing his brother at the time. I don't know if you watched the interview. Liam, right? Yeah. And Liam was like, listen, man, my brother is something different. He was telling him he's different. So somebody had to take the lead. And I think this right here was Caleb taking the lead, saying, look, man, and we only lost to two good fighters, and this is where we at. And not to mention, you had said something about Buatsi coming in and cutting down the mid-range. The reason why he got out of there, Clay, is because he didn't like what was coming back. He didn't like those uppercuts and those check hooks. He was there. He could have, look, I'm going to take a few of these and I'm going to go attack. No, I don't like these. I'm getting out of here. So he gave that away. So, Caleb Smith, he came in with a great game plan. Shout out to him and Buddy McGirt. Clearly had a good game plan. Clearly knew that they was taking this guy into deep waters where he didn't belong. He probably never been. Even though he had a couple of long contested fights.
Right.
Yeah, but
he still wasn't. Yeah, I agree with you. He wasn't used to being battered. You know, like Kalen was hitting. I said it during the live. I'm like, he's hitting him with everything except for a legitimate, literal kitchen sink, right? Like everything. I think if he could have roundhouse kicked him, he would have let one off, right? He would have let one fly, right? Like he was just finding a lot of success in connecting with Joshua Buatsi, and that's something he has to go back to the drawing board and figure out. That defense, to say there was holes in that defense would be an understatement. He was getting clipped with everything, and I agree with you 100%. When they were on the inside, and it was a mid-range fight, Kalen was ready for that. Like he kind of probably thought what we were thinking, right? Like Buatsi's going to be looking to make this a mid-range fight, make it messy, make it dirty, and we got to get better on our short punching, right? Our ability to punch inside of these spaces and make opportunities inside of these mid-range spaces and get and discourage this guy, right, from being in here. And they did a great job. A lot of body work, a lot of uppercuts, like you said, through the middle of the high guard. A lot of hooks were catching him, and Buatsi being discouraged, and Virgil Hunter on the other side, like really like press, like, yo, bro, I need you back in that mid-range, because Buatsi was also finding success in there as well. He was letting his hands go too, but we cannot discount what Kalen was doing and how effective what Kalen was doing was. And that's why Kalen looked the way he looked, right? Like he was catching some shots in there too. And it became kind of like a whose will was going to be broken. You know what I mean? Whose will was going to be broken. And at times it did look like Joshua Buatsi will was broken. He made a second kind of like comeback towards the end of the match, kind of like try to like gather up whatever he had left and make it happen. At one point in time, I feel like he hurt Kalen when I was like, oh no, is this it? What's going on? Right? Shout out to Joshua Buatsi as well. You know what I mean? In a loss, but at the same time, man, showed he got a beard on him. He took shots and he really just stayed there, got hurt multiple times, and just found a way to bring it back together and come back competitive in the next round. Kalen was never actually able to like take him over and finish him. And you got to give credit to Joshua Buatsi for that, because Kalen 100% was trying. You know what I'm saying, to get him out of there, and Buatsi showed that that durability. But bringing it back full circle, where we go next from here, I think David Benavidez is a great fight for Caleb Smith. I don't know what David Benavidez is going to do, and we're going to talk about that later in the show as well, because he was in the building. He had a conversation with Turki Al-Sheikh. I actually saw an interview, I want to say it was this morning or last night, that David Benavidez did, where he kind of spoke on the whole entire experience in Riyadh, the conversation he had with Turki. And, he's very optimistic. He loves what he saw out there, you know what I'm saying? And like I said it before, I think that there's a good chance that David Benavidez is going to be he's probably going to play a vital role in this whole bridging of this relationship with the PBC and Riyadh season, right? And how this is going to be structured and how profitable it in the benefit that it'll be for both parties. The benefit for the PBC, clearly, and their fighters, and obviously the benefit of Riyadh season and what they're trying to bring to the table in boxing. So it looks like they're going to bridge that. David Benavidez looked like he was very open to him and Caleb Smith fighting. He said that he was very open to that fight happening. Loved the way Caleb looked in that Joshua Buatsi fight. And that could possibly be a fight, obviously pending what Al Heyman or whoever represents the PBC's best interest on the back end of whatever that meeting is between them and the guys who are moving the needle over at Riyadh season. So if that fight doesn't happen, though, shout out to Nino Brown 85, who put something very significant in here. And this was something that I was also paying attention to. In the UK, and Yardy and Joshua Buatsi was like the fight that everybody wanted to see. That was like that's like their version of David Benavidez and David Morrell, right? Like that's the big fight to be made over there. If the fight does hesitate and doesn't happen the way it's supposed to happen, then it's also realistic for Caleb Smith to potentially get in there with a Yardy.
Because, I was thinking that too.
Right, and they have a common opponent in Beterbiev, and Yardy was competitive with Beterbiev until he wasn't. Kind of the same story as Caleb Smith. We know Yardy at one point was looking like, a real problem. It probably still is a genuine problem in the game. We got to see what's going to happen. I think ultimately as well, though, there can very well also be a Yardy Buatsi fight, right? Just to kind of get that fight done and made, because that's a fight that kind of has Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury written on it, type of David Morrell, David Benavidez energy, like, just a fight that the UK would really love to see. Right. It is what it is. Secret Name say Yard versus Smith more likely to happen. See,
Yeah,
you know,
and I was thinking even soft touching, right? Because of where their promotional companies stand and things of that nature. I was thinking Yardy and Morrell might even be a soft touch. Um,
100%,
that might
100%.
be a soft touch over there for them two to fight, and then move Buatsi into a, a effort like a Michael Effort fight. Get that going. See if
Right.
they can push him back into the in the category. But I just think that Caleb Smith could take those fights, but I think they're all in on Caleb Smith trying to get these shots with Benavidez to keep him busy. The winner gets the champion, whether it be Bivol, Beterbiev, if there's a three, or the person that wins the like I said, there's a couple of mandatories actually out there that's coming up for Bivol. So
Right.
however that works out.
Also, let's remember that Caleb Smith is up.
Right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
I think John Pascal is one of the fights too that's supposed to be
A common
on
opponent.
there. Yeah, it's something like that.
Right. Also, let's remember that Caleb Smith is, heading to his mid-30s. He's 34, 35 years old. He's probably not trying to do too many tune-ups at this point. He's
Right.
going to try to capitalize on this momentum he's built for himself, this title, this interim title that he's held, and he's going to be trying to go in a certain direction, right? He's not going to be trying to go in the wrong direction. He wants to make sure that our direction is clear. We want to be going this way, so whoever's in our way this way, we're open to. Those guys back here, that's awesome, but I've earned my way to just be this way because I'm literally the wrong fight will have me walk away from this. The wrong result, you know what I mean? I'm literally in it to win it. And once that doesn't become realistic, probably considering, what I'm saying, hanging up the gloves, you know what I mean, and being celebrated for whatever I've done at this point. So yeah, we'll see what happens with Caleb. Great. Once again, congratulations to Caleb Smith. I slept on you, brother. And I didn't sleep on you, but I did sleep on you. What I think the reason I'm going to say I didn't sleep on you because I knew the right version of him 100% could win this fight. I questioned, was that right version going to come to the ring that night? Where was his mindset at? Was he here for the long haul? Was he here for the bag? Was he going to be competitive? And I think, and we'll talk about that as well later on the show, Turkey just brings the best out of people. Like people you wouldn't think. It's a big stage, man. It's a huge stage, man. It's a huge opportunity. The payday's there. The legacy's there. Anybody who gets involved with a Riyadh season card fight knows 9 out of 10 times they're bringing what they got. They're bringing that best version of them because they know the opportunity that even inside of a loss, as long as it's competitive, like that Joshua Buatsi, Caleb Smith fight, Joshua Buatsi is assured to be invited back to Riyadh season. He's assured to get another bag. Even on the back end of a loss, they're still going to remember how competitive and how much heart he showed and how he didn't quit and, all those things that he did, right? It is what it is, man. The biggest upset in boxing happened today. Cassius Clay stops Sonny Liston. Happened today. Oh, you mean today a couple years ago?
Yeah. Ali or Cassius Clay.
Yeah, and honestly, Cassius Clay versus Sonny Liston is such a that fight is a very significant fight in boxing because it really captured like that, Cassius being a pretty boy, you know what I mean, and Sonny Liston being that gangster from the streets, you know what I'm saying, and Cassius showing that gangster ain't got nothing to do with this, right? Like this is boxing, bro. You either better than me or you're not, right? Like this ain't about how many people you killed, how much intimidation you can bring. And, I don't care about this outside stuff. Inside this ring, though, bro, how that jab looking, how them hooks and them straights looking, bro, how your footwork looking. Because if them things ain't on point, you're going to have a bad night with the right fighter. You know what I mean? And that leaks into other conversations we're having. I don't want to go over the place because that really is inspiring me to speak about something else that I plan on speaking on later, right? So I digress. Let's bring it back a notch and let's go on to the next fight on the Beterbiev Bivol 2 card, right? So what was the next fight after that? Was it the was that the Hamza Shiraz fight or was that the Ajit Caballero?
Next fight will be Zhilei Zhang
and Ajit Caballero, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this one right here, I kind of hit it on there with the way this one's going to turn out, right? Going into the fight, how were you feeling going into the fight? I mean,
I thought Zhang was going to stop him. I thought Ajit was going to put himself in position to get hit knocked down, and make it uncomfortable for him. I was right, but you were on point. Body snatching, attacking the body, gassing this guy out. I mean, I'm surprised it took that long with the way he was breathing early on in that fight.
Right.
But I just thought that in order for him to make these punches and he's getting these body shots, he's going to expose his chin. And Zhilei Zhang is a direct, sharp, straight puncher. He doesn't look to throw wild shots, and he was going to connect, which he did. Putting him down, I thought that would discourage Ajit from coming back into the pocket. But nope, little be known, Clay hit the nail on the head. So you gave me my respect. I'm going to give you respect because I was happy. Clay, I ain't going to tell you. I was like, yo, I should have bet Clay some money. I knew he was going to get in. And then, no, what just happened?
You talking about like at the knockdown?
Yeah,
you're like, there it goes. I told you.
He's like, I ain't getting up, bro. He's like, yo, I can't even breathe to get up. Like, y'all need to go. Y'all need to get the forklift. Y'all need to help pick me up because I can't breathe. Yeah. And that's what happened, man. Shout out to Zeke Cabriel, man. Ajit Cabriel, excuse me.
Yeah, man. Look, first of all, going into the fight, at this point, Ajit Cabriel has earned himself the name the body snatcher, right? Like you can give him that because he's been so consistent with what he brings to the ring in his heavyweight division. And when we're talking about a division of big guys, right? The big guys, the heavyweights, conditioning has always been something that's worked against these dudes since the beginning of heavyweight boxing. It's always been like with the big guys, you know what I mean? They're going to get tired from 6 on. Only the special ones, the best of the best, really stay consistent with their energy, you know what I'm saying, towards the second half of the fight. And then you compound that with with an Ajit Cabriel who's made it his business to take the gas out of your tank before the 6th round, right? Like he understands what he brings to the table. I thought that physically Ajit Cabriel comes long arms with most of the heavyweights. His wingspan is equivalent or longer arms than a lot of these heavyweights. And then he stands at 6'3", which I think is just like the perfect height, right? Like it's right there. He's not short. He's not tall. He's right where he needs to be to where he can fight tall if he really wants to, but he can also get small and kind of, absolutely benefit off what small people bring to the heavyweight division. And he has conditioning. He's able to weather the storm and fight well in the latter rounds. I'm be honest with you, parts of me look at Ajit Cabriel like he's the real boogeyman in the heavyweight division. I just think when you think about a nightmare for a heavyweight, I gotta believe an Ajit Cabriel is checking some of those boxes. You know what I'm saying? Like just the idea of the sacrifice and what you have to look forward to as a heavyweight fighter getting into ring with Ajit Cabriel has to be intimidating to a degree, right? Like this guy's going to be hitting me in my body, taking away my gas. I think one of the worst feelings in the world, bro, is fighting tired, right? Like that's one of the most scariest feelings is to be tired and have to still fight, right? Like be winded and having a fight. And I'm talking about whether it's the street or it's inside the ring, right? Like I don't care where it is. The nightmare is, please let me have the wind to do whatever I gotta do, because the worst case scenario is no matter how much heart I got, when that body says it's over with, when I'm winded and I'm sucking air trying to find and get my lungs on point, and somebody's coming at me trying to take my head off. And Ajit Cabriel just checks the boxes. You know what I'm saying? He's literally treading water in the deep section of the pool, right? Yeah. Like the consequences is your head goes underwater and you drown, and it's a struggle. You can't put your foot on the ground real quick and just get it back together. You're treading water, and that's what Ajit Cabriel brings to the table. And then you look at Zhilei Zhang, who came in there slim and trim. For all intent purposes, came in there in shape. 286 point something pounds, I think he weighed. You know what I mean? Zhilei Zhang is a dude who can come into the ring like a Bacoli any given Sunday. When he came in there and he fought against Joseph Parker, he was well over 300 pounds that night and blames that for his conditioning. You know what I'm saying? But look, man, still went the 12 rounds with Joseph Parker, but his conditioning has always been in question, not to mention the fact that Zhilei Zhang is 40 years old. So, I mean, this guy's an old guy, man. And I think Ajit Cabello kind of exposed his age a little bit in that fight, too. That exposed Zhilei Zhang being kind of the older guy, the bigger guy, and the humanity of the situation, really just showing that, yeah, bro, heart or no heart, bro, you're a human being, bro. I get to punching on them organs, you know what I'm saying, and moving things around on the inside, bro. You just a human being, bro. If you can't breathe, you can't breathe, bro. It just is what it is. Air is important. Your oxygen intake and your ability to distribute the oxygen through your bloodstream to keep your muscles where they need to be and keep your brain running the way it needs to be is just a inconvenient truth for a person like Zhilei Zhang. It's an inconvenient truth.
Right.
The fight started the first round. Zhilei Zhang was pretty. Look, man, he was on point, man. That jab was on point. He was even working the body a little bit his damn self. You know what I mean? And I gave him that round. But I think it was about the second round where I started seeing him in the corner. And I'm like, he's already tired. This is not going to This is not going to play out good for him. Ajit Cabello is going to attack this dude's body. He started to do that. I think it was like the fourth or fifth round when he got clipped with that left hand.
Yep.
And he got sat on his pockets. And the G was like, damn, bro, I ain't gonna hold you. Bro. I'm trying to get it together. You clipped the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? I knew the fight was over when Ajit Cabello shook it off and went right back to the game plan because he could have got discouraged. So Ajit Cabello's chin got tested, his will and grit got tested, and he passed with flying colors. He showed that he wasn't going to be dissuaded, right? He wasn't going to be discouraged. I'm coming right back, bro, because there's a risk. There's a risk involved with Ajit Cabello's approach to boxing. He's choosing the body work, which is diabolical, but also he knows the risk because that means he has to get close. He has to get inside. Right. And on that journey, on that mission to get to the inside is a lot of heat coming back in the heavyweight division. You trying to do that to a Daniel Dubois, or you try to, you know what I'm saying, do that to an Anthony Joshua, or you try to do it to these fighters, you're risking a lot. Clearly, he would attest to being the fact that he got put on his pockets, you know what I'm saying, on that mission. But he stayed true to who he was, and he broke Zhilei Zhang down, right? So, okay, so the victory's in. Ajit Cabello becomes an interim WBC champion at this point. Zhilei Zhang gets stopped for the first time. Where do we go from here for these two guys, in your opinion?
Wow. Zhang, he has to take a step backwards. What's in the picture for him right now is really anybody that needs I'm going to say just somebody that needs to stay busy. Somebody wants a challenge. I don't see him and Bacoli might be the fight to be making maybe in the summer, maybe late fall.
I would say fall because in the summer he got FA in May. So
right. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I said, late in the summer. Or we can see him with somebody like Ergovich. You know what I mean, somebody like that, just to keep him going. That's for Zhilei Zhang. But as far as Ajit Cabello, I think we're looking at him to maybe possibly fight Joseph Parker. I think this fight was made to have the winners face each other. I think with Usyk coming out there and saying that he wants to fight Dubois, I think that fight's going to be the next fight. I think the winner of Joseph Parker and Cabello goes and fights the winner of Usyk Dubois. I think that's just a quarterfinals, as you would say, of fighters that are meant to happen right now. And I mean, as we've seen what happened this weekend, it is what it is. But that's the only way I see it, man. There's no other way.
Yeah, I agree with you. Listen, Zhilei Zhang is his age, right? At this point, if Zhilei Zhang is, the question has to be if Zhilei Zhang is still hunting down championships. Does he feel like he still checks the boxes in this area? 41 years old, man. I wouldn't even be mad if the man decided to retire because, what are you here for? But look, there's an opportunity for Zhilei Zhang because you have somebody like Turki Al-Sheikh who's paying out a lot, right? So there's money for him to get. The prize fighter of Zhilei Zhang still serves purpose in the heavyweight division. He's still a great dancing partner for a lot of fighters. And as you mentioned, the Bacoli fight is still there. That's a fight that people kind of wanted to see. They wanted to see the two George Foremans of the heavyweight division kind of get it in. There's some value there, right? There's value there for that fight to be made. Zhilei has to go back to the drawing board and really ask himself, what is he here for? If he's somebody who's driven by legacy, I'm be honest with you, Zhang, I don't think there's much legacy left for you. I don't. There's just too many young fighters coming up. There's not that much legacy per se left for you, but there's money clearly here for you. Go ahead.
I think that Zhang is fighting for a country. I think he fights for China. I think he fights to bring the sport and awareness to the sport of boxing to China. And I think that's why he fights the fights he does. I think that's what he brings, especially heavyweight boxing. How many heavyweight fighters you got from China that you can name globally off the top of your head? Zero. Zhilei Zhang. That's it. Right? Why not bridge the gap? Why not create, you know what I mean? Because all we know about Chinese boxing is Kung Fu. That's pretty much all we know. But now we got Zhilei Zhang. So how many Chinese fighters you think you know throughout boxing? Brandon Lee is the only other one, right? That I can name off the top of my head that's pretty much out there. And he's an American. So he's not even, you know what I mean, Chinese fighter as well. So this helps bridge the gap to the Far East. And I think by doing so, Zhilei Zhang is going to continue this mission until he brings the world over there. Remember, they tried to bring boxing over there.
A big fight to China. He tried to make one. Yeah.
Right. So his goal is to make awareness over there, and I think that's the same thing with NFL football. They kind of did the same thing. They're trying to bridge the gap. They're trying to get over there in different countries and bring it and make it bigger. I think Zhang's going to do that until it's on the forefront. I think he is still a hero there to a lot of them. I think he's the Yao Ming of boxing, and I think he's going to continue to bridge that gap until you start seeing some other guys following suit from over there. Because I mean, the guy that hit the guy that hit Brian, right, that supposedly broke his ribs, he was from China or Mongolia or something like that, one of those countries. I don't want to be disrespectful, but he was from there. And apparently, you know what I mean, it's just starting to take a trend. The trend is moving. We need it global. We need more fighters from different places. We need more top contenders from different places. It only makes the sport better. It creates more fan base. It keeps the sport going. It makes us here say, hey, our fighters are better than your fighters, which we hear now, but we really don't attest to that because we're always fighting our fighters. And now that we're moving to a global scale, this helps. And I would thank guys like Zhilei Zhang for coming over and showing us how tough he is and the grit he has. And even with a loss, continue to push his country forward and try to build this sport. And I think he's going to do that. He probably got 3 more fights in him. If he takes another L or 2, he might retire, but I think the money's there for him. So I'm with it. What's up, Truth? Jose in the building. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, I agree, man. I think there's definitely prize money. There's definitely a prize aspect for Zhilei Zhang there. And listen, if he still wants to pursue legacy, there's that as well, but there's going to be a price that comes with that. I definitely like the idea, though, right now, as far as Zhilei Zhang is concerned. It's one of 2 fights for me, for him in the heavyweight division. It's either, wait it out, get it together, and fight Bakoli on the next opportunity. That's a big fight that can be made, or maybe even run it back with a Philip Ergovich. Maybe a Philip Ergovich might want to get back into the conversation. We still got to see how he plans on returning to the game, coming off the back end of his loss from Daniel Dubois. What is he trying to do, right? So there's and that gives an opportunity. That fight was competitive between Zhilei Zhang and Philip Ergovich. A lot of people thought that Zhilei Zhang won that fight. You know what I'm saying? So that fight is there for him, as well as obviously the big fight with Bakoli. But what about Ajit Caballel? Moving forward with Ajit Caballel now being an interim champion, and I think we got to, with the Ajit Caballel conversation, we got to kind of take some things into consideration when we think about the heavyweight division, period. All the interim champions in the heavyweight division are in a great position right now because you have an undisputed or you have a unified champion, at this point, in Alexander Usyk, who's pretty much assured the boxing space that he's only going to do 2 more fights, right? That's what he's basically saying. One of them being Daniel Dubois and another one being like a fight of his choice, a fight that he just always wanted to do. So it's fair to say that unless Daniel Dubois beats Alexander Usyk and becomes undisputed champion, that if Usyk wins that fight, there's a chance these fighters can either A, be upgraded from the champions that they are right now, become the champions in the division, holding those belts, or B, at least be first in line, you know what I'm saying, for unification fights.
Right.
So Ajit Caballel's put himself in a good position becoming an interim champion. Even a Joseph Parker puts himself in a good position being an interim champion in this division. But all that being said, Ajit Caballel's next move, he has options, right? And he's one of Turkey's like pet projects. Like that's one of like Turkey's, like he represents Turkey's interests, right? Like Turkey has an interest in him and will push him where he needs to be. Like we didn't even hear about G Caballel until he really started campaigning on the Riyadh season cards. Really even know
Correct.
who he was, right? But he's made his impact, and now he's holding this interim championship. What do you think would be stylistically or the next logical choice for G Caballel at this point?
Again, Joseph Parker. I mean, Pulev could be, but then I thought he beat him. Correct. Pulev. He's also
Pulev, right.
Yeah, he's a regular champion. Pulev. But I don't see them going that direction. Again, if you want a hangover fight, somebody that's worth having, you know what I mean, a Wardley or something like that, you know, somebody like somewhere where you're going to find somebody that's going to be worth hanging your hat on, but you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself to fight this person. But if he's going to go the right direction, now I'm going to do the same thing as Caleb Smith. Why stick around and wait for somebody to come up and sneak you? You know what I mean, and steal something from you when you can just go right into the Hell's Kitchen and fight for what you want. You know what I mean, and get yourself in position for the title. Because at the end of the day, being a heavyweight championship means you're the best boxer in the world. Forget about everything else. You know what I mean? Forget about the lightweight, the heavyweight, the middleweight. Heavyweight champions is the number one boxer. Is that for a reason? Because they're the biggest fighters. It's probably going to be hard for anybody to beat them. And it carries throughout because most heavyweights are global, right? We always talk about global boxing and things like the international boxing. Heavyweights are global. And having that sense of I'm the best of all the champions worldwide,
right?
That's something. And especially at the top of the divisions, which is the biggest and best guys, right? In everybody's eyes. So I think, he interned with Parker. They're right there. You know what I mean? They both fight on Riyadh. Be a great fight. Names will be, people get excited for the fight, and that puts them in position for the winner of Dubois and Usyk. So, I mean, it's right there. Why go anywhere else?
Yeah, I think G Caballel has that WBC title, and I think it makes a big difference. I think he worked his way to this point. This win over Zilligzan is huge. His promoters, whoever represents his interests, have got to be looking to capitalize on this. You don't want to just put him in front of anybody at this point. You want the next fight to make sense. You want it to make sense. I do feel like Joseph Parker is the fight. Will they get it? Joseph Parker right now campaigning to get a shot at Usyk. He believes he deserves it. A lot of people agree with him. I think he's well in his right to feel that way, but I do believe that, me personally, I think Daniel Dubois is the one who deserves the fight. I think he's a champion. A, B, they have the history, and Usyk only has 2 more fights left. You know what I'm saying? If the fight between Daniel Dubois and Usyk is going to happen, you want the belts to be on the line. You want, I think the 2-time undisputed is an attractive thing for Alexander Usyk. You know what I mean? It's like Joseph Parker. Yeah, maybe, you've done a lot and I see what you're trying to do, but what is there really for me to do fighting against you? You're an interim regular WBA title holder. You know what I'm saying? And what did you do? We'll talk about it later, obviously, as far as this Martin Bacoli win is concerned, but, respect to you, what I mean, for making lemonade. But, Daniel Dubois is the guy who's had the crazy journey. Me and him shared the ring. We have the controversial ending to that fight. You know what I'm saying? We have the history and we both have all the belts. He has an IBF belt and I have the other 3. It makes sense for us to run in a ring with each other. That being said, Joseph Parker's going to have to look for somebody else to fight, and it's going to have to make sense for him. Who does it make sense for him to fight? I think G Caballel is an interim WBC title holder. If you're able to beat G Caballel, you're able to collect that, be a unified regular belt or interim belt holder, and it just puts you logically in line for the next opportunity to get the winner of Daniel Dubois and Alexander Usyk, and that builds itself up to be another kind of fight. I think that's a fight that makes sense for me for G Caballel to be aiming for. We'll see though how these guys turn it out and what ends up happening. Shout out to my brother AK Crowder. See you in good health in the space. Always supporting the channel. Thank you, bro. Salute to Pancho Villa in the salute, King. Appreciate you being in the building as well. And of course, Ross Clock, Mr. Your favorite fighter is a effing bum. Big Play Bray with the super fat in the building, throwing some color in here. Appreciate you, Mr. Big Play Bray. Always supportive. Says, question: does a champion in recess get a fight before an interim champion? Does a champion in recess get a fight over an interim champion.
It depends on the availability. It depends on the availability of the person that's holding the title. If that person's fighting a mandatory or has a fight scheduled, depending on what time frame that is, the champion recess may be fighting the interim champion. He may be fighting the mandatory. They may make some changes, but a lot of times, if they're both available, no, he goes in there and he gets his title. He gets the next shot after the title defense or after the titles change hands. He's that guy that gets that title. So, like, for instance, Sandor Martin and Puello was elevated to full champion. But let's just say Devin Haney wanted to go back and get his title, then, you know what I mean, he would get the winner of that fight, if that was the case.
So is there, hold on, wait 1 second. So there'll be a champion. There's a champion in recess and still an interim champion.
No.
So that's what I'm about to say. Isn't the champion in recess the interim? I mean, isn't the guy who's the champion kind of like the interim champion who's the main champion?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Pretty much.
So that means that's why I was like, it was kind of confusing to me. I'm like, but hold on, isn't the interim champion?
Once they elevate them, they're no longer the interim, right? That belt becomes available.
Right. But there's no more interim champion as well, right? Like, even though there's a champion in recess and then there's this champion who's been elevated from the interim champion position.
Right. So, for instance, Pandora, what's the name? And they still hold on to his recess, right? Charlo for the WBC. Right. So there's an interim champion, which is Ortiz.
Right.
So if Charlo decided that he wanted to fight right now, this guy has no fight on Fedora has no fight on the table. Charlo will get that fight first, no matter how hard Ortiz pushes, or no matter how hard the mandatory pushes. He has the right to that fight first because it's his belt, and he has a likelihood to go get his title.
Right. So to answer that question, then the champion in recess gets the fight. That's the answer to that question.
He prioritizes, yes, unless there's some other way, shape, or form where the sanctioning body decides, like, well, you've been out too long, you need a tune-up first. You know what I mean? And they say, hey, you need a tune-up. Charlie, you need to go fight the mandatory of this card, which is Bud Crawford, right? Will be the WBC mandatory. Wasn't he the mandatory?
It's interesting because I think he is a WBC mandatory, but at the same time,
he has to go fight Bud, right? And then, or you may have to go fight the interim, and the mandatory gets a shot. However, they want to make, because he's been out so long, they want to get a tune-up. You got to prove yourself. They could force that to happen. I mean, make it a fatal four-way, or they can just say, "Hey, you know what? This is his title. He didn't lose it. We just put it on hold for him. He is entitled to that shot." So it all depends. You know what I mean? It's a lot of ways that cards can be played.
Right. Yeah, moving on then. You know, definitely salute to Devon Trayvon in the building. Good morning, family. Moving on. So G Caballel, you know, Joseph Parker, these are the kind of fights that I think are there for him to make. I would expect, you know, they'd be patient at this point. They want the activity, but you want to capitalize off the momentum you built for yourself off stopping Azile Zayn being the first one to do it. You know, like, my next fight should be a big fight, and it should be on Riyadh season. It should be a main card fight, and there should be some benefits on the victory side for me. And when I win this next fight, it's either should be for an actual title or put me in position to get me closer to an actual title fight. No stay busy fights at this point. Not yet, at least. If it ends up dragging out to like damn near a year, I've been sitting out, then I'm going to go grab me a fight. But, you know, right now I would think the priority would be, let's make a significant fight. Let's continue to move in this direction and continue to carry this momentum into whatever decisions we make next. So the next fight after that, which moved pretty quickly.
We skipped a fight.
What's the next fight we're moving into? Which one?
Ortiz and Madrimov. Was the second fight.
Oh, that was the actual fight? That was the next fight?
That was the second fight on the card.
All right. Well, I mean, that's the fight I was literally going to go into right now, was Madrimov and Ortiz. So, right, going into this fight, man, this probably was going to be the most competitive fight on the card. Everybody, I think, pretty much was looking forward to this fight, right? From the moment this fight was conceived, from the moment it was birthed, it was like, ooh, intriguing. This is going to be a real great fight. Why? Both these guys came off of very competitive fights with big dogs, right? Well, Virgil actually had a very competitive fight with Serhii Bohachuk, but Bohachuk wasn't known to be the big dog yet, unless you was a hardcore boxing fan, didn't really realize like how much he was going to bring to the table. And Virgil was really the guy who was needing to be tested, you know what I mean, who didn't get that fight at 154. He came in with the perfect knockout ratio, and we really wanted to see if he was him. Was he really the goods And, he went 12 hard rounds with Serhii Bohachuk and won a very close contested fight where a lot of people thought that Bohachuk won the fight, and it was very split. And people thought that Virgil won the fight, but it kind of like, made Virgil look human, made him look regular. Like, hold on, he could be got. Is his power even translating to 154? And even with Serhii Bohachuk on interviews saying that, the dude don't hit as hard as y'all think he does. He really didn't hit me that hard. I've been hit way harder in this division. So it's like, damn, bro, is that power going to translate? You know what I'm saying, for him at 154? And then you got obviously Israel Madrimov, who came out of nowhere, just a WBA champion by circumstance, right? Won the right fight and became a WBA champion, was getting ready to go against a pound for pound best fighter in the world, who was making his 154-pound debut in Terrence Crawford. And he took a loss, but competed on a very high level with Terrence Crawford and kind of earned himself like this, conversations about, is he actually like the second or third best person in the 154-pound weight class division, which we'll talk about, because maybe we jumped the gun a little bit. Maybe that competitive fight with Terrence Crawford, maybe we should have taken more into consideration that Terrence was coming up from 147, that he had to acclimate, that he caught Terrence off guard with the game plan. Terrence thought he was going to be a Triple G 2.0 in the ring, and he ended up trying to be a Vasily Lomachenko in the ring, right? So it was like, damn, there's a whole new fighter in front of me, and Terrence had to kind of adjust to that. But we all, going into this fight, thought that Madrimov was going to present a lot of problems for Virgil Ortiz. Just like, if this guy's just going to present issues, we're going to have to see Virgil Ortiz is going to be able to do what? Adjust in this fight. Is he going to be able to adjust and make the adjustments in this fight? Because he's never had to. He's always been able to steamroll, or, ultimately his will was always able to get him to a stoppage in the fight. And we saw him kind of, be pedestrian in his last fight against Serhii Bohachuk. So going into this fight, we were very excited about it. What were you thinking going into this fight? First of all, who did you pick? Did you pick Virgil?
I picked Madrimov. But
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something, Clay. I didn't know Virgil Ortiz was that much bigger than Madrimov, man. That was surprising. That was very surprising in that fight. When I was like, damn, dude, a giant in that division. No wonder why he had trouble making weight in all these divisions, man.
Right.
But I thought Madrimov had more fluidity in his style. I thought he'd be trouble. I thought he would create more opportunities for himself to confuse Virgil Ortiz. I did know I knew he was flat-footed. I thought he would have to come out with something a little bit more on the like being able to move and be fluid as well, giving a different look to try to compete in this fight. And I was absolutely wrong. I didn't know that he was going to get tired. I didn't know those things were going to happen. I didn't know he was going to absorb the shots to the body. None of that. I didn't see none of that coming. Obviously, I seen Virgil having his opportunities, but I didn't see it, going his way at all. But when it did, I have to give credit where credit's due, man. Virgil took over that fight, and it took him a while to get his timing down. Once he got that timing down, man, it was a wrap. And shout out to everybody that picked Virgil Ortiz, except for Rob Scott, because Rob Scott always picks against everybody because they're all bums, but it's okay. At the end of the day, man, shout out to Rob Scott for the pick. I don't know if it was so much of the inactivity of him not throwing hands. I think they both kind of fight similar. And usually Madrimov is a body. He usually attacks a body. So I think he tried to use some of that camouflage ability that he did with Crawford to kind of confuse Virgil. And he just didn't attack the body. He never made those chances. He never took those chances. I think once he seen what was standing in front of him, that created him to rethink what he was going to do, and just didn't come to fruition with the plan.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you, bro. 1 second here. I'm getting a text message here. Okay, I'm always getting text messages. I agree with you 100%, man. Going into the fight, I picked Madrimov as well. But I leaned toward, this was one of those fights where making the choice wasn't going to be, it wasn't a black and white thing, right? It was just like both these guys brought the intangibles to make them victorious in this fight. The question was whose game plan was going to be the one that was going to work, be efficient. Both these guys coming against each other off of fights that probably changed them as fighters, hopefully made them better fighters and better versions of themselves is what I anticipated on seeing. Madrimov brought the intangibles of being able to adjust, he showed different wrinkles to his game, and I thought that was going to play a factor in this fight. And then you had, Virgil Ortiz, who obviously is always the threat of him stopping you. He brings that power and obviously the will as well, to be victorious by stopping the opponents in front of him. I wasn't shocked at the way the fight turned out. What I was shocked about the fight, to be honest with you guys, I was shocked at the conditioning of Israel Madrimov. I thought his conditioning was going to be way better than that. Knowing that, the way he fought Terrence Crawford before, that irky jerky, moving all around, he did that for the whole fight pretty much and made that a competitive fight. He didn't bring that to the table. And one could say that it was Virgil Ortiz's body campaign that really just took the gas from out his tank, took the air out his tires, quote unquote. And another person could say, we can speak on Israel Madrimov dealing with that upper respiratory infection he had in the fight. Ultimately, what pulled him out the fight with Bohachuk on the other card, right? I mean, I know that happened at a convenient time, and a lot of people feel like that was just Madrimov being pulled out of that fight because he had a big fight coming with Virgil on the biggest card ever in history, right? But when you look at that performance, you could definitely see the change in his conditioning. You could see that the conditioning became an issue for him. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we're not going to take anything away from Virgil Ortiz's performance, right? I don't want to make excuses per se, but the conditioning did seem to be the main thing that affected Madrimov in the fight. His inability to stay consistent with that approach that he brought to the Terrence Crawford fight. It didn't seem like he was going to be able to do it physically in this fight. Now, look, at the end of the fight, Madrimov also brought up the upper respiratory infection, saying he was even considering pulling out of the fight, right? He said the only reason he made the fight happen was because it was a big fight. He didn't want to disappoint Turkey. He already knew about the Duran Ennis situation and also had just pulled out of the Bohachuk fight. You know what I'm saying? So he was just like, yo, dog, I need to come through for Turkey. And Turkey brings out feelings of a lot of these fighters, right? That's why Bacoli popped up, right? It's just like, yo, if Turkey needs me, I'm going to show up. He's done so much for me. He's given me these big bags, these big opportunities. He's pushed me in a way nobody else has pushed me. So if he needs me, I'm going to show up. And that's what Madrimov did. Virgil, with his approach, in the first 2 or 3 rounds, you saw the frustration settling in with Virgil Ortiz. He was having a hard time adjusting to what Madrimov was doing. There was a point in the fight where I felt like Virgil Ortiz became kind of like a cobra does to his prey, kind of hypnotized by the movement of Madrimov to the point where he wasn't even letting his hands go at all. His hands were just staying home because he was just kind of tired of swinging at air and catching air, right? And not only doing that, but then getting peppered back off the counter punching. I mean, Virgil had redness all over his eyes. I mean, he got once again, that's another one of those fights where you look at Virgil Ortiz and he was in a fight, hands down. Madrimov was having success. He was having success with his strategy when he was implementing his strategy. But the moment the conditioning became an issue, you started seeing Madrimov trying to cut corners. There was points in the fight where he was just looking like a little Serhii Bohachuk, just kind of standing there with his high guard, just trying to counterpunch. And there was other points where he kind of got dirty a little bit, right? Kind of throwing some headbutts and just kind of using some tactics to kind of discourage Virgil from bringing that offensive onslaught that he was bringing his way. But just kind of speaking to how vulnerable he was, how much his conditioning, his legs just weren't there. And he was just trying to tap into some other tactics. You know what I'm saying? Some might want to say dishonorable, but some other tactics is kind of get that edge that he needed to make that space between him and Virgil Ortiz. But the fight went the way the fight did. Virgil Ortiz, still WBC interim champion. Some people would say have proven himself to be one of the top dogs at 154 pounds. I think I could subscribe to that. I think Virgil Ortiz showed that he's one of those guys at 154. He's going to be part of making the biggest fights. This fight, as well as his last fight against Serhii Bohachuk, one of the most exciting fights on both cards that they were on. Fight of the year candidate quality fights, you know what I'm saying? That he's been part of. So he's going to be big part of a lot of big fights going down the line. Needless to say, what's next for these guys? On the back end of a Madrimov taking a loss like that with Virgil Ortiz, and on the back end of Virgil Ortiz walking away with a victory like he did, what does Virgil Ortiz go and Madrimov go next?
Before I even answer that question, I'm glad you brought up the dirty tactics, right? Mm-hmm. Let's talk about what he was not allowed to do early on in that fight when the ref stopped the fight and told Madrimov's corner he's not allowed to use his shoulder or push off. I'm like, hold on. most fighters push off when they're in the clinch anyway, right? Okay, I get the shoulder thing. Maybe he's throwing a shoulder into his chin. I get that. I've seen that. But I was like, you're stopping the fight for that. Like usually you just break them up a little bit and you give them a little warning before you stop the fight. Let this guy catch his win. To do that, he gave a legitimate warning to the corner and still allowed it to happen a couple more times. On the other end, I've seen Virgil use his shoulder, dig in, hit him in the head, and also push off. So I was like, and the ref watched it happen, but I was like, is he doing that because he's just like, yo, I'm just going to allow this to happen because this guy's doing the same thing continuously? Because he kept warning him. But at the same time, I'm like, yo, sometimes you got to let these guys fight, man. I don't think the shoulder was implemented to really trying to knock out Virgil. I think it was, that's his strategy. That's the way he was fighting, using his hands to push a little bit. That might have been something that the corner pointed out from watching tape and had the ref keep an eye on. And with that being said, Clay, I think that kind of pushed back on this guy's fighting style, and it changed the complexity of the fight from that point, believe it or not. I think it was the 4th or 5th round. That changed the whole fight from Madrimov having the advantages he had or whatever little he had. Now moving forward, what's next is I think we see body check rematch with Virgil on that side of the street, because I think they're right now in that division. I think they're two. Well, aside from Ball Crawford out of the picture, and Bachram being number one, I would say that, and not even Fedor being number two, in my opinion. I think it's Virgil and Boychuk, number 1, 2, and 3, in that picture. And then you take Madrimov. I think he takes a step back. I think he needs to go find himself a nice, I would say, winnable fight. Something to get back on track.
He needs a win, hands down. He can't do 3 losses.
Yeah, he can't go in there and try to challenge himself. I mean, he can do whatever he wants, but I don't think he goes in there and tries to get a really tough fight to find out if he really has it. Do I still got it? Go find a nice tune-up fight, get yourself back in the spirits of winning, and then pursue the going back forward and then taking on a nice challenge, and then moving back into championship type fights. I still think he's top 5 in the division. I think he beats a lot of those guys. As far as him doing it now, no, because his confidence is shot a little bit. You know what I mean? Same as Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu's confidence shot. Tim Tszyu may be number 8, number 10 in the division right now. He's definitely not top 5 anymore, right? But he could probably beat a lot of those guys on the confident road to victory. But he's not that guy. So I think that both of them guys, Tim Tszyu, and I bring Tim Tszyu in the picture, and Madrimov need to both get a couple wins in, maybe a win, and they need to face each other. I think that should be the next fight for them. The winner, he puts himself in a good position. But I do like the fact that Virgil needs to rematch Boychuk. Let's settle the score. Let's the winner takes all, gets the title shot, and it proves who they both are, because I think that was a great fight, and that's going to set the tone for that division in the top 3.
Yeah, man. I think that his next fight, he has to be careful as far as Madrimov is concerned. He needs to be careful. I don't know who I'd put him in there with. I mean, there are fights out there for him, but I think people are gonna want to use him as a stepping stone. That Eastern European stoic approach to boxing. He's gonna need strategy is gonna have to be taken into consideration with his next fight, not just challenging himself. He wants to salvage what he's built by fighting Terrence Crawford and making that a competitive fight. And no matter how anybody wants to look at it, he made it a competitive fight with Virgil Ortiz. He did. He didn't go out like a sucker and just, show that he's not supposed to be in the game, right? He's still there, but the losses, he needs to get a win on the next fight. There's a couple of fighters out there that he could be mixing it up with. I mean, you got a Jesus Ramos who's getting ready to compete on an up and coming card on this next month on this Sebastian Fedor card. I'm sure he's looking for that right fight to kind of put him in the right conversation. And you got fights that are, there for him. He has to be Vito Milnecki, Junior, fights that could be good fights for him. I'm saying that he has to kind of figure out with his team how he wants to approach it. As far as Virgil Ortiz, and I see ETB in the building. Salute to from Madrimov. I understand Keon, I definitely understand where you're coming from as far as he was sick weeks before the fight. But I think when it comes to the conditioning game, it's a marathon, not a race. And there's something about upper respiratory infections and cardio and how long that happens. Like healing as far as being free of a virus is one part of the conversation, but also there's a reconditioning of the lungs for an athlete who suffered an upper respiratory infection.
True.
That takes time. And also the time that it takes, what kind of sparring are you doing? What kind of training are you doing? Are you training full time? Are you sparring to full capacity with having a hard time breathing? I'm not an expert in this area. I don't know.
I can attest to that, Clay. I do. I play baseball. In the year we had COVID, right? I ended up catching COVID, and I ended up getting an upper respiratory infection where I had to take an asthma pump. They diagnosed me with acute asthma, and it took me almost a whole season to regain my ability to breathe. I still have times where it's not clearly healed. You know what I mean? Like I still have trouble breathing, and I have to take the pump. And it's not because of weight or anything of that nature. It's because I developed a symptom. And that shit is serious though. Like, I mean, I can't speak for him, but I can speak for myself. If that is the case, it does take time to heal from. I'm actually in a good spot where I actually breathe normally. I have all these things, these functions are better. But there's times where I may like go for a long run and I'm dying, bro. And I'm like, yo, I need to pump because I can't, you know what I mean? It starts changing my throat, like my voice and stuff like that, change the way I breathe. And you can hear it. Like even now, me getting sick recently, you can still hear it in my throat and my voice. My bad, and my larynx. You can still hear it. So it does play a part, man. Salute to Thomas Hill in the building.
Yeah, salute Thomas. Yeah, man. So I just think it's a marathon. You know what I mean? I don't think Madrimov was making excuses. I think he's accepted his loss. And look, man, I stepped in the ring. The version of me that I came in the ring with was the best version I had available, and that's what I brought to the ring. But, I think he's well within his right to say, I can do better. Expect me to do better. Coming off the back end of an upper respiratory infection, my game plan, if I had the cardio and the conditioning to keep my game plan going, I think I found success in my game plan. I think you guys saw that. I think the knots on top of his head show that my game plan was working. Me fighting him head on was not my game plan, right? Like Matt Jamal's like, you know what I mean? I was doing that because of how exhausted I was and how much, you know what I mean? I had no conditioning. So I reverted to doing this Serhii Bohachuk approach to the fight, but that wasn't the game plan. My game plan was what you saw in those first 3 to 4 rounds. And handily, I think I was up like a good 3-1. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Going into the 5th round. It's just I couldn't do it no more. I was sucking air. You saw him like in between rounds, like trying to get it together.
I think that I'm telling you, I think that played a part, but I think the ref telling him to stop nudging with his shoulder and pushing off. That changed
right, ETB. Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think that changed a lot. But yeah, I got it though. No, what you saying is 100% right, factual. I think that played a lot in the way he was taking on the fight, because he probably had to lean in and he put his weight on him, and you know what I mean. And as Virgil tried to dig into the body when he was close, he looked for advantages to keep Virgil off him, which was the shoulder push and pushing him back, same as Paro did to Matias, to Matias, right? So it's the same situation. It happens, but the ref took that away from him. Shout out to Robert Garcia, another fantastic victory in the bag, and pointing that out to the ref to keep an eye on that, because he did that. That changed the complexity of that fight. I'm telling you, that was a big part of that fight.
Yeah, 2 cents. Yeah, he Madrimov did speak to the upper respiratory infection. He spoke to it in his interview. He wasn't sick in the fight. He was healthy in the fight, but his lungs weren't fully back in competitive condition. You know what I'm saying? His lungs weren't there, and his strategy to fight against Virgil Ortiz was going to be based on a lot of conditioning. It was going to be based on his conditioning, moving around and doing the things you saw him doing in those first couple of rounds, and his lungs just weren't fully back where they were supposed to be for him to carry out that strategy. So ultimately, he ended up fighting a bigger guy, a bigger puncher, in a mid-range way that he didn't plan on, and I don't think anybody who expected him to win that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, we knew like that mid-range game was going to work. But I mean, look, it is. Yeah, he said he got real sick in training camp. He did, because the training camp. Remember when he pulled out of the Bohachuk fight? He had that upper respiratory infection that made him have to pull out that fight. So he was kind of working through that. It is what it is. Like, we're not making excuses, right? I don't think we're not making excuses for him. He did what he could do, and he lost, and Virgil won, right? But I think what I'm speaking towards is what to expect from him. Should we expect better from him? Will he be better in the future fights? You know what I mean? Is he still who we thought he was before he got into this fight? And can we take into consideration this moment in time being affected by this upper respiratory infection, and realizing that him with the proper conditioning, he's still a legitimate threat to anybody at 154 pounds, that he still is that guy who competed with Terrence Crawford on the highest level and can still bring those intangibles to the ring that make him a problem for anybody else who wants to try to fight him. You know what I mean? It is what it is, right? And time will tell, by the way, right? Time will tell when we see him, you know what I mean, fight again, if that was the case, right? Because if we see him in his next fight, let's say he fights a Conwell next or something, right? And we see him moving around crazy, and you know what I mean, kind of giving Conwell these different looks and maintaining it for 12 rounds and win a decision just by like master classing a strategy that we're like, damn, where was this guy when he fought Virgil? I think it's safe to say that guy wasn't that guy that you're looking at when he fought Virgil.
Look, this is when I went through my thing. Look, they had to do all type of heart monitor readings, everything. They didn't know what was wrong with me.
Yeah.
That was crazy. So you know what I mean? I know what it was. I thought, bro, they was trying to give me heart medicine. I was like, bro, ain't nothing wrong with my heart. And they was like, I had to go to a cardiologist. He was like, nah, ain't nothing wrong with your heart, bro. He's like, we don't know. So they figured out that it was upper respiratory infection, and it had it came from the COVID. It created a like I said, an asthma symptom where I got accused. They treat it as acute asthma, which is something that's supposed to move away from me. But again, I still have it from time to time. I'm going to moments where I'm like, damn. And I just be sitting there for
it takes a while, man. When you get a upper respiratory infection. I mean, but I can tell you, I've had upper respiratory infection before too, as well. Like pneumonia in general is just, just pneumonia in general just weakens the lungs, man. The lungs have to get back on point, even once the viral infection is gone. That the actual, your physical activity will be affected for months, depending. Everybody heals at a different rate. You know what I mean? And being an athlete, I'm talking about just normal day-to-day activities off of a pneumonia or upper respiratory infection. Yeah. Like all of a sudden these steps got long today, right? Like today these steps whooped my ass. Normally these steps is just, just a part of my day. Today, when I got to the top, I took okay. And then I continued walking, right? I had a moment, you know what I mean? At the top of these damn steps, you know what I mean? And I can only imagine being an athlete. You know what I mean? Like at the highest level, what that could manifest into the ring. But Madrimav's next move will be his best move. We'll see what his strategy is. As far as Virgil Ortiz is concerned, listen, man, this kid has shown that he doesn't duck no smoke. He's ready for the biggest fights possible. Being a champion is important for Virgil Ortiz, but also Virgil Ortiz is very concerned about making the biggest fights. Like he likes titles, but I don't think he's as focused on the titles as he is on making the biggest fights. That's just who he is, right? Serhii Bohachuk seems like a legit opponent, very competitive fight, contested. I think Virgil Ortiz is honest to his pride. He's honest to that, and he's not scared to fight Serhii Bohachuk. I think that's a big fight of the year last year. So it's a huge fight, big stage. Serhii would love to run it back. Parts of me kind of feel like it would be a bigger fight if he did become a champion and then fought for Serhii Bohachuk. You know what I'm saying? That would be a bigger fight for both of them. But I could see the fight being, moving forward and making the fight happen now. I do think that Jerome Boots Ennis is a legitimate opponent that people want to see him. They want to see these guys fight. We know he has unfinished business at 147 he's trying to handle. Getting ready to fight Stanionis. It looks like the Brian Norman Jr. fight is going to develop for him too as well. And then, maybe at the end of that, he'll look to move up to 154 unless the Mario Barrios fight manifests into something. And then, of course, we got to see a Fimo Lopez fight that Turkey's trying to make for him. So if it's not going to be Boots, which is very realistically not going to be his next fight, then I think Serhii Bohachuk is a legitimate fight for him. I think we got Sebastian Fundora fighting Trudell Booker next month. So he's not going to be available. And I think, I'll be honest with you, Xander Zayas is in that conversation as well. He's definitely in that conversation.
So that could be something that happens, but I don't know.
Yeah, time was. I know that's kind of like my like
direction.
Yeah, on the side.
Ball, it helps Xander because it puts him on track, but it takes Virgil off track, in my opinion.
I agree with you.
I agree. Why not fight the guy?
Virgil's, I don't want to say stupid. I was about to say stupid enough, right? But he's game enough. I'll use that word. He's game enough to F around and take that fight. If the people make a hard enough argument for it. It's a big fight. It's Puerto Rico versus Mexico. You know what I'm saying? It's got some legs to it. It's there for something to be made out of it. But once again, another one of those fights where I feel like a title makes it a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? It just kind of raises it up. And Serhii Bohachuk and Virgil Ortiz is what people would call tried true at this point, right? You know the product. You know what you're gonna get. You remember the fight of the year last year. You know what you're gonna get this time around. It's just gonna be something that the fans, I think, will get behind, right? Oh, they're gonna do it again? I'm in. I want to see. I already know what that product's gonna be, right? Like I'm hoping with Xander and him, because Xander, in my opinion, would kind of like give you more closer to the fight that you expected to see with him and Madrimov, being that he's conditioned, he has that stick, he has that movement, the power hasn't translated yet. He can kind of give you that fight a little bit closer to what Madrimov was going to give you. So it's still going to be a good fight. I think more importantly, Virgil Ortiz is shown the world that he is must-see boxing, right? He's must-see boxing. Whoever the opponent's going to be, we're going to be cheering him on. We love to see this guy fight at this point. He's signature patented exciting fighting when he's on the card. Well, who's he fighting? That's what, when his name comes up, that's what you're thinking about. And that's important. Shout out to Oscar De La Hoya also, who's been having a great year with his killers, man. They've been beating the shit out of Eddie Hearn's fighters. Yeah, you know what I mean?
One of them fell sick. Fell to hospital.
I mean, that's, and the other one, talk about that a little later too. Trust me.
The other one broke his hand, so let's keep it real. So far, the ones that fought, like I said,
thus far.
But yeah, next fight, right? Next fight where everybody wants to hear us talk about,
right? Well, which one?
Benavidez and Shiraz.
Man, so this fight right here,
questionable one, Clay.
This fight raised a lot of questions. First of all, let's just talk about, before we get to the elephant in the room, let's just talk about Hamza Shiraz's performance and Carlos Adames' performance. But I'm gonna be real with you. Shout out to Carlos Adames. He won that fight hands down to me. But I do think the biggest story here is Hamza Shiraz. Right. I think the story is big because going into this fight, Hamza, me and you were there. We thought he was the future of 160.
Yeah.
He shrunk under the lights, bro. He just didn't step up. The lights. I heard in the rumors, I'm hearing there was some hand injuries potentially getting in the way of some things happening in that fight. Those things can happen. I didn't hear nothing going on in the corner as far as him addressing his hands. You know, like when Shakur's hands is hurt, he gets in that corner. You know it's his hands because they're talking about it. Yo, I'm innocent. He didn't bring it up, but he shrunk in front of the lights, right? What do you attribute to that? He definitely was a different fighter in that fight against Carlos. Like this is, I mean, yes, we can. The easy thing to do is to say this kid just ain't ready. He's overhyped. He's really not him. I think deep in our hearts, Ray, we know different, right? We know this kid, what that kid did in that ring with Carlos Adames wasn't an accurate depiction of who we know him to be. So what would you attribute this performance to?
So exclude the lights, right? I'm going to say it's his level of competition, most importantly, right? Who they've been putting him in there against, which I thought he fought some good fighters, but where they passed their prime, that's where it comes to question. Another thing is, has he been in that division too long? He looked as Flyer Frequency would say, Dranos, right? He looked awfully small for a person that rehydrated. And I known him to be a much more recouped fighter in a fight. It looked weird. And most importantly, he looked like somebody stole his heart. Looked like he just didn't come in the ring ready to fight. It just looked like he just wasn't there. He wasn't prepared. He wasn't his ability and notion of wanting to fight was there. Just like he was just like, yo, listen, I'm here. I'm just going to do it. You know what I mean? Maybe they all got sick. Let me not throw stuff out there, but maybe everybody got sick.
I mean, legitimately, that could have been a crazy bug just going through that hotel, bro.
He didn't look like he wanted to be there, Clay. Even when he came down on the ring walk. You know what I mean? No. You know what I mean? Like when he in England, he coming down, little fireworks. He bro, he didn't look like he wanted to be there. It was a different animal. Different. And yeah, man. You can say overhyped. Absolutely. Ross Clark, you can say it. I mean, I don't think he's overhyped. I think he's a great fighter. I just think he was outclassed. He was in a fight. He took the wrong fight. I think I talked to you about this personally. I said this on the channel. I said, look, he thought he picked the worst of the champions, right? He thought he picked the easiest victory to being a champion, which I already told you. I think that would have been Laura.
Right.
Because I doubt this dude was going to beat Benavidez. There's no way I see him beat Benavidez. But as far as Adames, I was like, Adames is a tough cookie, bro. But then we get in the ring, we see why. But It is what it is, man. It is what it is, brother. I don't know, Clay. I don't know what to expect. It wasn't my expectations, put it that way.
Yeah, I think one thing, like I said, the consistent thing for me was that Hamza wasn't himself. He really just wasn't. However you want to attribute it, whether it was to the hand, whether it was to a bad weight cut, whether maybe he had a bug, he wasn't himself. We can attribute it to the lights, the moment being too big for him. The moment might have been huge. You know what I mean? A lot of pressure on his shoulder. I mean, you saw how Turkey reacted. Turkey was clearly keeping a very close eye on him. There were a lot of people from the Saudi Arabian part of the conversation who seemed like they had a lot of vested interest in this kid being successful. And that could manifest into pressure in different ways for somebody like him in a moment like that, to get an opportunity to actually become a WBC champion. Mauricio Suleiman also has built a great relationship with Turkey Al-Sheikh. So, you know, that belt is significant to the Saudi Arabians. You know, like all these promotional companies like to have their belts, like, you know, Bob Arum in relationship with the WBO and, you know what I'm saying? And the WBC and then like a Devin Haney or at times, you know what I'm saying? Like they all have like their relationships, and it seems like Turkey and Mauricio Suleiman have kind of built that kind of relationship. Like Turkey's going to be funding the WBC Grand Prix and all those things. Like they're doing a lot of business. So the belt is significant for Riyadh season. Hamza wasn't himself. I don't know why. Shout out to Carlos Adames, who really, in my opinion, and I agree with you on another thing you said as far as the precedent being set early, that Carlos Adames running out, that bell ran off. You guys remember, he ran right across that ring, wasted no time, and hit him dead in his body with a straight right hand to his boom, and just set the narrative off right there and let it be known, this is the kind of fight this is going to be. It's going to be rough for you. I'm going to be beating the brakes off of your body, and I'm going to be this is going to be a very much mid-range fight, and more importantly, you're fighting this fight on your back foot, young blood. You ain't coming forward. You're going backwards. So we're going to see what you do with that. I'm pushing the pace. It's going to be under my rules. I'm setting the stage for this show, and you're going to have to figure out how to respond to this by putting me on my back foot. But I promise you, young bull, I ain't going on my back foot. So we're going to have a real colliding of the heads in this fight. Pause. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to see whose will is going to do it. Carlos Adames, in my opinion, did everything he was supposed to do, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? With a fighter in front of him that was standing that tall, with that kind of reach, who brought those kind of threats, who brought that kind of power, he had a great game plan, and it worked out for him. That being said, leaking into the other sad part and inconvenient truth about this fight, that there was some things that didn't make sense. Now, look, this is boxing number one, ladies and gentlemen, right? And what do I mean by saying that? We've been dealing with bad calls forever, bro. Bad calls have been happening in boxing since the beginning of boxing. corruption, whether you think it's corruption, whether you think it's judges who just don't know what the hell they looking at, whether you think it's, you know what I'm saying? However it's turned out, we've always seen bad judgment, and Riyadh season wasn't going to be above that, right? They're hiring judges in the game. It wasn't like there was 3 Saudi Arabians, you know what I'm saying, doing the scorecards. These are judges who have judged other fights, and they got this one wrong. Hands down, they got this one wrong. But the opportunity does seem to be just too great for people not to jump on this and turn this into some kind of conspiracy, especially with Turkey Al-Sheikh, you know, the video of him kind of like letting Shiraz know he's down on the cards, and you know, people down on the card, whatever it was. And I know what you're about to say, but hold on. I know what you're about to say, right? I'm not going to jump on that. I'm going to let you have the opportunity to bring that to the table, right? But you know, the controversy with him doing that with Shiraz, and you know how unprofessional that was, and was he allowed or not allowed to do that? Was that cheating? Wasn't that cheating? I mean, I don't know all the way, right, how all the rules necessarily work. I can tell you that being Turkey in Saudi Arabia, and the influence that he has, and the power that he holds, and the position that he plays in putting the event together, it doesn't shock me that he would have access to anything he needs to have access to in order to do what he did. But I'll also say that I've seen Floyd do it. You know what I'm saying? I've seen plenty of people do it. I've seen Terrence doing it with Keyshawn. You know what I'm saying? I've seen plenty of fighters and influencers, or people who just hold that kind of weight in the space, communicate with the fighter to let them know what's going on. As far as letting him know where he was on the cards or on the card, and Ray will get into that. I don't know if that necessarily translates into, you know, he was on the judges, that he was speaking on what the judges were doing. I think a lot of us understood that that Shiraz was down on the card, you know what I'm saying, and that he needed to do something. Even Frank Warren was losing his damn mind, right, on the side, like trying to like let them know, like, yo, speak to this dude, get this dude together. He needs to start letting his hands go. He needs to start walking more on the front foot. He needs to get some sort of offense going in this fight, or he's going to lose this fight. He's letting this guy take this fight away from him, right? So it is what it is, you know what I mean? But go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
No, you good. Go ahead. Well, listen, let me just start with this. First of all, stop trying to make people that speak English barely make sense. Number one. That's number one and foremost. We have to stop doing that, because we like to take the things they say, and we know they have a tough time saying things, and we like to try to push that out. Hey, that's what they mean. And you know there's they can mean anything. That you got to be open-minded to that. Not saying that it doesn't mean that. Let's just be clear. But he clearly said you're behind on the judge's card. What card does he have access to, Clay? The AI card. He didn't go around hovering over the judges. And if he did, I've seen this. I looked at the scorecards, Clay. I looked at the scorecard. None of those cards had him down 2 rounds. They was either down like 5 rounds. One was close,
right,
and one had him up. So there was no cards that had him down significantly 2 rounds where he would say that. That was the AI card. Y'all guys got to do your research before you start barking these things out in the alley. Because once you start doing that, you're just creating narratives, and you're pushing nonsense into the game. If he did do that, so what? Like Clay just mentioned, Bud mentioned it to Keyshawn. Y'all had a problem with that. But it seems to be, and I hate doing this because it's like, you're hating. I'm not hating. When Floyd told Tank he was down 2 rounds, he said, same thing, right? An AI, which is not AI, because there's a guy pushing the button in the damn hotel room, CompuBox, said, oh, you down on the TV. CompuBox got you down 2 rounds. Nobody gave a shit. They were praising that. They were clapping. They were saluting. Yeah, Floyd told him he was down. He stepped up and got the knockout. Why is that okay? Why is that okay and not Turkey? Because you guys have some issue with Turkey, which is cool. That's your issue. I ain't got no problem with that.
Hussein says they have a video of him hovering over the judges.
He was walking around the ring, hovering over the judges. He used AI cards. Show me the video of him hovering around the judge. Everybody's seen the same video. There was one guy sitting at the table. We don't even know if that was a judge. That could have been the official. Because there's an official on one side of the ring, and then there's judges on the other sides. So we don't know what that was. I'm not telling you which is which because I was not there. But I do know for a fact, he said the judge. Which judge? Go look at the scorecards and tell me which judge had him down 2 rounds. Not even a draw card had him down 2 rounds. So I seen him. I did go look up the cards because everybody was saying this. Clay, I went and did my research, looked up the cards. So I mean, Google's right there. You can look them up. It's just too many.
I think.
People.
Listen,
Go ahead,
I think that if he did listen, I don't know. I didn't see what you saw, right? I don't know. I also didn't see him hovering over the judges, right? I got to revisit this situation to a degree, but Turkey is growing into this sport, bro. This is a dude who's coming from a different culture as far as entitlement is concerned. As far as the entitlement is concerned, this is a whole different culture, right? And he's run into these growing pains. This is not his first one, right? The way he communicated with Canelo, the way he communicated with Javante, things that he's done that shown things that he's done that have exposed him being new to the space as far as promoting boxing is concerned, as far as doing things, being professional in the boxing space. And he has to learn. Him communicating with Shiraz, he has to understand. Turkey has to understand that in the position that he's in, he's going to be under the magnifying glass. Right. Being that he's trying to put the biggest fights together. You heard what Tank said about why he didn't want to go fight over there. And I've gone on record to say I think Tank was well within his right to feel that way, to communicate that, because it does make a difference. Because what Turkey's not aware of or acknowledging is the actual corrupt foundation to this sport, the lawlessness, the mob's influence, just how boxing has always been a sport where bags of money are getting passed around to get to influence fights, to turn them in a certain direction, right? Yeah, no doubt, ETB, most definitely, bro. You ain't got to ask, bro. I mean, yeah, you do got to ask because I wouldn't know, but but there it is. But that's not for everybody. This is not opening up the panel, but there's a link for you, ETB. If you're not ETB, I'm telling you, I'm not bringing you up here right now. So you'll just be sitting in the back, which I'm cool with. Eventually, I will bring you up, but that link is, once again, not for you guys. It's for Keon, Everything Boxing. It is what it is. But you'll just learn the hard way if you try to come up here anyway. It is what it is. I'm not tripping. So that being said, right? Turkey has to learn. He has to grow. He has to understand what comes with the role that he plays in boxing right now, and that there's a lot of naysayers in the game, detractors who are going to catch these things and they're going to use them to kick your back in and get you out the sport because they don't really want you here. It is what it is. Salute to Keon.
Bro.
What up? Appreciate y'all.
I did not forget you. I got you written on my paper right here. We're going to talk about Tim Tszyu and Joey Spence, and I'll give you my whole entire opinion on what I think of that fight so far. I haven't looked into it that deep yet, but I did see the posting. I'll give you my opinion before the end of the show, man. Thanks. What's up? What's good with you, Keon?
What up? Man,
boxing. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Just cooking on. You
breaking up.
Yeah, you got a bad connection, Keon. We don't hear you. You there, Keon? Keon, you might have to go out and come back in, brother. It's a bad connection. We don't hear you at all.
I think. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, yeah, man. It was my phone. My phone was ringing. That was the problem. Okay, but what I was saying is that I'm hearing everybody outcry like, "Oh, I told you Turkey was corrupt. He was corrupt. He was this and that." And man, we all see what this is. It's only one fan base that's really running with this.
Right.
We see that. It's only one general fan base. That's the diehard Tank fans, because Tank supposedly don't like Turkey. So if Tank don't like Turkey, we can't like Turkey. Right. So it's been a narrative to run with. Oh, look, we told you Turkey's corrupt. He's corrupt. Look, man, We've seen this happen millions of times in boxing.
Right.
We've seen it over and over. Certain promotional companies have their guy, and they gonna make sure that the scorecards is propped up for their guy. Right. Turkey ain't the first one. He's not gonna be the last one. Like, let's stop trying to make it like, oh yeah, he's corrupt. All of them have. I mean, we seen when Floyd had the scorecards fixed when Rolly Romero fought Jackson Maríez. Mm-hmm. Rolly lost every round in that fight. He might have won one round. Mm-hmm. If y'all remember that fight.
I do.
Yep. Yeah. And Floyd was all up on the canvas and shit talk. Like, so we've seen that shit plenty of times before. I mean, do you think that, say, if Lamont Rose this weekend, you think they're gonna give Lamont Roach a fair shake? Let's just keep it real.
Not if he wins.
Do you think that Lamont Roach is gonna get a fair shake if that fight goes to the scorecards? Like, come on, man. So this is just something for people to run with, like you were saying, Clay. Like, something for them to latch on and use. Like, oh, see, we told you. But I mean, this happens all the time. I do think that Carlos Adames got robbed. Of course,
100%. It was a bad decision,
play.
Hands down, bad decision.
But again, but even with that, Turkey ain't the promoter. Frank Warren's the promoter.
Right.
So I mean, of course, Turkey's a fan. He's a fan. I'm not saying that he didn't have nothing to do with it. Like, they didn't show favoritism because that's Turkey's guy. They probably most likely did. But the truth is this happens all the time. So now, why do we want to point the finger like, oh, this happened because a Turkey, he's corrupt for boxing? When that shit happens on a Bob Arum card, is he corrupt for boxing? And that shit happens on the PBC card, are they corrupt for boxing? We've seen Oscar De La Hoya do that shit for Canelo. Is he corrupt for boxing? Well, they all corrupted.
Key, let me ask you a question, because I like what you said, right? So Turkey put up the money for the event, didn't he, right? So let me ask you a question. Now, I just heard an argument other than that, right, saying the government put up the money. Now it's Turkey. We're going to live with that. But wasn't Tank Floyd's project? Didn't he put the money up? Didn't Floyd say he is the PBC? Like, the PBC doesn't do nothing without him. So is that not him putting up the money for the fight? Right? So why is it any different? So y'all use these reasons and y'all say these things. Y'all need to think about the things y'all say. Y'all need to start listening to the timelines of things and clipping these things out and taking mental notes, because y'all say these things without even realizing the shit y'all saying. Y'all, it's not Tom Brown. Floyd said it's him. Now Tom Brown is different. Tom Brown didn't do that fight for Tank with Barroso or Barrios. It wasn't Tom Brown. That was Floyd's event. That was a Mayweather event. So, as much as you want to say it was Tom Brown, show me evidence that it was Tom Brown. But that's my point. And it's not a shot at you, Two Cents. It's just the things that you guys don't dial back. You guys just push forward. You know what I mean? It's like you guys on a train track and y'all just want to keep running to these dark tunnels, and then whatever comes out, that's what y'all run with. You know what I mean? Whatever line y'all end up on the train yard, that's what y'all run with. Yo, just honestly, be open-minded to things. Be subjective, yes, but be open-minded. Because once you start throwing things out there, remember, all the stuff is said. I could be completely wrong, but at least I'm giving my opinion. At least I will say, you know what I mean? This could be me speculating, but there are some truth to the things I'm saying. And the point is, I'm building my speculations or my opinions off the truth. I'm not just saying things because of what I see and other people are saying, and I'm just going to gather that information and run with the train. That's not how it works. But go ahead, if you can answer that for me.
Wait, hold on. Before you answer that, Keon, right? I think it's fair I think wrong is wrong.
Right.
Turkey was wrong.
Yep.
He should have stayed his butt in his seat. He's not part of the event. He should be a fan, cheer from the side, very similar to what Frank Warren did, right? Frank Moran was going crazy, screaming, losing his mind, but he didn't make his way into that corner to you know what I'm saying, to actually influence and speak to the trainers and speak directly to this is, and especially in the position that Turkey is in. It was a mistake, without a doubt, to say the least, on his side to do that. The magnifying glass is on you. The whole boxing space is watching you because you're the new guy, and you're the new guy who's moving around a lot of money and influencing of the space in a way we haven't seen an entity influence the space in a long time, right? Like the PBC probably was the last like big dogs that came in and shook things up the way he's doing it, right? So he has to be careful. He has to understand that he's trying to attract talent and to be able to coordinate these big fights. You got David Benavidez in the building, and you're trying to convince him to come and fight against Beterbiev or Bivol winner, or even fight a Caleb Smith, or you're trying to do these things. You're trying to convince Tank to or be available as a viable option to be the one who maybe facilitates the Shakur Stevenson Tank Davis fight. You're trying to put yourself in these conversations. You have to be aware that your conduct is going to be looked at through a microscope. This is fair. I expect the boxing space to do what they did right now. I just truly do. Like, you know, I think it's all fair. It's up to Turkey to show and prove. If you legitimately want to be in these conversations, this is part of it. Welcome to the big show. This is part of the game that you signed up for. Carry yourself accordingly. The same way he did when he approached Canelo, or when he approached Tim Tszyu, or when he approached Tank Davis. There's things you have to realize when you're dealing with the highest level of talent in the sport, the quote-unquote faces of the sport that you want to have over here fighting on your platform. It's all fair, but what I'm not pushing back in anybody's perspective, but I'm definitely here to say I'm not going to act like he's the first one to do something like this. Exactly. The whole boxing space has been like this forever. Your favorite promoters have done this shit. They've gotten involved in one way or another. And like I think 2 Cent said, yeah, hide your cheating better. Yeah, I think that's a difference, right? That Turkey didn't hide it as well as the more experienced, tenured promoters like Bob Arum, like people at the PBC, like Golden Boy, like every promoter has done at one point or another or played in the background of. I'm not going to act like this is the first time we're seeing it. He needs to fix it. He needs to be held accountable and understand that if you're trying to make this platform as big as you say you're going to have to make it, you're going to have to make sure that it's unbiased, and you're going to have to know things look bad. I think from Turkey's perspective, he probably didn't wrap his mind around the actual cheating nature of what he was doing. He probably was like just being like entitled and like talking to his fighter, like, come on, man, you down on these cards. Like, he probably wasn't looking at it like, hey, Clay, ask this dude a testosterone shot or something to give him strength, or like gave him a drink to make him like bionic, man. He was just like being an excited fan of boxing. Go ahead, Keon. or whoever that was. I don't know.
Yeah. So if he cheated beforehand, right? Check this out. If he cheated beforehand and already had the judges in place and already had everything set up, right? Because that's what a lot of people saying. Why would he have to get up and be frantic like that if he already knew everything was already, set up and in place? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he's just acting out of in the moment, like as a fan. Like, man, you down, man. You got to pick it up. We've seen that shit happen a lot.
Right
now, if he got up on the ring, what did he do? Touch the ring apron on him? What did he do?
Yeah, I mean, he must slapped it. He was excited, bro, and somebody sat him down too. Like, they were like, "Yo, you need to go sit down, bro. We got this." He was like, "Yo, tell him then." Remember, like he went to the trainer. And the trainer was like, "We got this, bro. You can't really be up here." And he was like, "Well, tell him then, man. You tell him. He's down 2 points, damn it." He was just kind of like being emotional, and he needs to get it together. That's all.
Yo,
Coach Eddie.
What's up?
Coach Eddie, put the volume down.
What's up?
On your YouTube channel, whatever, we can hear it.
No, that's not me.
Not you.
Yeah.
All right.
That better?
That ain't me. That ain't me. My shit was on mute.
Yeah, still coming. You said you got your TV on, Coach Eddie?
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't have a TV on.
Oh, yeah,
Definitely some feedback
it's
for me.
bouncing back to you.
Something
Maybe
is
that better?
Turn your headset down, maybe.
Let me see. Hold on. That better?
Mic
Yes.
check. Yes. I mean, it's a little bit,
Oh.
but it is better. No,
I can come back in if I need to.
Yeah, come in again. It's bad. It's like doubling up.
But yeah, I mean, just to my point, and like I said, I'm not. And Clay was 100% right. We talked about this. What's up? What's up? What's up, Blaze?
Peace, champs.
We talked about this, and I'm not even mad at you guys feeling that way. What I'm doing is the comparisons and the little things you guys take away from this, and you're moving one needle over here, saying it's okay. You know what I mean? When you applauded something, but now you want to be like, okay, this is bad because everyone and your favorite person is telling you that it's bad and that they're gambling illegally and this is how the fights are fixed. Y'all got to get that out of your mindset and be honest with yourselves. That's number one. Be honest with yourselves, and that's where I'm going to leave it.
I want to say this right to this statement right here about Bubs Boxing, and
I'm giving that man attention.
No, man, that's my guy, bro. You know what I mean? I'm going to read it first. He said Turkey should leave top-level American names alone and stick to the BC side fighters like Haney, Shakur. Why haven't we heard Turkey putting that together? Okay, let me tell you something, bro. The prize is the prize, right? Like, if the top level American fighters don't want to be involved with Turkey, there's no issues. There's absolutely zero issues with Tank not wanting to fight over there in Saudi or do any business with Turkey or any of your favorite fighters. The money is there with them. Until proven differently, that's where the money is. Fighters choosing to not go over there and fight with him or not fight on the Riyadh season or not negotiate with him aren't hurting what Turkey and Riyadh season are doing. It genuinely is not hurting them. The biggest fights that need to be put together are going to take a lot of money to make it happen. Your favorite promoters are looking for the money. Now, clearly, Golden Boy, Top Rank, these guys have made their decision. They understand we're going to work with this guy. They're used to boxing. They're used to the corruption of boxing. They understand the dynamic of this sport, and they're going to work through it. They're going to put in their checks and balances, and they're going to put in their contingencies that are going to try to protect them as much as they can. Salute to Drew Titan in the building. Salute to Drew Titan in the building, bro. I appreciate it so much, man. Thank you, King. They're going to work with this guy, and they're going to do what boxing promoters have done since the beginning of time, which is deal with the corruption, deal with all the crap that comes with it, and they're going to put themselves and their fighters hopefully in the best position they can to protect them from these things. But they're not going to not put themselves in position A to get paid or starve their fighters from getting paid, because the fans and the content, and we're going to talk about this on the show because I definitely want to talk about the content creators on the show as well. But you guys saying that Turkey should like not work with them is not hurting Turkey, it's hurting them, right? Like they're the ones. Carlos Adames may feel however he feels, but he also probably got damn near the biggest payday he ever got, right? So when you go to Carlos Adames and you say, bro, don't ever go over there again, you're also telling him never to go get that money again. And I'm sure Carlos Adames might have a little bit of a different perspective on you trying to tell him what he should do when he's getting his biggest bag, right? He's probably looking at you like, that's adorable that you have nothing to lose or gain from this and you have so much advice to give me. You middle class, arrogant, entitled little fan. You're going to tell me that I should stay my ass over here and fight on these cards while I get paid my little monies to make you happy and have you all patriotic. Keep in mind, I don't speak a word of English, so fuck your patriot motherfucking nature about who you think owns me, right? You're hilarious. Ha, 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 ha. I belong to you, right? Here's where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be here, not over there, right?
Right.
Ha, ha, ha. Big joke. Funny guy. Don't take
Clay.
hundreds of thousands of dollars, come over here and get paid $150,000, $200,000, and you'll be right? No, I don't think so, right? At the
Clay,
end of the
can
day,
you read?
uh-huh.
Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So there's a certain amount of reality and grounded, like there's delusion and there's reality about what it is, right? What it is, right? Turkey moved in a way that he needs to be corrected on. And hopefully that's what they do. And we'll be looking at the next event to make sure that he puts himself where he's supposed to be. He was wrong for what he did. And I'm on board with it. But the idea that this is some sort of evidence as to why fighters shouldn't be working with him, hopefully the fighters who support don't listen to you guys. But if they do listen to you guys and they believe that that's what they should do, they are well within their rights to do it. God bless them. They can take that financial advice from you guys, because I'm sure I've got a couple of Fortune 500 company CEOs in the building who know about money management to the level to where you rank somewhere high to give these guys advice on what they should do with their careers. But I think if we want to just be honest and not just be dumb fans, we know the reality is boxing has always been corrupt. There's been stuff going on, and when we catch these things, we can call them out. But this is not evidence why this man should be involved in the sport. Period. Go ahead, Keon. Sorry.
Can you repeat that comment that he put up real quick?
Which one?
The one that you were speaking of right now.
It's really not without Tank.
I'm gonna make sure that I heard it right.
All right, hold on.
You heard it right, brother.
Here it is right here.
There you go, kid.
Turkey should leave top-level American names alone and stick to B, C-side fighters like Haney, Shakur. Why haven't we heard Turkey putting that together? What in the hell are you talking about? How is Shakur and Haney B and C-side fighters? So that means that what he's probably saying is that Turkey should leave fighters like Tank alone and just deal with fighters like Devin and Shakur, which he's saying is B and C side fighters, if I'm correct. So Tank should fight his own shadow.
That's it.
Right? So that's basically what he's saying. That no, Turkey shouldn't touch. I'm trying to get that. So if Tank fights anybody, right? Turkey shouldn't be involved, so Tank should fight his own shadow if that's the case, because Shakur and Devin are B and C side fighters. Is that what he's saying? I don't know.
He's basically saying that the biggest talent that America has, they're basically this boxing space and this boxing community. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like our community, right? The urban community have a false sense of entitlement to boxing. They believe in their hearts that boxing is ours. It's theirs. Now, because I'm not with you niggas, right? So it's theirs. And that Turkey represents a threat to their ownership on boxing. And they most of them have not wrapped their minds around A, the international nature of this sport, and B, the fighters wanting to work with Turkey, that they see the good part of it. They see the money, they see the opportunity, they see the stage, that they love it. And they're all focused on convincing these fighters by any means necessary that this man is a big, corrupt, worst case scenario promoter to be getting involved with. And they're not acknowledging that these fighters are probably looking at them like, dog, we've been dealing with corruption our whole career. Most of us are finally finding an opportunity to get big fights and get big money because of the politics of this sport that was here before Turkey even thought about coming into sport. A lot of us have been sitting here not getting the big fights, not getting moved accordingly, not getting the opportunities because of the politics across the street, politics, fighters being put to the front and stylistically having fights given to them, cherry picked to make them into bigger fighters, us never getting opportunities to ultimately be the best we can be. We're finally getting that. And here you guys are doing what we would never think that you guys should do. You're supposedly boxing fans, and you're never supporting us, the boxers. You're always supporting the promoters, and you're always supporting the legitimate system that has been holding us back from being what we could be. And you guys are always on this side of the argument. You're a backwards fan base. You make no sense. Hence, we don't listen to you niggas no more. We don't care what you say, because very rarely are you celebrating opportunities for us or pushing us in a direction that's going to be the best thing for our family so we can feed our family. You're always talking about what's going to be better for your favorite promoter, for Al's pockets, for the PBC's pockets, for American boxing pockets. But the fighters are very rarely agreeing with you guys. David Benavidez just went over there and said, Dave, I love what Turkey's doing. He's doing great things for boxing. He's doing nothing but good things for boxing. The money is here. The big fights is here. I can't wait. I'm not going to leave the PBC alone, but we're going to bridge and make opportunities out here happen. I want to be involved in the biggest fights. Very seldomly do you see fighters, unless it's a Tank Davis, even Canelo Alvarez, who was kind of like pushing back at Turkey at first, came over, sat down with this man and said, I'm not going to pass this up. I'm here to make the most money and the biggest fights, making the most money. This guy is checking the boxes. So he left your idea of what boxing is, and he went to where boxing is going. So if your fighters want to listen to you guys, they're free to do it. Right. But I promise you, this machine is way bigger than 1 or 2 fighters. So your 1 to 2 to 3 fighters that you're cherishing and keeping so close to your heart, and that you want to keep under the ceiling of your lack of vision, you want to keep them right here in your face, let them follow you if that's what they want to do. God's willing, they're smarter than that, and they don't do that. But if they do go with your plan, it won't. What you'll realize is boxing will just go past them. It will continue. It will continue to do whatever it's going to do, and you'll just be left out. Period. That's what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, let me touch base. One, we got Blaze back in the back.
I know we got a couple people in the back. Guys, listen, I'm not letting nobody up right now, for real. I got a couple other topics I need to get into. I will let people up in a minute. I got a bunch of topics that we haven't gone to. I just happened to leave Keon up here because, yes, Keon, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But, I've got about 2 or 3 more topics that I need to go on as far as fights are concerned. And I want to talk about Shakur still in his hands and what we thought about his performance. And, Shakur, we got to talk about Tank and Lamont still. I want to have a little, comedy, 20 minutes of comedy talking about the way, Terrence kind of got Tiafimo together on camera. That was kind of funny. And definitely want to talk about David Benavidez, which you kind of touched on a little bit as far as how his trip went and what we can expect from him and what he said. And, how does this Beterbiev and Bivol result change his direction? Right. What direction is he going to go into? And as well as him bridging the PBC Riyadh season together. I think he's going to be a key player now. I'm definitely interested in what Keon thought about it. He bounced. So it is what it is, right? So,
well, let me just address that real quick too. And this is to the point I think Keon was asking. Mm-hmm. What makes them B and C level fighters? The A fighter is the guy that pulls the muscle at the card. Mm-hmm. Each person can be an A-level fighter. You can be the worst fighter in the world with the worst record, and if you're pulling up somebody that nobody knows, you're the A side. So be careful how you mention things and say these things, Bubs. And at the end of the day, you sound more to me, and I'm not trying to be funny, and this is no disrespect or slight on you, but you sound like a what's name fan, like you know what I mean, like not even a prospect type fan. You know what I mean? Like you're just getting into boxing, and you just go to these channels that you hear these things, and you just work with that. Be honest with yourself. Like I said earlier, these guys are all top-level fighters. If they weren't top-level fighters, people wouldn't be calling for the fights, including the A side that you're mentioning and defending. Fan base would not be calling for these fights. Though they call for these fights, they also give you excuses for these fights. So obviously there's a threat there. The thing is, we got to stop looking forward and holding hands of these guys and saying, oh, well, we got to protect them. These guys don't care if they protect it. And you heard what your favorite fighter said. He don't want to end up a meme. He said it. That's why he's been avoiding fighters. He said it out of his own mouth. He do not want to end up being a meme. So he's okay with everybody else being a meme. So I just think at the end of the day, bro, you guys got to understand what it really is and just keep it a buck, bro. Like I said, it's okay. It's okay to be a fan, but you also got to be honest with yourself. And that starts, you know what I mean? That's what it is.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, bro, everybody's entitled to their.
I'm telling you, first of all, bro, you ain't going to stop with that N-word because I ain't address you like that. I called you by your name. So let's be respectful. You know what I mean? Let's keep it 100 because I can go nigga too on you, bro, for real. And I'm not going to do that on this platform. You know what I mean? We could definitely tie it up. We can have this conversation like grown men. I'm not a child, bro. I'm gonna keep that 100 with you, and that's a fact.
I think at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion. It's all
Absolutely.
good, bro. Do what you do. Listen, man, run the campaign. F Turkey. Don't watch his events no more. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't support him. Like, I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, it's all good. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I do want to let you know it's not stopping nothing. And the opportunities are there. The biggest paydays are there. He's available to put the biggest fights together. If you feel like, hey, bro, it is what it is, right? But I think if you ask me personally, I don't think the boxers, and this has been a long time, even with Tank, they don't think the way y'all think. It's like whenever they get an opportunity to speak, it's like not on the same page as you guys. And I think we're going to talk about that as well, as far as the content creators, as far as building the sport is concerned, and boxing fans versus content creators. You know, like we all start off as boxing fans, but we jump into this content creation space to make content. And, you know, some of us want to make a lot of money, obviously, you want to make a living out of it. So we have to kind of like try to feed the fan base what they want to hear, right? But we're a fallen society where only the drama and the biggest nonsense steer the pot. I mean, I heard shout out to KO, bro. I'm just gonna say his name. I was gonna try to cover it up, but I remember KO being kind of confronted on one of his lives about, you know, always talking about the same thing, and him just kind of showing some frustration with the chat, like, yo, bro, I put out videos about boxing and other fights and these other things. Y'all don't go to those videos. Y'all only want to hear this. So don't come on my channel and tell me not to talk about what I'm talking about when this is the only thing you guys focus on. So I'm going to build on what the fans want to hear, and I'm going to build a successful channel, and that's what it takes. And I thought that was straight bars, mic drop when he said that, because that's what it comes down to, right? But at the same exact time, not to push back, but at the end of the day, as content creators and as boxing fans, I would like to think somewhere down the middle, we're keeping boxing in the crosshairs of being the bigger thing, and that we're playing our position as fans, which is building the best fights, supporting more boxing happening, more events happening. The more boxing that happens, the more content we have to speak on. But I really feel like we've gotten into a toxic place where the content creators have found more success in the lack of fighting happening and the controversy behind it more than the actual fights being the content. Because you go to these channels and they're not even talking about the fights no more. They're just talking about a certain topic. They're not even covering all the fights or breakdowns, or you can't even get any perspective on how the divisions are moving, or the fans aren't interested in how the divisions are moving and what the ranking structures look like. And you know, they're not aiming at unifications and undisputed and what these fighters are all aiming for. And now you got the fighters like Shakur saying F the titles, right? They don't even matter. So I just wonder if the balance is there. I wonder if we're building the sport up as content creators, if what we're doing is actually adding to the sport or taking away from the sport. I mean, it's a conversation, right? It's a conversation to have one way or another. Nobody's actually wrong or the bad guy, the good guy, but I do think it's something that can be visited, because as content creators, we all came into the space with a certain idea of what we're going to do in the boxing space. Some of us have, at least. Not all of us. Not everybody's the same. But I think a lot of us did come into the space thinking about building this sport, but it ended up becoming something kind of toxic now that we look at. And I don't know how healthy that is, right? Shout out to Warrior Class 3 who put the $20. Fighters have been focused too much on who's the A side versus the B side instead of just fighting each other. Other promoters are threatened by Turkey getting back to business. Yeah, man. And I'm being honest with you, Warrior Class, and I'm going to pass the mic because I know people in the room want to build. I don't even think it's the promoters no more. I think the promoters have all kind of come to an understanding, like, we got to work with each other. You see, though, I love Oscar De La Hoya and Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren's new dynamic. I love how Oscar De La Hoya and Eddie Hearn kind of with Oscar with his clapback Thursdays, highlight, you know, being competitive with Eddie, but the understanding of the cross promotion and boxing only being the route to boxing being great again is to eliminate the A side, B side thing and start putting together the biggest and best fights we can put together for the fans, being very important and vital to the growth of this sport. I'm all on board with that mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think the fan base is kind of like conditioned and kind of like, it's like, beware of, it's like the monster that was created, right? Like the fan base has been conditioned and they don't even see the woods for the forest. You know what I'm saying? Like the trees for the forest. They don't see it no more. Everything is just like here, right? Everything's right here. And it's like there's a lack of vision. There's a lack of vision in the sport. It's starving for it. There's just it's just like almost non-existent anymore as far as a bigger picture being taken into consideration when the content is being made.
I was just going to mention, both of you guys can answer this. Isn't it fair to say that since Turkey has started putting on more of these events and people have bitten the bullet, got on his Riyadh season cards and things of that nature, isn't it safe to say that there's more names being recognized by casuals? Casual fans are becoming more better fans of the sport. The sport has grown, I think, in the last few whatever. I mean, shout out to Jake Paul for his little things he did in boxing as well, because he helped promote some of those casual fan bases from outside the sport. But inside the sport of boxing, where the casuals lied, and I don't mean lied as in, I mean like lied in and just listened to other people. They're actually coming up with a mindset of understanding boxing and understanding who some of these fighters they never recognized are. Can we really give credit to that?
We have to. I mean, I do. Yeah, man, like we brought it up today, like an Ajit Caballero is a perfect example. Like, you know what I mean? A fighter who's dominating, who's, like I said, possibly a boogeyman in the heavyweight division right now. You would never have known who this guy was in real time if it wasn't for a platform like Riyadh season right now. You know what I mean? Take it with a grain of salt. But one thing I'm telling you guys, don't fool yourselves, bro. It's going, whatever is meant to be will be. It's moving with or without whoever you think has the power to stop it. It's just not there. Right. Tank can't stop it. Tank can do what he does until he decides to stop doing it. Tank definitely does not need Turki Al-Sheikh. He doesn't. He's a machine within himself. You know what I'm saying? He may need him if he's getting into conversations with I don't know, depending on the resources and the money that's behind him as far as facilitating these fights. He don't need him. But I think a large percentage of boxing is in need of a Turki Al-Sheikh type of character. It doesn't have to be him specifically, but somebody who's coming with those resources, with that money, with that vision, with that passion for the sport, who's willing to sacrifice, invest in a big way in something that he doesn't plan on seeing the returns on far down the line. A lot of boxers are in need of that type of person, entity in their business model, and they're aware of it. It just is what it is. I mean, right. Let me ask Keon, if it's not a Riyadh season or a Turkey at this point, let's say Turkey walks away from this sport right now. It's like, you know what? You guys are right. You don't like what I'm doing. I don't feel like being hated. You guys think I'm corrupt. You know what? We're just going to focus on soccer and the things that we've been doing on. This is the last event we're doing. You guys can have the sport. Does the sport just continue to be as great as it was before?
Hell no. Boxing is effed up if he walk away. All the way messed up. We going back to not getting none of these fights. The size of the streets and ain't no money for the fight. And, he priced himself out and all of that old shit that we was complaining about before.
Facts.
We going back to all of that old stuff that we was complaining about before, and the only ones that's gonna be happy and excited is the fan of the fighter, not the boxing fan.
Right.
It's a huge difference between the real boxing fan, which we are, and the fan of the fighter. A lot of these dudes that you hear talking and complaining and making up all these crazy narratives, they just a fan of the fighter. That's it. That's why when
salute to boxing in the building. But you're in a bubble.
Small closet. You're in a small closet.
You're in a very small bubble, bro. Like fighters are, listen, bro, you in a bubble, bro. Like respectfully, like if you think that people are don't know who Ajit Kabayel is, who watched that event, if you think people aren't looking for Yarde and don't know Joshua Buatsi now on another level, or not looking at Caleb Smith in a different way, or you know what I'm saying, if you don't think that there's a light being shined on international boxing like it hasn't been in a long time, and you don't think that's not affecting the competitive nature of this sport and opening the sport up, then you're just caught up. It sounds like you're focusing on the bubble of like PBC situations, and you're judging the growth based on if you're judging your growth based on what the PBC is doing, then yeah, boxing is getting smaller. You know what I'm saying? There's not a lot happening. You know what I'm saying? But if you're being honest, watching boxing, like constantly watching boxing, it is getting bigger. It is getting more competitive. There's a lot of fights happening. Boxing is getting it's growing in the right direction. It is not. I don't understand what the statement here is that you said. I ain't gonna lie.
And why do you want to see your favorite fighter only fight once every year and a half or 2 years? Like, make it make sense.
I ain't say you was dumb. I ain't say you was done 2 cents. Don't do
like,
that.
Okay, let's let Turkey walk away. Let's let PBC put on their events and watch your favorite fighter fight once every 2 years.
When's the last time
y'all be happy with that, right? Or just focus on like 3 main fighters.
Right.
That's what y'all be happy with.
Right. That's what I said. When did Caleb Plant last fight? Oh, before that, when did the last time that they just took an accusation that they made a big deal of Andre fight? When's the last fight he had?
Yeah.
Stop saying why are we talking about PBC? Right. Stop covering up. See, this is the thing that really gets me. These dudes know what they be doing, and then when you bring it up, they'll try to cover it up. Oh, why you bring it up, Tank? Bro, because that's your whole argument behind everything. It's either Tank or the PBC, and they go right together. Let's stop trying to pretend. Right. Like, let's stop with all the pretend shit. Just keep it a buck.
You went hard, bro. I ain't gonna lie, but
God
that's
damn.
Legitimately, like that's what I was gonna say. Like, come on, bro. Let's not act like there's a certain. Listen, man. There's a certain characteristic of a person who's pushing back on Riyadh season and what they're doing. It always fits a certain. The boxes it's just always there. It's not about. We just can get past the silliness of it all, but like we can go back, find your channels, find out what you're doing, and it's always. Every now and then, there's somebody who's genuinely like concerned about what Riyadh is doing. We understand, but a large portion of the pushback on what's happening with Riyadh and Turkey is from people who either support Tank or support PBC or both, or see it as a threat one way or another. I mean, I'm just being honest, right? Like that's what we see. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, because y'all trying to play me like I'm stupid. Okay, there's a link, 2 cents. There's a link, 2 cents. I'm not gonna let you not be able to defend yourself. If you feel like we playing you like you stupid, definitely come up.
I'm not playing her as anything.
Hold on. Let me just address the super chats in the building. Gerard Too Easy in the building. I know. Right, ninjas don't know what's good for them and always trying to bring down something positive. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. Salute to you, man. Shout out to Warrior Class back. Thank you, King. Says, I'm speaking in terms of everybody playing their positions. Boxers box, promoters promote, investors investors, sponsors sponsor, commentators commentate, judges judge, referees referee, and I think most importantly, with the big fire emoji behind it, is fans be fans. And I think that's important for us. And I've talked about that before, but just as far as what a fan looks like in this sport. And it's important. It's an important thing because we're vital to I'm not the biology, but what is it in the environment, the ecosystem? The fans play a very important part to the ecosystem of boxing, right? Like when the fans do what the fans are supposed to do, boxing grows, right? When the fans tell their fighters they want to see them fight. I very rarely hear about, I'm going to say specifically to Tank, but there's other ones too, but specifically to Tank, I very rarely hear these arguments coming from his fans about who he should be fighting next, who they want him to fight next, who they need him to fight next. Like, and if you guys are speaking on it, and I'm sure from time to time you do, it's not affecting the bottom line. It's not applying any pressure to him to put a fight on for you. I hear a lot of his fans say, I just want to see him fight. Like, I don't care. I just want to see him fight. I think it's kind of like not helping boxing a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to 2 Cents in the building.
What's going on? Look, I got to get back to work, but I want to say this real quick. I'm talking about Riyadh season. I'm talking about Turkey, Clay. You know, I've been talking about this since this whole thing came out. And I'm not one that believes that Turkey, who's working with Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, Oscar De La Hoya, is in competition and got unlimited money, allegedly, is in competition with the PBC. They are not in competition with each other. So when I'm speaking and talking about Turkey, it don't got shit to do with PBC or Tank Davis. I'm speaking from my own thoughts and my own opinions about what's going on and what I've been said and felt about Turkey from the jump, Clay, you know, since this shit first started. So don't talk to me like I'm dumb and it's Tank, it's PBC. They're not in competition with each other, which is why I don't even understand why people saying that anyway. They're not in competition. Turkey's not a promoter. He's working with 4 different promoters with government money. How the fuck they gonna be in competition? They not. So when I say you trying to play me like I'm stupid, just because I'm talking about Turkey, I'm not talking about PBC. I'm not talking about Tank Davis. I'm talking about my own thoughts, my own arguments that I've come up with on my own, with my own mind about Turkey. I don't like that shit.
Okay, so hold on, right? So right? Respectfully, like, okay, I won't dismiss the reason behind your reasoning behind talking about Turkey, right? But there is a pattern as far as usually the people who are pushing back on Turkey heavy, who look for an opportunity when Turkey did what he did, and you see the uproar coming out of it. There's usually the kind of the content creator or the fan who's talking about it and pushing back at it check boxes, right? What do they check boxes? You look at them, they're Tank fans, they're PBC, you know what I mean? PBC over everything. You know, they're trying to convince PBC fighters not to work over there. They're trying to, you know, they want to, they're using this opportunity. See, that's what Tank was talking about. He was smart. They all bring it back. We're not making it up, right? Like maybe you personally can represent for yourself your intention on as to why you feel the way you feel and why you say the things that you say. But there's overwhelmingly a certain type of fan, a certain type of content creator that pushes very hard and wastes no time in painting a narrative over this man's influence over the space in the spirit of convincing the American boxers to not participate in what he's trying to push boxing, the direction he's trying to push boxing into. I'm sure it's coincidental, but we notice it. We all can notice it. Like, and we're speaking.
I mean, but what did y'all think was gonna happen if Tank say, "I don't want to go fight over there"?
I've heard you talk before, so I already know what it is with you. So I've heard you talk before. Everything is PBC, Tank. I've heard you speak before, so you can't act like, oh, it don't have nothing to do with that. You can say all you want to, but I know what it is.
No, I'm not. I just told you it don't have nothing to do with that, so I don't gotta act like nothing. And just because you heard me talk about taking PBC before, that don't mean that this conversation is what I'm talking about. I don't understand. I just told you it wasn't. So whatever you heard me say before, I'm telling you what I'm saying right now. And right now, what I'm saying is what I'm saying don't got nothing to do with PBC or Tank Davis. It doesn't.
2 Cents. And my rebuttal to this, and it's not really a rebuttal, it's really kind of what you're saying, right? So you're basically saying everything is based on your opinions and your thoughts, which you're allowed to have, free willing, and I agree with you, right? And you're allowed to go down that rabbit hole or through that system that you please to do. But what we're saying is when we bring up the facts, and this is not against you, this is just general. When we bring up the facts or we bring up information that's being delivered based on others' opinions, it kind of comes into line with some of the things that you say. Now, I'm not telling you that's your take is what everybody else says. Please don't get it confused. What I'm saying is when we're and I apologize for it, right? I'm going to do that right now. I'm not saying you're saying the things that you may think doesn't coincide with other people say, and that may be rightfully your opinion and your thoughts, but because it does, right, it kind of puts you in the same box, and it's not purposely. So with all due respect, I'm not trying to box you up with anybody else. What I'm just saying is when you kind of push aside one thing to say something else, we want to know where the reason behind it is, and if there's not a complete reason and it ends up coming back to one circle, That's why I think a lot of people have questions. Now, you're right. You did not say turkey, and then Tank or PBC. So you're right. That's why I said I'm going to apologize. I'm going to remove you from a certain portion. But with all that being said, where were you going with the turkey situation, in my opinion, or the Riyadh season situation?
Well, and hold on, and just add to that, right? Just to kind of simplify it for me, Turkey is not new. He's another. Boxing has been corrupt in doing things like this forever. We don't know boxing to do anything else. So getting him out of here, pushing him out, what's the significance in that, right? Why the crosshairs on Turkey Al-Sheikh being in Rome, doing what the Romans are doing? Why is it seem like when things are happening, we got to get him out of here? Then we need to get everybody the fuck out of here. Okay? Because they're all doing it in one way or another, and they've all historically done things in one way or another that has shown some sort of corruption in the sport. This is not the first. Hamza Shiraz versus Carlos Adames is not the first robbery, quote unquote, that we've seen in boxing. Not by a long shot. It's almost like it almost doesn't even make any sense that somebody would bring this up and try to make this a big deal when we watch it happen all the time. Teddy Atlas is legitimately not even working in boxing anymore, commentating on boxing because of the corruption of the sport, right? He's nobody even wants him to work on their things anymore. Now he has his own little podcast, and Riyadh season is embracing him, but this man can't even work no more in the sport because he talks about the corruption in the sport. Since the beginning of time, he's been talking about it. These horrible decisions, these judges that are never held accountable, right? The way these sanctioning bodies are influenced by money, the way Mauricio Suleiman's relationship with Canelo Alvarez is crazy looking, the way some sanctioning bodies have mandatories and they strip titles or they order fights to happen, and other sanctioning bodies will let a fighter hold their belt forever. Like, there's just so many different points in this conversation. If you're talking about corruption, Turkey is not even doesn't even represent the nipple on the damn titty, right? He's not even like, he's just a hair on a camel's back when we're talking about corruption in this sport. But everybody wants to get all in the uproar of what they saw him do. And I saw it, and look, for me, how about this? I'm so used to it. When I saw it, it didn't even shake my world. You feel me? That's how used I am to corruption in sports. But what does everybody come around and do? Yo, you ain't going to talk about this? What are we talking about, bro? Of course, we're going to talk about it to a degree, but it's boxing. He needs to do better. He needs to sit his tail down in his seat. He messed up. He moved out of pocket. We can get him in line. You know what I'm saying? It's up to the boxing space to hold him accountable. But I do think that there's an over-exaggeration on what he did and this exposing and all this nonsense. Please give me a break. This has been happening forever, and it's not going to stop happening. And your fighters who choose not to work with him are going to be over here in the stateside, and they're going to get effed over like other fighters have been effed over. The question is, are they going to get paid well while they're doing it?
So, Clay, answer this question. What fighters have said they didn't want to work with Turkey?
None, except for Tank.
Okay. Now, answer this question. Truthfully, if Tank had came and said, you know what? Man, I love what Turkey doing. He give me a chance to fight all these guys, man. I've been wanting to fight my whole career. Let's run it, right? He had came out and said that, right? Now, all these fans that's complaining, would they still be complaining about Turkey?
No, they'd be loving Turkey.
So it's the follow my leader mentality. He feels this type of way. I'm a fan of him, so I got to feel this type of way. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
Call it what it is. That's what it is. I don't care how much they try to get up on platforms and curse and sugarcoat it and say, why you bring it up this? No, because I'm going to call it like it is. We see that 99% of these fans that's complaining, they're a fan of that fighter, or they're saying, well, the PBC this. And the PBC put on great events sometime also, right? But they ain't been doing it often enough for me, the boxing fan. If I had to just sit around and wait, because they always talk about the PBC. Well, if we had to sit around and wait on the PBC, we'd be getting 4 events a year. That's what we got last year. I'm a boxing fan. I don't give a damn who's putting on the event. All I care about is what they putting on. You know what I'm saying? Who's fighting who? That's what boxing. I don't care who in the stands. I don't care how many pay-per-views it sold. You know what the live gate did. All of that bullshit. I don't care about. I only care about what fights are you putting on. It could be Turkey. It could be the PBC. It could be Golden Boy Matchroom. I don't care.
You're 100%, bro. 100% family. I'm going to open the panel up a little bit. We got another content creator. I see Edwin back there. I definitely want to get him up here. I want to speak on this. Keon, I know your time be limited, but if you can hang out for as little longer or as long as you can, just hang out because I want to get your opinion on this as well. Because we're going to talk about the content creation space in boxing, and as far as what is our job, what are we here to do, what's the mission statement, and are we helping boxing, or are we just being culture vultures at the end of the day? Because if tearing down boxing is getting you 500 people inside your chat room and $1,000 in super chats, what incentive do you have to change it up or make boxing great or push for the big fights to happen or speak in that way? Because I see a lot of tearing down happening in the space. I don't see fighters being built up. I don't see fighters jumping on these content creation platforms and doing interviews or they're not connecting with what I believe is one of the last frontiers in communicating and telling boxing news. ESPN doesn't cover it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these big sports networks aren't covering boxing. We're supposed to represent that. And I don't see the fighters tapping in with us. And I don't think they need to tap in with us because I don't think we're building. I don't think we offer or are looking to offer anything that's building these boxers up. It is what it is, right? But hold on one second. Let me go ahead and first of all, put this up here because it's very important. Let me bring up Blaze for Blaze, and I'm gonna bring up round
one. Peace, y'all.
Right. Salute to everybody. Yo, Ray, are you
Clay?
there?
You can hear me, Clay?
Yeah, I got you. Ray, are you there?
I'm here.
Ray, I need you to take over for a minute. So, host it. You know what I mean? Do what you do. I'll be right back. Salute Edwin, by the way. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I want you to hear what I got to say, but
no, I'm gonna be hearing it, but I'm gonna be.
Okay.
I'm
What's
gonna
up,
be right
Ray,
here.
brother? How you doing?
I'm chilling, bro. How you doing?
Man, listen, I've been great, man. I got a little something to share here for everybody here. Okay. What you guys were talking about Turkey Al-Sheikh and the situation with him standing up and everything, I want you guys to realize one thing, gentlemen. Okay. Turkey Al-Sheikh is hosting the event, meaning he controls all participants. He's not gambling against himself. He doesn't have to beat himself. He's not going against Top Rank, Golden Boy, nothing. So when they say that he's manipulating the judges or the referee, it's kind of absurd to me, because why would you sabotage your own event that you're hosting? At what point does Turkey Al-Sheikh automatically got to become a gambler? He has all the money in the world. The best thing for you to do in a situation like that is let nature take its course. Why? Because you control both sides. And whoever wins, that's your guy. And if Turkey Al-Sheikh was dictating these fights and putting them on, then why did all his fighters, since he's been doing Riyadh season, have all lost? Even when he wanted Arthur to win that fight, so that he wanted a trilogy with Tyson Fury versus Usyk, and Tyson Fury lost again. If he was fixing these fights, he would have did that for that. As far as Clay saying the corruption in boxing, yeah, it's been around forever. But I actually think Turkey's actually cleaning up the sport more than it's ever been clean in recent years. But you got to understand that why would a man hosting an event cheat himself? It doesn't make any sense. And then as far as the PBC and Tank Davis in them situation, here's what I honestly feel on that situation, right? PBC is going down, right? And the reason why, and Tank Davis is not the only fighter that speaks up against Turki Al-Sheikh. David the Monster Benavidez, the monster, right? And a lot of PBC fighters. It seems like if Al Haim is going down, he's going down with the ship, and he's taking his boys with him. If he really loved those fighters and he loved Tank, he should tell them, I'll go down with the ships, and you guys think about your family and putting food on your table. Why is it that he's asking for loyalty? And I think Tank Davis is showing loyalty to the wrong people. Yeah, you put the first dollar in my pocket, but you also made money off of me. I owe you nothing. Okay. This is a business. And when it comes to like loyalty and all that other stuff, if it is true, because every time they say the PBC is out of boxing, man, they rise up like a phoenix. Because my man is smart. But if that's the case, don't take the ship down with you. Allow these guys to branch off, and don't make them feel like they got to kiss the ring. You know, you shouldn't let your fighters get put in that situation. And I think that, you know, Turkey's doing a lot of good things for the sport, and some things I don't agree with, but at the same time, the sport is evolving, and we need to evolve with the sport in order to support it at the end of the day, rather than bashing boxing and bashing all these fighters for all their situations, because everybody tunes in every day, and all they hear on social media is how this guy sucks, this guy's doing this. There's no more love for the sport and giving your opponent his credit so that the fight can be built bigger. Everybody wants to be an individual fan and bash everybody else. With that method, we will not succeed in this sport.
I agree, Edwin. And you know what? Well said. Blaze, before we get into your conversation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually announce that what we want to do is we want to talk about what Edwin touched on at the end of this conversation. What are we doing as fans or creators of this sport, content creators of this sport? Are we helping benefit the sport, or are we hurting the sport? That's really what we that's really where we need to go with this conversation going forward. Like, we're all content creators. You know what I mean? I can personally, and Clay tell you, I can personally have my own channel. I choose not to, because I choose to tap in and build with other channels. So they may be, and they accept me in that case. But there's a lot of times I'm not even welcome in channels, which is cool. I have no problem with that. I just know to keep my distance. But at the same time, with respect to the sport, me and Clay decided that when we were going to tap into the boxing space, and trust me, we went, Clay tell you, we went multiple different brainstorming opportunities. Do we build on this? Do we do this? Do we do that? And we came to the conclusion, and it was actually Clay's pushing of it. Keep it boxing. Let's keep it boxing. Let's move away from this. Let's stop being these guys that he always shows in these pictures. Let's be boxing fans, and let's show the world that they exist. Let's not be fans of one boxer. Let's not be fans of promotional companies. Let's not be fans of what's new and casual. Let's be as much as an analyst we can be without being a professional boxer themselves. Let's build the sport, and let's generate product and bring eyes to the sport. I think our channel has grown. I know ETB is a strong channel. Blaze, I'm not sure. I'm not going to tell you I watched your channel or not. I may have. Fight Sports Talk, I actually tapped into your channel the other day. We have a responsibility, and I think Clay is going to say that eventually. He's going to say we have a responsibility to deliver to the fans honest content. And bringing honesty to the sport is key. Whether it's our opinion or some type of facts or speculated, right? It's still honest content. And we have to acknowledge that and push that. We can't just be one-sided. And by being one-sided, and I mean that in a real good way, one-sided, is we can't just lie to people based on them giving us super chats or giving us cash apps or giving us things to make them believe that there's something that's true that may not be true, and we don't even know. We're just telling them these lies. I just think we need to keep it 100% and keep the needle pushing. On that note, Clay, the question that you may have.
I want to tap in. Also, there's 6 people up here. So we got to get some kind of like understanding on how we're gonna get this moment. So we're gonna put a little clock on. We're gonna put a clock on. Hold on, we're gonna put a clock on everybody. Give everybody an opportunity.
That's how I was just gonna suggest.
Right. So I think I'm gonna do a minute and a half. You know what I mean? I'll put it up.
Ooh,
that's
2
good,
minutes.
right?
Two.
All right.
You can't. I don't think you can get your expression out in a minute and a half, but it's up to you. It's up to you. I'm not gonna tell you how to run it.
Listen, bro. Listen. I ain't on the problems.
Hey, Clay. Before we start up, 30 seconds, right? That's a great point, Ray. What you just said, and I said to myself the other day. I noticed that I no longer saw Shakur Stevenson anymore because of my take on the way the boxing world has me always comparing them to like tanking them, that I can no longer see his fighting style and the beauty that he brings to boxing, because I'm always comparing them, and that's what the fighting world got me doing. When Clay said that, we can't see some of these fighters no more for the good performances that they're doing, because we're always judging them against another guy.
Right. Salute to Rollo Green in the building, Thomas Hill in the building, Nine Fingers in the building. Right. Salute. Teach.
So hold on a second here.
I got the timer on.
What's up? I've been waiting, man. Can I cook?
Yeah. Hold on. So you got the timer?
Yeah, I got it.
You got it. Okay, because I was trying to. I don't know. My phone acting weird, but I'm okay. You got it, right?
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, Blaze. What we'll do is we'll bring it full circle. We can start with you. It's not a problem. You'll get 2 minutes on the clock to kind of build on whatever you want to build on. And then we'll tell you the time is up, and we'll move.
I'll go last. I'll go last. He can skip over me and then go around like that, because I want to hear everybody.
Okay.
Bro already went, man. It had more than 2 minutes to cook. I just want to name that because I've been watching for a while and waiting for a while.
No, we're starting over. We're starting now. We're starting officially now. That's why I take it into consideration. I hear you. That's why we're doing it right now. Trust me, we're good. So we can start with you in 2 minutes, just kind of build. It'll come. Trust me, you'll like it better. It'll come back around to you quicker, and you know what I'm saying. It'll be way more consistent. All right, go ahead.
I'm with it.
Go ahead, Ray.
Peace, y'all. Real quick. I want to start off just because there's a lot of things that was touched, but what I would think is Turkey's a boss, and he's a Saudi boss, and different customs and how he moves. He's also a fan of the sport that he's investing in, and not just the sport, the particular boxers, but the ecosystem, and particularly with the Disputed. And I do want to give a shout out when Ray talk about my channel. I'm fledgling. I'm just starting. I ain't really figured out what I'm settling into, right now. So right now, my station is just me streaming Undisputed. In the top 20 in the world, top fighters in the world that are particularly doing it. And so real quick, Tank had a good point, made a good point, or he had a point, an opinion, and it seemed to be validated with the perception of Turkey when he's like, hey, they want to see me lose, and then the optics of Turkey doing that. I don't think Turkey was doing nothing wrong. I think Turkey is a fan. I think Turkey has that power. And so I think his people around him, his advisors, will get with him and say, hey, it's a bad look, even if he ain't doing nothing wrong, which I don't believe he was doing anything wrong. And then I would just say this, man, YouTube and these social media platforms are who they are. So, it thrives off of trolls, it thrives off of controversy, it thrives off of inaccurate thought. So for me, as far as me, I come in with a strong opinion. I try to be as accurate as possible. I have my opinions and analysis. I love these debates because I get in debates with individuals and my mind changes, right? But we got to understand the landscape of what we're dealing with. So me, if I was to produce content and I just want to be accurate opinion, I'm going to shoot my video out. If I'm here live streaming, and then I'll just end right here. Yeah, thank you. 30 seconds. If I'm here live streaming, then I'm dealing with the peanut gallery. I'm dealing with the trolls. I'm dealing with the strong-mindedness. That comes with the platform, right? But for me, I'm not looking to blow my channel up off of nonsense, right? So as I organically get on here and I get my subscribers up, my brand's gonna be what my brand's gonna be similar to y'all. We're gonna have constructive conversations. We're gonna talk as boxing analysts. We're gonna also entertain the trolls in the chat. But nonetheless, we're gonna stick to our branding, and so I respect what y'all doing. And so thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. I see he had a kind of speech. So I hope that we can relax. The 2 minutes, maybe we might stretch. I don't know, but I think 2 minutes is good. But let's keep going with 2 minutes and see how. Maybe he needs a little more time. Maybe 2 minutes ain't enough. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. Yeah. Let's go ahead with Fight Sports Talk. My guy from New Zealand. First thing I always say, Fight Sports Talk, before we ever move into a conversation is, how is the weather in New Zealand?
Oh, I'm on my way here.
Well, first of all, guys, thanks for having me on. It felt weird to call in late today, so but yeah, the weather's good, so yeah, can't complain. And yeah, Ray, thanks for giving my channel a shout out earlier.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would say I want to go back to something which I think I did one video on last year, but I should have done more, and that was when Turki Al-Sheikh was saying there was a point where he said he wanted to do Naoya Inoue versus Tank Davis, a stupid fight, which has driven me crazy over the years. And he was saying it with a lot of arrogance. And he said at one point in the interview, come to Saudi, basically, not in a way that you speak to a high level fighter. And I was getting concerned that Turki Al-Sheikh was talking with such arrogance to, again, one of the best fighters in the world. But you see him now taking photos with Naoya Inoue, and him showing Riyadh season on his shorts shows that he's come to his senses a little bit. And listen, as a huge critic of Canelo Alvarez, I can't argue with what Turki said to him last year over the internet, but still, it's not the way you should speak to the best fighters in the world if you plan to work with them. And now he's taking photos with him, and we hear stories of him fighting the winner of Conor being Chris Eubank, another stupid fight. So it shows that Turki can work with these guys even though he has his disagreements. So in terms of Turki being a creator versus a fan, he's clearly a fan of the sport, but it doesn't mean he's perfect. And
wait. Fight Sports. I don't mean to interrupt you. Pause right quick, Ray. I'm not talking about Turki. I'm talking about us, me, you. I'm talking about the boxing space, the content creators on YouTube serving our purpose and what our purpose is, as far as, because all of us have transitioned from, I understand. So all of us has transitioned from a fan first. We began as fans, you know what I'm saying? And then we said we want to make a channel. We made the channel, and what was the purpose behind it? And how does that transition into us being creators? Because sometimes just being a boxing fan is not enough. You got to get the controversy going, and you got to get everything kind of moving and stir the pot to make this what it needs to be, as far as it being profitable, as far as it being successful. But at the same time, there's a compromise happening. But do you think that we are benefiting the sport? Shouldn't we be benefiting the sport? Shouldn't we be helping the sport become bigger? And what does that look like if we're doing our jobs correctly?
Right. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I believe we do benefit the sport, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a part of the YTBC, but I believe we do because we talk about certain subjects that a lot of the big media outlets don't touch, and we've got views and opinions which again the mainstream media don't always entertain. A lot of it is certain fighters not taking certain fights. So yeah, the more discussions, the better, and yeah, we can push the sport forward in a positive direction with these kind of discussions because they're needed.
No doubt. Okay.
7 seconds left.
All right. Where we gonna go? You want to go with Keon? You want to tap into this and I'm gonna ask you the question more almost like an interview style, because you've been doing this. You're the most experienced content creator on this platform right now, on this board right now, and you've done a great job at it. You've done a real good job at it, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually interested in, because you've been in it for years. So if you've seen the transition, you've seen it go from where it began years ago to where it is today. As far as the relationship with the sport growing, where is it been a good thing, a bad thing? Does it need to improve? Is it good the way it is?
Honestly,
what is this supposed to look like?
Yeah, honestly, man. So when we came in, I remember being able to sit on the panels, do shows, and actually break down fights, talk about all the fighters. And now it seems like it's a different type of fan base that's come in. Totally different type of fan base. They don't give a damn about you breaking down a fight. They only care about a handful of fighters. And if you're not talking about those handful of fighters, they don't really care. Their attention span don't even want to listen to it, right? So I think that it's a good thing in part of we're able to, inform people about fights and upcoming events that's coming up that ESPN and these big platforms don't talk about. But it's also got it's got horrible, like the YouTube space and us And I think it's got horrible because, like y'all said, like they don't want to hear about boxing. They just want to hear about the BS. Right. You know, but I think a lot of that shit comes from other social media platforms like X. You go on X, that shit's horrible. You know, it's good and bad. It just depends on what way you're talking about. I mean, so you know.
Yeah, I'll just add one more thing to it and just say, what does content creators look like in a space where boxing is growing? Like, what does their role look like? What are they doing in this perfect situation to where
it looked like a bunch of grouping up shit? You know, this channel is for this dude.
No, Keon, I'm talking about like what should it look like? Like in a perfect space where it's working, where it's helping boxing, what does that content creation look like? That's like pushing boxing and doing the job the right way.
It should be just basically talking about boxing, like what fights, matching up fights, breaking down fights, and all of that. But that's not. I mean, but that's that ain't gonna happen. Right, you know, we see where it's going, but you know, we can only do our best. Like I start off all my shows by breaking down all the fights that's happening and going through it. Then I'll get into the BS that everybody want to hear.
No doubt.
Funny.
No doubt. Let me shout out this super chat and then Ray, you can push it in the direction. I think I guess it was getting ready to come back to Edwin or Coach Eddie. I'm not sure. So, you know better than me, but let me call this one out right quick. Hunter Young, salute to Hunter. Get it back in line, Clay. Yeah, you go again doing that bias stuff. Says Turkey is about BFTV. He's not talking about the channel. He's talking about the best fighting the best. He pays Shakur, and shout out to BFTV, by the way. He pays Shakur's purse and let PBC make the Tank fight on Prime, especially because money isn't an issue for him. I think that it's very realistic that it can happen that way. I think it's very realistic that I think what's more than likely going to happen, and I'm just saying that I think David Benavidez, what he represents, and I want to talk about that today on the panel too, after we talk about this, is what he represents is a legitimate, in my opinion, the first legitimate bridge between the PBC and Riyadh. Like he legitimately looks like, I like what he's doing. The fact that he's saying, I'm not leaving PBC. We're going to have to work together. And I think he has enough star power and enough momentum on his side together to where both these guys are going to come together in the most genuine way for the first time. And that we're going to actually see a benefit in this, not just for us as boxing fans, but for the PBC. I think there's a benefit in like what Edwin was talking about, and I'm sure he's going to get into, about allowing and seeing the bigger picture and being like, you know what? I'm maybe holding back my fighters by making them wait on me to get my ish together. Maybe this fighter, a level of fighter like David Benavidez, is actually going to be like worthwhile coming to the table and talking about this, because his opportunities in front of him are great. He's built a great amount of momentum based on that victory he took from with David Morrell. Everybody's screaming for his next move to be his best move. I would like to think everybody involved in that conversation who has invested interest in David Benavidez's career to be willing to come to the table and be like, all right, man, let's chop it up, bro. Let's chop it up and let's not force David Benavidez's hand to potentially do like Canelo had to do when it was all said and done. Let's not
mention he had to force the last fight, right? He had to force the last fight, I said. But all right. So, Coach Eddie, did you want to tap in on this as well, or you want to move to the next conversation?
No, not next conversation, because we still got to get Edwin. So let's let Coach get. Well, Edwin, you said you wanted to go last, so
yeah. I just wanted to tap in on what you were speaking about about content creators. You know, the topic, like what you were saying, us as content creators, what do we do for the sport, right? And I was talking about this on my channel that Josh Padley came into that fight against Shakur Stevenson, and on like Wednesday he was on the side of a house working on an electricity box, and on Friday he was weighing in. Now, when you talk about dreams and aspirations in this sport, when you get that kind of phone call, that man went in there and he truly fought like there was no tomorrow, like he didn't want to go back to work. That man's heart was on full display. He got dropped, got up. The kind of ass whooping Shakur started putting on him, most men, I think, would have folded. This man was fighting. He had a will. There's not a measuring stick for that in boxing. No one knows how far a man's willing to go. And Josh Padley looked like he was willing to die in that ring. What saved him was his corner and the towel. Because, I saw that. And I had to express that on my channel as a content creator to show you how far these men are willing to go to change their stars. And after all his efforts of fighting, and he gave the best he could on 3 days' notice, you know what the fans called him? A cab driver, electrician. For you to go in there and put everything on the line and be willing to die, and the next day log on and the world views your efforts as a cab driver, we are no longer seeing the purity of the sport. You will no longer give guys their credit, because when a guy's warrior spirit and his heart like that was on full display and no one noticed it, that man was willing to die. And as a content creator, we got to acknowledge the other side. Thank you.
Good job, Edwin. Edwin had that timer going on his side too. You could tell. He was cheating. He was cheating. We got to highlight that. He was cheating.
He put 2 minutes on his computer.
I'm a well-oiled machine.
Much love. Much love.
Salute to Blaze. Is Coach Eddie? Are you? I'm sorry. Ray, I'm just gonna let you have at it, bro. Go ahead. Do what you do, bro.
Yeah, man. So as far as the content creators, it's kind of like you know where to go depending on what you want to hear today. When I want to hear some truth, the voice of reason, and some level-headedness, I come over here. If I want to go to the ratchet stuff, I know where to go. If I want to hear some stuff being, tell lies and propaganda, I know where to go. If I want to just go there and just put some batteries in some people's back and just say some things to get everybody, riled up, and I just fall back into the background and just let these clowns entertain me, I do that too sometimes, you know what I mean? But over here at the end of the day, I like what Edwin said. Boxing has always been, it's called a poor, it's a blue collar sport. Marvin Hagler went to construction job. Joe Smith went to construction job. That's what it's literally rags to riches, and I can sympathize with Padley because I used to be that guy who used to go on my lunch break and go weigh in for fights and then come back to work and then fight the same day. And I hear these, I fight the same night, go to work and then fight the same night. That's what boxing is. It's always been like that. Boxing is a poor man's sport. It was a documentary called Facing Ali. I don't know if everybody ever seen that, but every nationality, creed, person that ever came to America, when they were on the bottom, they fought. That's what they did. Poor people. And they put the gloves on them and they throw them in the ring and it made them fight. And that's where I'm gonna land my plane.
Okay, fair enough. 1 minute left.
Blaze. Blaze just stepped in.
Blaze. Oh, go ahead, Blaze. I thought Blaze went. He was second, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he did. He just dipped out and came back in, but we changed the topic. Yeah. Also, I mean, he just left again. Damn. Damn, bro. We didn't talk. It's so funny. These panels, they're awesome, but you lose your track of where you were gonna go. We didn't talk about Joseph Parker and Bacoli. We didn't talk, and we definitely didn't talk about the main event, Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev.
We can swing it around.
Can we do that? All right. I really want to do that.
Let's swing it around.
These conversations be straight, but I'm really love talking boxing, man. I just want to be honest. Like I really do. You know what I'm saying? And when the panel is right, I like to take advantage of panels like this to talk about boxing and not talk about all the messy stuff, right? But
now it's time to tap in.
Yeah,
do content creator work.
Hold on.
I believe that that this is a content creator kind of panel. So I thought the conversation about content creators and opinion, especially with the experience of Keon on here, I always try to take advantage of those kind of people, and let's talk about boxing, in the content creation space. But anyway, that being said, Joseph Parker and Martin Bacoli fought, right? We know the story behind it. Martin Bacoli, super last minute, maybe even last second, replacement for Daniel Dubois, who caught caught a bug as well. And I'm also interested in everybody's opinion on that whole situation, people getting sick in Saudi as well. But look, that fight went in, going into that fight, knowing that Martin McCauley was a last-minute replacement, the rumors were circulating. This guy's well over 300 pounds, right? And Martin McCauley had put out that he was kind of in a beginning of a training camp, getting ready for FA Jogba. But at the same time, I think we've come to find out that just wasn't true. That in all reality, he hadn't even walked around the block in a high pace since he fought Jared Anderson. When he fought Jared Anderson, just food for thought, I believe he came in that ring about like 270 something. You know what I'm saying? I believe he came in for that fight. So just kind of to put some perspective, this guy weighed in 315 pounds, right? The day he got into Saudi in a 10-hour flight, connection flights, and all. He landed like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning the day of the fight, and I think he got like hardly no sleep. I heard he was like sleeping. I heard it was a crazy situation. But that being said, taking all those things into consideration, and also Joseph Parker came in, I think 286. So 267, right? Okay. So he came in a big boy too, because I think normally he's like a 240 250 type of dude. And so he came in 267 and change. So he was a big guy in the ring as well. Taking all those things in consideration, what did you see? And more importantly, right now, what did you guys expect to see? You could put the clock on him, Ray. We can start with the guy right next to you, with Keon, if Keon wants to tap into this fight and kind of give some perspective on what he felt like going into it.
All right, go for it, Keon.
So I put in a little parlay, right? And that fight, I left off my ticket. I didn't expect McCauley to be able to hop off a plane hours before the fight after flying, 14 hours or more, having a layover and all, everything he had to go through, right? Not training. Then I see he wasn't in shape. He was like 330 pounds. I saw he wasn't in shape. I've seen him in his best fight shape. He was far off from that. So, like me, I wasn't really expecting nothing, man, out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't, like, I wouldn't have been surprised if he had a caught Joseph Parker early and got the knockout, and I wasn't surprised when he got stopped. It just wasn't. So it was one of those situations to, like, what could you expect? I just take my hat off to him for getting in there through all the circumstances and putting it on the line. That's all you could really give me a respect. He went in there for the 2 rounds, and he didn't take no punishment, so that's a good thing. But I just, that one, man, it wasn't really nothing for me to expect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're good. We got 40 seconds. So,
all right, Coach.
Yes, same thing, man. I expected Martin McCauley to get smashed, to be honest, man. I know he was going to get smashed. Dude came in 315 pounds, and Joseph Parker, with the weight gain, that let me know that he came to knock somebody out, because I never seen him, that big. And Joseph he has some power, and you add another 20 or 30 pounds onto that, you're hitting now. You really are. And plus, Joseph is a lot more mobile than Martin McCauley. Martin McCauley doesn't have the best defense. You know what I mean? There's nothing. He's a big puncher. Yeah, he did dismantle Jared Anderson, but that's Jared Anderson. I didn't put too much stock into that. It was a good win, don't get me wrong, but we seen McCauley get beat by Michael Hunter. So even if McCauley had a full training camp, I still would favor Joseph Parker to beat him. I think he did have too many defensive liabilities, and I think Joseph is crafty enough. Joseph Parker has the best resume in heavyweight boxing. You want to keep it 100. He's the Sean Porter of heavyweight boxing. That dude that literally fought everybody and dug no smoke, and I think he deserves a shot. Even with hey, hats off to him, man. That shot that he threw, man, it was perfect. It kind of bounced off the temple, and it was crazy. And then the way it was kind of like McCauley kind of short-circuited like a robot or something. I thought he took it at first, and then next thing you know, he just fell apart, man, like a $2 watch. You know what I'm saying? So it was crazy, man.
Yeah, look like
I didn't expect much.
It looked like he thought he had it too. He was like, "Okay, I'm good." He was like, "Wait, I don't think I'm good. Wait, no, I ain't good. This is bad. Bye."
All right. Yeah.
We can go over the fight sports talk, I guess, on that one. Also, if you guys don't mind, but we'll bring it full circle. But the diversion of Joseph Parker being 267 Joseph Parker, was that bad news for Daniel Dubois or bad news for Joseph Parker? I agree with you. I think totally he looked like he was trying to go in there and be a puncher, which I don't know if that's what I don't know. But you guys let me know what you think when it comes to you, what you think about that.
Yeah, I want to
67.
Hold on that one. Let me just tap in real quick to what Coach Eddie said. See, I never knew Joseph Parker to be a mover. He seemed like he was tailor made for Piccoli because he just moves forward, he punches with his head down, right? And then when you put pressure on him, he backs straight up. He doesn't really move laterally. So I thought it was like, I ain't gonna lie to you, I thought it was gonna be a mismatch until I seen the weight. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Like I said, I actually, HEB, I promise you, I told Clay, I missed the parlay because I was driving. I was like, yo, I should have took that fight. And I had all 3 upsets. I literally had all 3 upsets. And I told Clay, I said, man, I was just like, yo, Clay, I should have took this. I should have took it. I had it. I was arguing with my wife, like I should have took it. So on that note, absolutely, I should have took that fight. I would have won. But yeah, I thought that he was tailor made for a Piccoli type fight.
Okay, we'll put it on Fight Sports Talk.
Yep, we're ready.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't really know how much better Joseph Parker is because Piccoli just wasn't able to show up. But yeah, how could you expect him to, given the circumstances? But I'll just quote something that Teddy Atlas said. You know, we have to. The mere fact that we had a top level fighter prepared to do this, and he took it without question. That's something. Look, I'm going to get criticized for this because I am New Zealander, but we would not have seen Frank Warren allow Daniel Dubois to take on a fight in this situation if the roles were reversed. So we can only credit Parker for taking the fight, given the circumstances. And in terms of what's next, I mean, I echo what you guys said. I was very concerned about the weight. I thought Joseph Parker was not supposed to be 267. I mean, I've watched all of his big fights when he was here in New Zealand, when he was first world champion, undefeated. He was a beast at around 230, 240. To be 267 was crazy to me, but it shows that he actually is prepared to make the most of this Kronk style at an older age. And given the kind of humble guy he is, the kind of athlete, I'm very intrigued to see how that works for him. And I'm not going to say Daniel Dubois pulled a fast one, but the mere fact that he hasn't even acknowledged Joseph Parker is really rubbing me the wrong way. I feel at the bare minimum, you have to acknowledge, I shouldn't have. Yeah, this was inconvenient for everyone. And Parker should definitely get the next shot against Usyk because it's inconvenient for Dubois, of course, but it's inconvenient mostly for the guy who got put in a bad situation, risked it all for everyone, and came out with flying colors. So, yeah, he deserves the next shot. Very interested to see what this new style means with this kind of weight. And, yeah, always a fan of Parker.
Perfect.
Look how we landing these planes today, baby. Salute to round one sports talk. Salute to Edwin in the building, and y'all
what's up, brother?
Subscribe to his channel as well. By the way, got a great channel as well. Go ahead, Edwin.
Thank you. My opinion about this Joseph Parker fight. Well, I give Mark and Piccoli credit for taking the fight on short notice and saving the card. I don't think you could have got a bigger name than the alleged boogeyman of the division. Obviously, he was overweight. You saw that his hand and his face was really big. As far as the fight itself, you got to remember that Joseph Parker trained for Daniel Dubois. He didn't train for Martin Piccoli. So the fact that he came in heavier instead of trying to be slicker. And as far as the comment where that you said that Martin Piccoli lost to Hunter, yeah, but I thought the other way with this. I said Joseph Parker lost to freaking the juggernaut there, Joe Joyce. I was like, you lose to that guy, so it was. I thought that Martin could have had a shot, but 2 days off the couch, that was asking for a lot. And as far as Daniel Dubois getting sick, I'm not sure if the Schofields have done this yet, but I thought that they were going to link their case to him getting sick. And my thing to that is, just because Daniel Dubois got sick, he was able to prove it in the hospital, but where's your proof His being sick does not acquit you for everything you said and all the accusations. As soon as you touch down, just because another man got sick, that doesn't validate you getting sick. You see, or the way you pulled out. Don't try to use somebody else's gimmick to clear your name with everything that you said. We want receipts to what you said. You say you're going to provide proof. We need to see that proof. So that's what I think about that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Great way. We land in these planes today, flying out into Blaze Pound for Pounds Airport. Blaze, I don't know. That was kind of corny. I know. I tried. Go ahead, Blaze.
Yeah, I would say with Joseph Parker, just, and I can be brief with this, is, and it just like with Shakur Stevenson, I want to give a shout out to Turkey and them guys for being able to get replacements last minute. Getting a big name for a heavyweight fight in Bicoli last minute was big. Obviously him coming in super overweight probably seemed like, he beat Big Baby and then lived like a king, man, until he jumped in and then, had an opportunity to jump to get another bag and rush to it. And I think, there shouldn't have been no expectations. Joseph Parker is a championship contender, right? So if you're coming in last minute, 2 days notice, we can't expect anybody coming in to be able to compete against him. So he did what he was supposed to do. Just like Shakur did what he was supposed to do. With Josh Padley coming in, and shout out to Josh Padley coming in weight, coming in shape. But there's levels to boxing, with no type of training camp and not preparing to fight a high skill boxer like Shakur, you shouldn't have any expectations. So I really just like the fact that they was able to get replacements. They was able to get solid opponents for these. But at the end of the day, this is when we're talking about why people are fans of these individual boxers, and then why we really respect the sport. You can't jump in 2 days notice and think you're going to have any type of work, under these bright lights with the level of professionalism of these boxers. So, that was my 2 cents. So when Bicoli jumped in, I'm like, okay, Parker, ready? I seen the reactions and all that before the fight. And it was like, I seen his concern more so like, damn, man, they going to take away my opportunity to get a bag or be able to perform under these lights. And so, he handled his business. And so I don't take nothing away from Bicoli, like big respect for him jumping in last minute, and getting his money, and then what I do want to say is with Josh Padley, much respect to him, and like I said, everybody called him electrician and all that. They try to call it disrespect, but it was like, hey, he said that's what he was doing, but casual fans is going to disrespect what he did. I went back and watched his last fight. He fight at a high level, got a great camp and everything. So the fact that we see now, like the brother was talking about, look, he done got that bag and he's invested in being a full-time fighter. Yes. And so, with that said, that's much love and respect to Josh Padley. I'm a fan now.
I like that.
I like that. Definitely like that. And by the way, just to add to that real quick, like 10 seconds, just to say, we need to get used to doing things like that as far as celebrating these fighters, man, for trying and for being in there and just
taking the risk
forward. We got to learn how to do that. And I think Edwin said it before, and I always credit Floyd Mayweather for being that guy who, Mr. Hell of a Fighter. He was so famous for always saying that, right? And he understood the importance of building up these fighters. He was going to get in the ring with, especially because if that fighter ain't ish, then what is his accomplishment at the end of the day when he beats that fighter? So we just got to learn to just build up these fighters, man, to build them up as much as we can.
Play 10 seconds, and Josh Padley sacrifices. So that goes to show you that how dedicated he was.
Right, no doubt.
No set. Good job. All right.
Hacker.
Yo, what's up, guys? Can y'all hear me well?
Yeah. Now that you here, brother. How you doing?
Awesome. Good, brother. What's up, Clay and Rain? So when it comes to that Bicoli fight, right? I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know what to expect because on one hand, Bicoli, like it was sort of mystery how good he was. He beat the hell out of Big Baby. That's one thing I remember from him punching Big Baby, like punch the hell out of him. And then he's coming into this fight, and we hear all these sparring stories, how he stopped Usyk in sparring, he stopped somebody else in sparring. Like it was so weird, like how good he was. I knew he wouldn't be in great shape, but then again, when you look at his style, like nobody really looks at his athleticism. It's always about that punch, Like he gotta have that brain-shattering punch when it comes to that fight. But then on the other hand, what was really intriguing was Joseph Parker seemed a little bit excited to fight Bicoli. Like that sort of gave me a little bit like, maybe something, And then when Bocoli came in the ring, he got knocked out in the second round. I was like, I guess he wasn't. I don't know. Maybe it was preparation. It could have been just preparation. But then Parker has also been looking good as of recently. I think Parker's career is the epitome of like, just because you take a loss doesn't mean your career is over. Because look at him now. But when it comes to Padley, Padley was interesting because he came in at 135 in 3 days, and I think the brother fights at 140. I don't know who does that. Who just walks around lower than the actual fight weight. So I think he was already in shape, and for him to go so many rounds with Shakur, I do believe he was in shape. I think at the end of the day, like I think Shakur boxed beautifully. I thought it was a great fight. I think Padley left it all in the ring. At the end of the day, no matter what, people can't say Padley didn't have heart to even step into Shakur because most fighters don't even want to get in the ring with Shakur. Let's be real about that. I hear this argument about like, oh, he was an electrician. He had a job and stuff. I'm like, most fighters have secondary source of income.
And I like what you just said. I mean, we want to touch on that anyway. He might not segue into it, but I think he will.
I definitely plan on. That's why I kind of ran out of time. B, hold up. We gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Word.
I want to tap in real quick on the back end of this Martin Bacoli, Joseph Parker situation. I'll also say that I'm not gonna lie. When Martin Bacoli first got brought up, I was like, it's over for Joseph Parker. I think my instincts of just remembering what he did with Jared, I'm like, oh man, this is horrible, bro. What is Joseph Parker's team thinking about, bro? He's gonna bring in the boogeyman, bro. He's gonna, But then you had to put everything into perspective, right? And I think as soon as I heard the weight, I was like, oh damn, I forgot. Is this dude training? Is this dude taken seriously? But shout out to Adele Adalopo who commented on this, and I kind of felt the same way about it. Like, hey, Martin, this is an opportunity of a lifetime for you, bro. You almost you're up in age. You almost didn't make it. Like if Turkey didn't step up and like put like a machine behind you to push you forward, nobody was trying to fight you, brother. I think it's borderline irresponsible for this man to be walking around anywhere near 315 pounds. Yeah, I think, brother, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not like, shout out to Martin Bacoli. Like, I got mad love and respectfully, brother. No, bro. 315 pounds is unacceptable, bro. You can get a phone call anytime. You already see how your career is working out. I do find it kind of diabolical that this dude was walking around that big, man. Don't let the money you got from beating up on Jared Anderson get to your head, brother. Stay ready, man. I'm not saying you got to be walking around 270, but brother, 290, 285, somewhere around there, be ready to do something. 315 is, there's a difference between the Jared Anderson Bacoli and the big back Bacoli we saw against Joseph Parker. It is what it is. I don't want no problems. I don't want no smoke with the.
You gotta stay disciplined.
Well, hold on. Let's be real with it though. So every single person in this room probably thought the same thing, but a few, right? And I'm going to say that because I was watching, as Keon mentioned earlier, to X, right? Being a social platform for boxing that we see a lot of things on. And I've seen the memes of Joseph Parker's face and, what did he look like when they announced the fight? What did it look like when he got a whisper in his ear? What his face was supposed to be like, bro, like his heart dropped. I've seen it and heard it all. So it's funny that this guy actually didn't. If he dropped his heart, he picked it up. He brought it with him in the ring. And yes, he was getting hit with some shots I thought was going to knock him out. But it looked like those shots started slowing down. I'm not, being crazy, but it looked like they started slowing down. And he found the timing and he was able to, luckily, and I'm going to use the word luckily very much so, land a shot right in between punches. And what do you call that dude from Punch Out? King Hippo, this dude, onto the ground, because that's exactly how he fell down. Ooh, right? If you watch Punch Out, Mike Tyson's Punch Out, that's exactly how he fell. So shout out to both of the fighters for stepping up and doing it. And that's much respect to the game. All or none.
100%. All right, so let me go ahead and open up the next topic, and we already kind of started talking about a little bit, right? After this one, we definitely got to get into the Dimitri Bivol Artur Beterbiev, but Shakur Stevenson going into it. Shakur Stevenson was supposed to fight Floyd Schofield. We know what the story is. Edwin already called Floyd Schofield out and said, "Man, we want to see the paperwork. We want to see the paperwork. You was acting crazy. You were saying." a lot of crazy allegations. If it wasn't for the allegations, and I think people also should take that into consideration, because I also see a lot of people in the social media space, not a lot, but a handful, who are like, maybe we're being unfair to the Schofields. You know what I mean?
Well, thank God for the truck driver.
Right. Well,
saved his life. 2 brothers handcuffed with drugs. Let's let him go because of his word. Where have you ever seen that?
Hold on, Edwin. But I hear you, brother. I already can tell Edwin's about to go in, and when we talk about that one, he go out to get him. But listen,
that shit's such a lie.
I know.
Anyway,
right?
Go.
So some people are saying that we're being unfair to Schofield to a degree, because we're not doing the same with Daniel, right? Daniel Dubois, you're not questioning him, but I definitely think there's a difference in character as far as what we've seen thus far. Schofield also pulled out of the fight with H2O. He had situations there before, not to mention, but I think the worst thing that just held weight and judgment over the situation was the allegations, right? The accusations were just diabolical, and that's what it's all about, right? So it is what it is. But that being said, Schofield pulled out, Josh Padley pulled in, Shakur Stevenson, this is his first performance since he's left Top Rank on Matchroom. We know what he's gone through to get to this point, the hand surgery. We know about the Williams Zepeda situation, him kind of like in his own way ducking Shakur, and F it. Josh Padley it is, right? Josh Padley coming over a good fight and an upset win over Mark Chamberlain, who I happen to think is a great lightweight. I like Mark Chamberlain. It was a bad night for him the day he fought Josh Padley, but I still think he's one of those guys. But that's a significant win for Josh Padley. End up becoming one of Turkey's favorite fighters. Like, I'm going to put him in a position, gives him the position. This kid, as it was stated on this panel, came in on weight and with 3 to 4 days notice, weighed in at 134 and change. Keep in mind that his last fight he had, which was against Mark Chamberlain, he came in like 139 and change. So this is Martin McCauley, take notes, right? So this is somebody who's ready for opportunity. He stays ready, so he don't got to get ready. And I think Shakur even alluded to this, and I thought about it myself. The way the Schofields were acting, I wouldn't be shocked at all if Eddie Hearn didn't kind of like already put it out there to, John's like, hey, just stay ready. We're not too sure. My fighter doesn't believe it. I'm starting to kind of feel where he's coming from with this. Hey, bro, I'm just saying, I'm not guaranteeing nothing, but just chill out on the milkshake. Chill out on the milkshakes and the donuts for the next couple of days. Keep your ear close to the phone. I might need to holler at you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to put it onto the panel. I'll let Ray go ahead and push it over. I'm assuming Keon can speak on it. I want to know, first of all, what did we want to see from Shakur? Because I don't think nobody had him losing in this fight, but you definitely had a lot of stuff that you had to be looking forward to seeing from Shakur. And did he check those boxes? And what do you think about him now?
I'm gonna tap off with a small segment of this, and I'm gonna pass on to Keon. And I said this on the last point, Clay, on our last show. I'm sorry, when I said I think Shakur may struggle a little bit, and not even struggle in a way that he's going to look bad struggling. Like, the point is that he's not prepared for this fighter, and it's such a short notice. He doesn't have time to review video. He doesn't have time to do things that, he can watch stuff, but what is that preparing for with footwork and things of that and timing? It doesn't. So it's going to look bad for a lot of people may criticize, but as long as he stops, which I believe he does, is going to be in question for a lot of people. I don't think there's no question. I think he did a fantastic job. I think he did actually better than other people would think. I don't want to even bring up other fighters that had fighters move in place with more time, also broke their hands and went distances with fighters who never go distances, right? So let's not bring that up, even though I did. That was a mark. But I'm going to move on to Keon, and I'm going to let him build on it. Salute.
Man, first off, salute to Josh Padley for just being a professional. Anybody that know boxing should know that Josh Padley was already ready. He was getting prepared. It ain't no way that you can come in and make that weight in 4 days notice. So he was already on standby, because Shakur kept telling Eddie, have somebody on standby. I don't think they're gonna fight. So Eddie did his job, and salute to Eddie for having somebody on standby. So with all the electrician, people don't know, man. A lot of most fighters have jobs. These fighters ain't getting paid Shakur, Devin Haney, Tank Davis money. They have jobs. If y'all knew what these fighters that's on that level are getting paid, you will understand. So as far as the fight expectation, I thought Shakur was gonna get him out of there in 6. Thought he was gonna get him out of there within 6. He did it in 9. But I mean, if you watch the fight, you know his hands was hurt. A lot of people go, "Oh, that's an excuse." Well, we all know that his hands was hurt, and what he did and how he performed with his hands being hurt, and how he switched to orthodox to get that, the knockout or the knockdown or whatever. I think he put on a hell of a performance. I think he would have got him up out of there a lot faster if he wasn't having those problems with his hands. But salute to Josh and Shakur, man. I think that Josh Padley is a solid fighter. He's a solid fighter, a scrappy fighter. I've seen him fight before, and I knew he was solid.
No doubt. No, but I'm gonna add 30 seconds to Keon. Keon, can you, as far as Shakur's performance, and we saw him, the hand get tweaked a little bit, but look, he got him out of there, bro. But are you more confident in the Shakur? Are you confident in this Shakur, or do you still have questions about his hands, and do you still feel like this is an issue?
No, of course, 1,000%. I think is an issue. Like I said, I had posted about it that he needs to get healthy. If you go, potentially, I don't think Tank gonna take the fight, but if you're gonna potentially want to fight a Tank in a top level competition, you can't go in those fights injured because they're gonna smell blood. So you gotta be healthy to be able to give yourself the best chance to win in those fights, and he knows that. So yeah, his main focus should be getting his hands close to 100% as he can. And I also think that Josh Padley is probably a better fighter than Kid Austin. Kid Austin is not into me. Never has been.
No doubt. Appreciate you, man. I guess you want to go to Coach Eddie?
That's fine.
I'm gonna go jump right into it, man. As far as the performance, he done what he's supposed to do. The only thing that bothered me about Shakur is I don't believe he had the grit to go to the next level. Now he's already a champion. When I say the next level, I mean the next level in a fight where you standing across from a killer and you have to literally find a way to beat this guy. Some legendary type of stuff that we've seen in the main event. I'm gonna touch on that later. But all the things that the legends were made out of, they had that one signature fight, or maybe 2 or 3 signature fight where they really, really had to dig deep, had to look freaking, the storm right in the eye and stand there and get busy. We've seen all our great fighters do it. And Shakur has not, he displayed that to people that he had a clear advantage on, whether it was size or skill. But I'm talking about when you equally matched, all categories, y'all checking the same boxes. But the one intangible that I don't think that Shakur has is yet to be determined. I don't think he has grit. I'm gonna keep it 100. I really don't. I don't think he can get in a dog fight and pull it out, man. And that's my only concern with Shakur. Not really concern. That's my only observation that I'm seeing. I just don't see it. His temperament won't allow him to go there. If that makes sense. Because to get in that type of fight, you have to go there. You know what I'm saying? If y'all know what I'm talking about, hey, this dude done dropped me, he done cracked me, I'm hurt, I'm dizzy, the ring is spinning around. Hey, but I got to get busy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not sure he's willing to go there.
Well said.
So 20 seconds. All right.
Go ahead, Fight Sports Talk. It's your world.
It's a little bit hard to say whether Shakur can bite down if the going gets tough, because we just haven't seen him in this position, and I've got no reason to say he won't do it. It's just hard to say until he does. But he's going to need a guy to push him there, and I think William Zepeda is that guy, because Zepeda's not going to go anywhere, and he's going to pressure him. I mean, I've got nothing bad to say about Padley's performance, because you're fighting the most defensively awkward fighter in the division on no notice. But as soon as I saw him standing off with Shakur jabbing at long range and not putting the pressure on him, I just thought this guy's done. So Yeah, it is what it is. I think Shakur did everything he could, and the fact that his hands were fragile before the fight, it's just more of what we've been asking the question of: how long can his hands last? And yeah, though that's just a handicap. Unfortunately, he's going to have to deal with. But yeah, in terms of his performance, I thought he was fine. Nothing bad to say there. I just wanted to ask: have you guys touched up on the Beterbiev Bivol fight and what should be next? Because I've got before I go today, I'd love to give my 2 cents on that. But yeah,
Now, how long do you have?
I've got like another 40 minutes or so.
Oh yeah, that's the next topic. We're about to jump into that next. So yeah.
All right, brother.
All right, Edwin, it's yours.
All right. First of all, the performance that Shakur Stevenson did against Josh Pally, I already said how I feel about Josh Pally. I think he came there on 3 days' notice. I did my investigation on him. They didn't have him on a standby. He's just a pure gym rat. He stays in shape, and he's what Claymore was saying about Martin. In between fights, he doesn't blow up. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he was in shape. But he was clearly outmatched. He was in over his head, but he took the shot and the opportunity. But at no point during the beating that I see that Josh Pally was looking for a way out. The man was a true warrior. He was just outclassed. As far as Shakur Stevenson's performance, right? Everybody gives him credit, high praises for having over 300 amateur fights. And if you're going to give him praises for that, well, then in the amateurs, we fight on a weekly basis and we don't even know the opponent's name until we show up. That means that you can adjust on the fly. That means Shakur Stevenson should have no problem adjusting to an opponent he had no training camp to. And they were both even. He had no information on him, and he had no information on him. And Shakur was fighting on the fly. And as far as grit, you hit the hammer right on the head. That's what's missing out of his game plan. He needs to bite down on the mouthpiece and take chances and risk and stop trying to defend this. Oh, where are we going to go back in time where it's more important the men you share the ring with, the names? Don't be scared to take a loss and go for excellence. But I also know that I'm not going to push my view or how I feel a fighter's career should go because I have fault for that. Because I am not him and he is not me. And I don't run his career. But unfortunately, like a fan, we always want to see the best fighting the best. But that's my take on that. Shakur has amateur fights. He could have took this guy out sooner had he had grit.
Pass it over to Blaze. Blaze.
Yeah. I agree with a lot what your brother just said. What I would just say, well, like this real quick. Man lie, women lie, number don't. I just want to go into the CompuBox numbers real quick on this particular fight. And just, Stevenson landed 188 punches and threw 419. Padley landed 66 total, 370. Stevenson had 63 out of 161 jabs. Padley only landed 9 jabs. He had 125 power punches to Padley's 57. There was only one round in which Padley attempted more punches than Shakur, and Shakur outlanded him every round. So statistically, Shakur is on trend on how he fights and how he boxes. And what the brother just said before is he talked about his amateur experience. He's like, look, I'm used to going in and fighting consistently and not know who I'm fighting. So I'm coming in and doing that. So Shakur handled his business and he was sharp. If you look at it aesthetically, Padley was set up right for him while he was, ready to stand toe to toe. He gave Shakur everything that he needed. Somebody that was one step behind for him to just execute his offense and be defensively sharp. Now, and shout out to Padley for having heart, for taking his short notice and doing that. And like he said, it was this corner who saved him. He was willing to fall out on his shield. And so my thing is like this. Well, we wanted him to fight the kid because the kid was a young, aggressive prospect who would be willing to get knocked down and knock him down. We wanted to see some type of aggression to see if he can get in some type of trouble and see what it looks like. Or, people were seeing to see if he was going to run from the prospect. That was the test. And he didn't get that. And so it's unfortunate for Tank that, Schofield pulled out because
Shakur.
you know, obviously that it was unfortunate for Shakur, excuse me, that he pulled out, because we was gonna be able to see with that fight, like if he's willing to look to take the next step or look like what we want him to look like, you know, be aggressive, more aggressive than he was defensive after De Los Santos. And then even with Artem, the issue that I had with that fight in Artem is him not listening to his corner, him in the between the fourth round talking about he gonna stop him and didn't stop him. So not saying what he mean and mean what he say. And so, you know, that's what I want to say. Shakur showed me everything he want. I'm looking forward to him fighting somebody that's either a mandatory or unified. And we really see if he can keep his trend up with his offense and his defense. And he's really the guy that we see him fighting these lower level opponents. And thank you for
Right.
giving me a
A
little bit of extra
blade.
time.
Right. And just to your point, Blaze, I think the game plan for Shakur, no matter who that opponent was they put in, was to fight in the box and be aggressive. He showed that with Pat Lee. I think he would have did the same thing as he was calling for when he was going to fight Floyd. I don't think his game plan ever changed. So I think that what we got with Pat Lee was the same thing we were going to get with Floyd Schofield Jr.
No doubt. Let's pass over to Boxing Hacker. Boxing Hacker. What do you think? What's good, family? What do you think about
What's
this?
up? So, you know, I think I'm a little bit opposite of what people were saying, right? First of all, I think Shakur boxed amazing. Like when it comes to his like positioning, the angles he was using, his distance control, they were all A1. Like I didn't see anything wrong with what he was doing. I feel like he won every single round of that fight. You know, when it comes to people saying that, oh, he should have been like, you know, well, he only had like 200 amateur fights. And he should like be able to take this guy out of there. I don't agree with that. I feel like if you know Shakur, even from the amateur, Shakur has always fought a certain type of way. I never wanted to see Shakur go into a fight trying to take out a fighter because that's never been his style. You know, I always look at him as a boxer, a pure boxer. You know, and I think he should always fight that style because that's the style I think that will give that top level opponent problems like the Tanks or the Devins. I think that particular style that he has will always give fighters problems. You know, so when it came to the Padley fight, I know a lot of people were saying like, "Oh, we want to see Shakur knock out Padley in the first 2 rounds. He's just an electrician, this and that." I didn't want that. I wanted to see Shakur go in there, box smart, and you know, if the knockout shows up, fine. But as long as you're boxing smart, you're using the skills that you learn. That's what I expected, and I think he did that. You know, I think that some of the criticisms always a little bit wrong for Shakur because people always expect him to do like, oh, he should stick in the pocket. He should beat the guy up. It's not his style. That's not who he is. You know, so it reminds me of how people used to talk about Rigondeaux. You know, people want to really get Rigondeaux to fight a different type of style because it was too boring, this and that. And when he did that, it didn't look good for him because he started getting touched up. But when Rigondeaux fought his style, he never got touched up, you know? So when it comes to that fight, I think he did an amazing thing. I still think that given that style, I feel like he'll give somebody like a Tank problems, you know, in the future. So I'll end with that.
Hey, Clay, can I get 15 seconds on that? Hey, I just want to say this to you real quick, right? As far as Shakur being promoted from 130, he was promoted as a knockout artist, not a boxer, right? And that's why we expect. And if you're gonna go on social media and say king shit, well, we like to see king performances. And for the first time at the end of this fight, I saw Shakur be honest in his assessment. If you go back and watch the end of that fight, he was like, I'm a boxer. He told the fans that, and that's how he needs to talk.
So just in response to that, he was never promoted as a knockout artist at 130 or 126.
Yeah, he was. He came himself out of his mouth. I'll knock you out. I'll knock you out, Tank. I'll knock you.
No, that's him saying
he was never promoted as no knockout.
He was never.
I'm saying out of his own mouth.
Hold on. So when he fought Nakatani, he beat Nakatani. He said he was strong enough he felt better at the weight, and he feels that he can get more knockouts. He never went on the record of saying, and ETB is a big Shakur fan. I don't think he ever went on the record of saying that he's a knockout artist. I think he just said that he likes the power at 135, and he feels that he can fight and can beat people at that division. To your point, if you misread that or hear that a certain way, yes, you can believe that he said he's a knockout artist. If you understand what he said, you understand that he's saying that he likes the way his power feels at 135. So that's just to clear the air. Go ahead, Clay. What you got?
When it comes to Shakur, I never seen him that way, and I don't remember him really being I don't ever remember him being
He
promoted.
said he'll knock Tank out. That's I took it from there. He said I'll knock Tank out.
He did say.
I would
He
say
didn't say that either.
Hold
He never said none of those
a
things.
moment. I would say a moment.
There's so many words.
Hold on. Wait. I would say a moment.
He never said that.
A moment of him saying something like that doesn't represent a campaign of knockout artists. That just represents whatever he was speaking in that moment. I don't know what was behind it, but I would say, as somebody who's followed Shakur pretty closely, generally speaking, even the people who are closest to him, as far as Andre Ward, as far as Terrence Crawford, as far as those people, it's always been communicated to the space that he's a defensively the defense guy, the hit not get hit guy. You know what I mean? He's always been sold that way. But that matter of fact, that's what that's the issue that the space has said he'll give Tank if he gives Tank any issues is the defense, the movement. So, with that being said, Shakur Stevenson, in my opinion, first of all, I was pleased with the performance. I'm not happy with the injury to the hands, but what I am pleased with is I love the way he's responding to it, and I see he's addressing it head on right now. That he's realizing the reality of the situation. Him speaking about bringing Floyd Mayweather into the conversation and like, I'm going to start doing something about this. I understand that this is going to be an issue for me, and I need to make sure that when I get in the ring with a Tank Davis, that this cannot be an excuse as to why I lost this fight. I need to get in front of this, and I'm making this a priority of mine right now. He understands the moment. I think that might even be aligning with. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I have a feeling Tank and Shakur is gonna fight. That's what I believe is gonna happen. I have a feeling. I don't know yet. I know some people will say that they don't think it, but I just got this feeling that Shakur is getting news through the grapevine that he's very realistically going to get this fight with him, and I think that's what's changing his whole attitude about the hands and everything. Just like, yo, I can't play no games. I know that there's a moment coming in time right now where these things have got it is going to get me to the promised land or going to get me laid out. I can't play no more games about it. Now Floyd's getting involved with it. I'm not too sure how much they can improve Shakur's hands. I think a lot of his issues may be punching correctly, turning over his punches properly. I think he might be kind of sloppy with his punches, and even the way he twanked his left hand, there might be issues there. But look, man, I'm rooting for Shakur. You can't help but root for Shakur. He's the underdog. He's the one that nobody thinks has a chance, and I want to see him do great things. We'll see what he brings to the table. That being said, I do want to move into the Demetrius Bivol Artur Beterbiev fight. Look, going into the fight, I'm going to try to set the stage, right? Going into the fight, coming off Artur Beterbiev getting a contested decision. A lot of people thought that Bivol won that fight. A lot of people thought he edged that fight. I was okay with the decision. Either way, if they would have gave it to Bivol, I gave it to Bivol personally the night when I called the fight with Blue Blood. I gave it to Bivol. That's who I thought won the fight. But when they said Artur Beterbiev, I wasn't sitting here like, robbery! This is what's wrong with boxing. We can't keep. I wasn't doing that, right? I was just like, oh, okay. Well, depending on what the judges saw and what they like, I could see how they can give it to Beterbiev. Okay, so maybe they, whatever it was, have you. Going into the next fight, Bivol came in super determined, right? In his interviews, one thing I loved about Bivol's approach to the situation was he always said that loss was a real loss. There was no excuses. He was like, I need to do more. I'm going to do more. I'm going to bring more to the table. They were like, how are you going to do more? He said more punches, more, everything. I always appreciated that about Bivol. I love the stoicism and the accountability in the Eastern European boxing space. I'm going to be honest with you. I like how these guys operate in the space, the respect that's there, but also the high level of competitive spirit that they have there. I love it, right? So at the end of the hold on, ETB's back. So at the end of the day, going into the fight, I picked Artur Beterbiev. I'm going to go on the record. I thought Artur Beterbiev was going to win, and the reason was because I thought that the offense that Dimitri Bivol was talking about bringing to Artur Beterbiev, I thought he was going to walk into something. I'm like, oh, bro, you don't need to be more offensive. You need to do the same game plan you did last time. You lost the fight because of the smallest intangibles. A lot of people thought you won the fight. I thought he should double down on whatever he did in that final fight and just make sure at the end of the rounds, he was closing them out properly and not letting Artur Beterbiev steal rounds from him. And also in the championship rounds, make sure he was present and he won the bigger percentage of the championship rounds, if not the entirety of the championship rounds. But other than that, I didn't want him to change much more. And I was a little nervous for him when he was talking about being more offensive, and even heard rumors of him thinking he was going to stop Artur Beterbiev. That being said, Artur Beterbiev going into this fight, we saw the injuries that he had to rehabilitate his knee before going to that last fight. So I said, you know what? Maybe this is a better rehabilitated, fully rehabilitated knee. I'm expecting a little bit more athleticism from him, cutting off the ring a little bit more efficiently, walking Bivol into some shots, being that he had those 12 rounds of experience with him, knowing him. From him, I expected round 13, right? I'm like, he's going into round 13. What he ended the fight with, he's going to go into this next fight doing. I think he actually did that, to be honest with you. Shout out to Beterbiev, by the way, who I think also improved in this fight and was a better fighter in this fight. Both these guys were better fighters, man. And I'll be honest with you, I can't wait for the trilogy. I do think Bivol won this fight handily. I think he just did amazing. I mean, the cerebral action going on in the fight between these two guys, the thinking, the adjustment. Yo, shout out to Bivol with the diabolical strategy to take off 2 or 3 rounds in the middle of this fight to conserve his energy and then come into the championship rounds like he raised from the dead. It was like amazing, because at one point in the time, I thought Beterbiev was close to getting him out of there. But all of a sudden, and I do mean all of a sudden, Bivol just turned back up. It was like, whoa, this dude is back like he never left. Like he didn't gradually turn back up. He just turned back up. Like it was on. And I remember the moment when I was like, yo, all of a sudden this dude is like snatching this round, and he took every round afterwards. What a strategy by Bivol, how cerebral of him, how disciplined and poised of him. The Eastern Europeans, man, they just bring this element of just like professionalism to the sport. You got to appreciate it. I definitely do appreciate it. I loved the fight. You know what I mean? And Beterbiev, I wonder how much better can he be in the next fight. I'll be honest with you, I can't help but lean towards Bivol to win this trilogy. I do think on this trilogy, though, somebody's going to get sat on their pockets in this one. I think it's finally going to come to that fruition. I think the age of Beterbiev is in the conversation. I think he's getting older, not younger. Maybe a little bit of his age was exposed a little bit in this fight, just a little bit in those championship rounds. When Bivol pushed the pace, it did look like he was having a hard time keeping up with Bivol. You know what I mean? Chasing Bivol around the ring instead of cutting the ring off, almost trying to keep up with the young energy and spirit of Bivol. That kind of took the fight where it had to go. But I'll pass it. That's my take on it. I'm sure it was no longer than 2 minutes, but it's my channel. Fuck y'all niggas. No, let me stop playing.
Yo, damn. Love you. I love you, Clay.
I love you too. I love you too, Edwin. Y'all, I'm gonna let Ray take it from here. I'm assuming it's gonna go to you, but I don't know.
No, we're gonna actually start with Fight Sports Talk because he has somewhere to be.
Okay.
So we'll start with him.
Absolutely. Good memory, Ray.
So we're gonna start with him. We're going to finish with you, Evan. We're going to go around. We're going to go around, up, and then over.
I don't mind. I don't know, but he was in a.
All right.
Let him go first. Yeah.
Sports Talk, you're up.
All right. Well, I said multiple times before this fight that I don't care if Bivol wins by a close decision. They have to give it to Benavidez next. Now I'm going to eat my words. Okay. I felt the fight was a draw when I watched it live, and I thought this is a clear draw. I've rewatched it back twice. Going to do so like probably 10 times, and I feel that Bivol, I'm going to echo what Clay said. I feel that Bivol has a clear case for either a draw or he edged several of the close rounds. So, and he did it, with determination. He countered Beterbiev. He took more risks, and Beterbiev really doesn't he had a case for winning the first fight, which again was really close. Here, I feel he has less of a case for winning. If anything, it was a draw. So for that reason, I'm going to say they have to do the trilogy. Now, it's so rare that I want to see the same guys fight 3 times in a row, but this is a rare exception because they're 2 historically elite fighters. Nobody goes 6 rounds without a Beterbiev and never hits the canvas. Dimitri Bivol has gone 24 and never come close to hitting the canvas, and nobody has forced this kind of work out of Bivol in 12 rounds, let alone 24. So these 2 are made for each other. They're 2 historically elite fighters. Callum Smith looked great on the undercard against Joshua Buatsi and made me eat my words. So David Benavidez can fight that guy. I think he beats Callum Smith, and I feel that just sets up him fighting again the winner, who is an historically elite fighter, better than ever. I feel that style-wise, David Benavidez beats Dimitri Bivol, and if Bivol wins, if he beats Beterbiev in the trilogy, and even if it's by a close decision, and beats Dave Benavidez, he has to be in the conversation of top 5 all-time great light heavyweights. I think you have to do the trilogy next because you're never going to find somebody to challenge these guys as much as they have each other. So those are my thoughts.
I love it. I love it. That was a great breakdown. He actually jumped into the next thing we're going to be talking about, but we're not. I mean, I don't know how long he's going to be here, so that's why we went there. But it's on you, Ray, if you want to push it over.
Oh, okay. So we got right? He took over Blaze's spot.
Yeah, Blaze had to. Blaze has been in now. He'll probably be back, but probably Edwin.
All right, we haven't heard from 444. You want to go to Edwin first?
Yeah, go to Edwin.
All right, go ahead, Edwin. Start.
All right.
End up down there. Okay, go ahead.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
Okay. All right. What I thought about the fight was I thought that Arthur Benavidez, the first fight, had a good game plan. I didn't think he was going to change much. The one that had to make the adjustments was Bivol. And I think that you can clearly see in his physique, he was more cut, he was more lean. He knew that his error was his cardio. He already knew that he could box. I'm pretty sure that he stood sharp, but the one thing he worked on was his cardio so that he could finish strong all 36 minutes. I respected Arthur's forward aggression, but I think Demetrius Bivol was slipping a lot of punches. He got caught with some nice ones, and he knew that he could take Arthur's power. Shouts out to Demetrius Bivol for understanding the assignment and completing it. And new. I picked him in this fight. I thought that if anybody can beat Arthur was Demetrius Bivol. That was the best one. I believe that the situation with the next opponent who challenges, I don't think it should be David the Monster Benavidez. I don't think that he fought anybody in the division. He fought David Morale that just came in and one guy. I didn't see him fight any of the top guys. So just because he has a big name and dollars and cents, it makes sense. But where's the honor? I think that fighters like Callum Smith and all these other guys, rightfully so, are moving their way up. And I think David the Monster Benavidez, just because you did a lot of things at 168, you need to prove yourself at 175. I'm not on the notion that we're here, that we're supposed to call out these particular things. Just because his name is who he is, he doesn't get a pass by me. I think he needs to fight Callum Smith or somebody like that to earn his way. Thank you, gentlemen.
Time. Perfect. All right, we'll move over to EGB. Go ahead, Key.
Yeah, so man, hell of a fight. First of all, I gotta watch it again because I always like to watch fights twice, and really sit down and really get to watch it so I could score it because I wasn't scoring the fight. But the first half I did have Beterbiev winning. He came out different, man. He came out hella fast, came out aggressive, like he was trying to get that fight ended quickly. And then he died down. And the great thing about Bivol is he's one of the very few fighters that can he can hunt you down and be active at the same time, right? So where you see a lot of fighters, they know how to close the distance, but they don't throw punches while they're closing the distance on you. Bivol, he know how to punch on the move. Like the way that he punches on the move, man, is second to none. He can punch on the move going forward or going laterally or going backwards. And that's his biggest attribute to me. And I think he causes Beterbiev a lot of problems with that. But yeah, man, it was a great fight. Close fight. Like I said, I'll be able to get a better call on it when I watch it again because I was so excited watching the fight. When you watch the fight the first time, you just watch it from excitement. Then when you watch it the second time, a lot of times you see a completely different fight. So I like to watch it again and then be able to assess the fight, and score it.
Facts. And move over.
But as far as as far as who they should fight, if they don't fight a trilogy, Benavidez definitely deserves the fight. But I think they're gonna have a trilogy. But
Because
another thing, y'all,
did you hear about
if y'all caught this real quick, Clay, if y'all caught, Arthur Beterbiev said that he didn't even want the rematch. And then he also said that he didn't want the trilogy. He said, but if Turkey wants it, we can do it. So Beterbiev he didn't even want the second fight, and he don't want to do the third fight. But he's basically saying that he's just doing it because that's what Turkey wants.
Right. Absolutely heard that. All right. Who we got? Coach Eddie next?
Yeah, man. I just want to say poetry in motion, man. Poetry in motion. That dude was floating. He was moving around. He was sticking and moving. He was moving and grooving, man. And that's what I miss about boxing. Everything that he did is what I'm a fan of. And I try to preach these to the younger fighters, man. A moving target is hard to hit. But not only that, like my man just said, being able to move, being able to punch while you're moving and still be effective, being able to do forward, backward, side to side. That's how you defeat a puncher. Do not let the puncher get his feet set. And it's refreshing to see. It was an old style because Bivol watches Muhammad Ali and he watches Sugar Ray Leonard. And it was a refreshing style to see that this cadence is almost like this rhythm that the American fighters have developed due to the pad work. With the feet nailed to the ground, trying to stand in the shoulder roll and trying to slip everything and not using the legs, not knowing how to punch on the move. And that was classic, right? It looked like an old fighter, not like an old fighter, but the style of fighting was an old, effective way of fighting. And David Benavidez has no chance against Bivol. Zero. Bivol would freaking box circles around this guy, man. Because David needs you to stand in front of him. Guy moving like that, that's moving and grooving. And I mean, that dude was floating, man. He was gliding. And then the way he was letting those combinations off in rapid fire succession, bang, 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 just stopping and popping, bang, 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 stopping and popping, and still moving, and having the stamina to do it. You know how good a shape, how great a shape you have to be in to fight that type of style. The dude's stamina through the roof, man. To be able to move like that, it reminded me. I'm not going to compare to Ali, but it reminded me of a little bit of Ali, just moving, using those legs, and you could tell that he watches a lot of film on Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, because he said his own mouth. Those are some of his favorite fighters, and it translates over into his style. And you can see the guys who watch a lot of Floyd because it translates over into their style.
Yep. Facts. All right.
Cooking. Straight cooking.
Straight cooking.
Official. Hey, yo. Not breaking news, but I don't know about breaking news, but yo, dog.
Did I say
Eubank just slapped the
Molly
fire out this boy with
No, he didn't.
He slapped Conor Ben with an egg. Slapped
what?
The fire out that dude with an egg in his hand.
God. He gotta kill him. He gotta kill him.
Respectful, bro. Yo, listen to me, bro. I'm all for selling the fight.
That's disrespectful.
I gotta see that.
Yo, you out of pocket, bro. That was wild. That was wild.
Open hand.
That was just not. What a setup for it. Horrible, bro. Pulled the egg out and it's. No, he didn't slap the mollywop out of him. I'm exaggerating. He just smashed the egg on his face. He just smashed the egg on his face. He hit him, but it was like a. But I don't know, bro. I never seen lawsuit get involved. That was diabolical, bro. That was diabolical, bro.
Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen. Show them.
Show man.
Show the people. Show the people.
No, you got to go back. You got to go back.
You got to go back.
You got to go back to the setup. You saw it. Chris setting it up because he was like, "What are you saying?" He was hiding. Yeah. He got close.
No, it was hard enough. It was hard enough.
It was hard enough
because he was right in his face, so he couldn't really wind it up. He just shoved it in his face like that. Out there tripping,
bro. That was he hit him hard enough, bro.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I think Conor Ben
disrespectful.
Yo, bro, Conor Ben is sick. Do you hear me?
Man,
I know
he's
got. I just seen this shit right now. I just seen it right now.
You can't even do nothing about it. They're holding you.
Hey,
bro.
Hey,
bro, he had like 4 of them on him. He was dragging all them guys. Like, listen,
I know
man,
he just wanted to literally explode physically.
Man,
like,
listen, man.
Yo,
he's over here tweaking.
Get off me, bro.
Yo, look at his face. He wanted to kill that man.
Listen, homicidal.
Yo, you don't smack a man, bro. I'd rather get punched. You don't smack a man.
Yeah.
Real talk.
I'd rather get punched. Just punch me.
Yeah, Blaze, go ahead.
All right, real talk. Yeah, man, damn, that's breaking news. But yeah, that sweet science, man, just like OG say, man, I love boxing. And I love Ali was my favorite fighter, not just, just for the boxing thing, just politically doing it for the culture, FBA, stand up, but what I liked about what I love about Bivol and Beterbiev is that they're great at the highest level and they come through with their styles, right?
Mhm.
And then so it's a matter of whose style's gonna win out. And I would just say this. There's like one moment in each of the fights, even though that's not indicative of the whole fight, but it's like one moment in each of the fights that capture why each one of them won, right? And so in the first fight, there was a point where Bivol was getting off a combo and Beterbiev punched right through it and stopped him dead in his tracks. And Beterbiev, turned up in the 11th and 12th rounds in that first fight, in which he was able to edge it out. In the second fight, there was a sequence in which Bivol got off clean, like a multiple punch combination, and then he dodged all the Beterbiev. He pivoted around him and dodged all the Beterbiev's punches. So we had beautiful offense and then beautiful defense. And it looked like his conditioning, it looked like his training was we gonna stay active and turn it up at the end of the fight, and that's what happened, and that's what I love about it, and I definitely look forward to the trilogy because it's just two individuals at the top level, future Hall of Famers that are in tip top shape that are putting it together. So I absolutely love the fight. Now I didn't see Beterbiev say he didn't want the trilogy. I remember at the end of the fight I heard him say he didn't want the rematch, but he was like, "I want the trilogy." Y'all heard something different about him not wanting the trilogy? Please let me know. Because from my understanding is that he was reluctant for the rematch, but he wants to do this trilogy, and I think it's undisputed. It's a
Yeah,
bit
I,
like,
I
how would
understood
you
it the
not?
same way.
How would
I
you
He's
understood
not
on
it the
want
record
same
to?
way.
saying
Yeah, that's
he's
what I
on
heard
record
too.
saying he hates boxing. He just does it for the money, for he can provide for his family.
You still got
Yeah,
time,
but
bro.
but
Bullshit.
but,
My
but
bad.
exactly. No, it's good, it's good. But what I would just like to end it with is like this: like, listen, bro, this is two guys toe to toe. These is both some arguably draw 7-5 fights, bro. So the trilogy for undisputed, man, has to happen, and I look forward to seeing it.
No doubt,
All
man.
right,
Yeah,
all right.
man. I'm gonna do we get everybody, by the way?
We got well, I don't know where 444 went, but we got to
Boxing
get
Hacker?
Hacker.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm still here, guys.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead, Box.
man. First off, man, glory to the God of War for letting these two men be brought into the world, man. I
Yeah.
thought that fight was beautiful. Like, the first fight, the one thing I said was that Bivol's pendulum, because he always fights that pendulum step, like it's two different Soviet styles they're both using. One's more like pendulum motion all the way through, where Beterbiev is more like, it's more like a direct style. But one thing about Beterbiev style that I think always played against Bivol is that Beterbiev style was more efficient. Like being in pendulum motion allows you to score more, but it takes up more oxygen as well. That's what you saw with the Madrimov fight where he was fighting Ortiz and he was winning the first couple of rounds. And then he couldn't do it no more. He just couldn't, for whatever reason, stamina couldn't keep up with that motion, and I was sort of scared because in that fight with Beterbiev versus Bivol Part 2, it started to look like the Madrimov fight where it looked like Bivol like was out of it like in the middle rounds. Like at one point I was like, man, Bivol might get knocked out in this fight, because he stopped pendulum. He just started started being a little more flat footed. He can't win that kind of fight with a guy like Beterbiev. That's like Beterbiev is like a freaking wall or something. And when I saw, I was like, is he robo-doping him? Or is it like this brother's about to be cooked? And it looked like he literally rope-a-doped him, like in the middle rounds, and then in the later rounds, all the oxygen that he preserved, he was able to get back in the pendulum motion to outland him in the later rounds. So I thought that was a beautiful game plan. It was a risky game plan because that boy Beterbiev was punching, but it paid off in the end. As far as the rematch goes, I totally understand Beterbiev's, as a fight fan, I want to see a rematch. But if I was one of them, I would never fight the other one again. Like, I feel like they both lost minutes of their life taking that fight, both 1 and 2. Because Beterbiev is punching, and Bivol lands some strong shots too. Their life bar looks like they drop each time they fight each other. And I think no matter how many times they fight each other, there's just two men who are, even though their styles are opposites, they're just so evenly matched. It's always going to be close, and that's how I think so. Unless one just messes up one time and get knocked out, I think they're always going to be close, and they're always going to put damage on each other. But with that, I left that.
Yeah. All right. So we got to end on time. It's all right. I get it. You know what I mean? You guys got to finish it. You land your planes, but you know what I mean? Got to end on time. We're going like 20, 30 seconds into the next time point.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I mean, this will be the last one, the last topic right here that I'm interested in the panel and sharing on. We're gonna segue into David Benavidez a little bit. Listen, man, with the decision that was made, we got Artur Beterbiev winning his fight. He's gonna get his trilogy. Turkey's already communicated that's what he's gonna do. Both parties have agreed that they're gonna do it. So David Benavidez is in a bit of a pickle, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he is. I don't know. He flew out to Riyadh season for a reason, damn it. He went out there to handle some business and to get himself in position for his next fight. It's not going to be Artur Beterbiev and Bivol on his next fight. There was another fight on the card that holds weight inside of the light heavyweight division in Caleb Smith and Joshua Buatsi. That's definitely an option for him. We heard him kind of like, we heard Turkey speak towards Al Heyman and, reach out the way he does. And let him know that, let's come together. Let's build. Let's put a fight together. But if it's not going to be Caleb Smith, then who is it going to be? What does David Benavidez look to do now that we got to wait another couple of months for this trilogy before he can get into this conversation? And I guess wherever you.
Yeah. Well, again, I'll give my little 30 seconds of blessings. Listen, just keep in mind that both Caleb Smith and David Benavidez have 3 of the 4 interim titles. So that's a unification in itself, even though they're all secondary belts, except for the World Championship regular, right, which is hilarious. They're all secondary belts. So they should definitely commit into maybe fighting each other to try to unify those titles, making it only sweeter, a sweeter victory for the person that's going to move on to fight the champion and be a true challenger. That's my opinion. But we're going to start with ETB. We're going to round the circle. Do you want to go backwards this time, Clay, and start with Boxing Hacker and come around the clock?
I don't know. Keon, you ready? Or you want to go last?
I'll go after the next person or last. It don't matter.
Yeah, well, we'll send you last. We'll bring it back full circle. Yeah, so let's start the opposite way around. I would start with Fight Sports, and then
then Fight Sports.
No, Fight Sports at the bottom, right? Of the screen. Okay. Then I go with the Blaze.
Right, either way. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Boxing Hacker, then Edwin, then Coach Eddie, then ETB.
Blaze.
Yeah, so Fight Sports. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel that I thought Callum Smith was going to get dominated by Joshua Buatsi, so I've got to admit I was completely wrong, and I think he proved himself to be not only a very deserving top contender, but a guy who can challenge David Benavidez. And I understand Benavidez has been waiting a long time, but he only just moved to the light heavyweight division. And when you've got 2 not just elite, but historically elite champions who have paid their dues, and again, they're proving to be, I think, the closest rivalry of all time. I mean, I need to rewatch some fights to remind me, but I think this could be closer than Bernard Hopkins and Jermaine Taylor. But don't quote me on that. I gotta rewatch those fights to remind me how close those were. But anyway, I feel like, again, this is deserving of an immediate trilogy given the circumstances. So Smith can challenge Benavidez. I think Benavidez wins that fight. I also think Benavidez style-wise beats Dimitri Bivol, but I feel that it's not an unjust decision for him to have to go through another top contender who has paid his dues, and Callum Smith deserves to be in a title elimination opportunity after upsetting Buatsi. So I feel like you can't really go wrong either way. And David Benavidez, if anybody hasn't seen it, look up his interview with Boxing King Media. He was very understanding. He's like, look, I'll take the best fights. And people are saying, oh, why isn't he calling out the winner, etc.? Because he knows that Turki Al-Sheikh makes the fights, and he knows Turki Al-Sheikh wants the trilogy. So he's got to go pay his dues a bit, and nothing wrong with that. So those are my thoughts.
22 seconds to spare.
Wow.
Blaze. Blaze, you real? Blaze. He might have had to walk
Yeah,
away.
he might fall asleep. No,
He might be blazing.
Boxing
Yeah.
hacker.
Yeah, I guess
Thanks,
boxing
Eddie.
hacker. Yep, boxing hacker.
Yeah, what's up, guys? So, I mean, congrats to Callum Smith. I thought the fight was really good. Although I felt like Callum Smith took a lot of shots, though. I feel like if he fights somebody like Benavidez, I think Benavidez is gonna punch his lights out. To be honest with you, I think no disrespect to him. I think he's a great fighter, but I feel like in that division, I feel like the only person that really gives somebody like Benavidez trouble is somebody like a Bivol or maybe even a Beterbiev. I don't see much other people giving like Benavidez that much trouble. But besides that, the fight was good. I feel like it was like a tough man fight, more or less. I feel like Callum Smith just toughed it out and was able to score the victory. But yeah, at the same time, he was just taking too many shots for me. I'll land there.
Damn.
And boxing hacker. All right. Yeah, I think he's playing with our emotions, bro. I think he's fucking with us right now, bro. Go ahead.
So, all right. So we're moving on to Eddie.
Eddie,
all right.
The business of David Benavidez. What does he do now? No, Edwin, not Eddie, not Coach Eddie. Edwin.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
I got the same name. Diabolical.
I'm sorry, Coach Eddie. His name is Ed too. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Edwin. My bad. Go ahead, round one.
All right. Well, as far as the situation, I knew that David the Monster Benavidez wasn't fighting the winner out of these two because his father never mentioned any of this, and that was one of the biggest signs for me. Then after the fight, he's showing patience and everything because he never was calling these guys out. Him and his dad got a paid little vacation and nice hotel and front row seating at that fight, and it gave the allure. But to tell you the truth, what Boxing Hacker said about the division, I think fighters like Yard are strong opponents, and there's a couple guys in there also besides Smith that David the Monster Benavidez can fight and also prove that he can beat, just like Bivol did and Arthur did. This thing with guys coming into the division like Devin Haney, and other guys. Who was it? Who wasn't that just came in and got the WBC #1 spot, jumping from a division just recently? His name is skipping my head, but I've seen this in the sport, and these are the kind of things we talk about. We think that some people that are more deserving because they don't have a big name, they're not pushed to the forefront, and so I just wanted to keep it competitive, but dollars and cents, no other boxer has a bigger name than David the Monster Benavidez. So if they was to put the fight together, I wouldn't be mad, but I'm just speaking about the competition wise. I think he should prove himself just like we expect everybody else to prove themselves. And just because you have a big name, you shouldn't just be able to walk in a division. And the person I was thinking about was Errol Spence Jr. when he got into the division and got the #1 spot for 147 and hasn't even fought at 154. So those are the kind of things I talk about. I understand the name as it. As far as David at the month, that's it. My type.
No, go ahead. You got 5 seconds.
As far as his future, his future's in his hands, but he seemed to have a stroke of bad luck because every division he goes into, one guy got all 4 belts.
There you go. Okay. That's a good point. All right. Now, Coach Eddie. Now it's officially you, my brother. My bad.
Okay, no problem, brother. As far as the David Benavidez fight, I think he's going to have to take a fight before Bivol because I think those guys are going to be on the mend. I don't think we're going to see any of those guys. It'll be fall or early winter before we see any of those guys because Bivol just had this nasty cut above his eye. That's at least a 6-monther right there. You know what I mean? How big as that cut was. So I think David's going to wind up taking the fight. I think Callum Smith did the fight. It's an interesting fight. Two different styles. I would like to see David Benavidez see how he sustains the body attack that Callum Smith was delivering. And Callum Smith is a tough dude. Unfortunately, he has that type of skin that marks up real easy. So as soon as you touch him, he just like busts. He bruises like a grape for some reason. He's just real pale type of skin, and he looks like he loses even though he won the fight. He looked like he lost the fight because he was busted up. Yeah, and I did pick Callum Smith to kind of beat Bawasi. I think I said that a couple days ago because Bawasi's defense sometimes is a little leaky, and he ran into some big shots. I mean, at the end of the day, both guys were taking massive shots, but Bawasi, I think he got hurt a little bit more with the headshots anyway that I've seen, and the body shots was breaking him down also. His defense is was a little bit leaky. Bawasi's still a quality fighter, and I'd like to see him come back, but I think Callum Smith and David Benavidez, that's the fight to make. That's a true test, but then again, Callum Smith had a big cut over his eye. So how long these guys are going to be out? So that's another thing that we have to consider with these matchups. These guys needing time to heal their body, especially after being a grueling fight like Callum Smith was in. That's a 6-month recovery at least. He got busted up pretty bad as far as the eyes and everything. But I think David Benavidez at Anthony Yard, that may be the fight to make, man. Just to stay busy.
Don't forget about Zurdo. He's shown a lot of interest.
Yeah, I thought Zurdo was a cruiserweight.
But I know he's talking about going up there. I mean, I'm to be honest with you, he's been him and his father Virgil confirmed that they've actually been negotiating with Oscar about Zurdo. So,
yeah,
and
that's my. I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Yeah, you good on that. You was perfect timing. And let me tell you, I've never seen a bruised grape in my life. And if it bruised multiple times, you're the first person to let me know.
Grapes are bruised all the time, bro.
I've never. Oh, you know what? I had. You know what? They just look scuffed up. You right.
Yeah. My brown in that area, a little soft in that area. That's
okay, you're right.
TV.
Yeah, man. So, first off, I want to say something about the trilogy. I think Beterbiev and Bivol doing a trilogy. I think it's getting into that danger zone now because they both taken years and years off of each other's career. With the way those fights are going. So they're getting into that danger zone now. So, I mean, I don't even know if I'm comfortable with them doing the trilogy. But with that being said, once they do a trilogy, whoever David Benavidez, if he does get that fight, he ain't going to fight the same version of neither one of them, for sure. Because they're taking too much out of each other. As far as David Benavidez, I think he'll probably... Best bet is for him to fight Callum Smith because Callum Smith just came off that biggest win, and I think that he'll beat the white meat out of Callum Smith. He's gonna beat the shit out of Callum Smith. And nobody's talking about David Morrell. People just throwing him to the side. I think that David Morrell is still one of the top guys at the light heavyweight division, and I would love to see David Morrell versus Anthony Yardy. I would love to see that fight.
Yeah, David, love that fight. That was a beautiful
David
fight.
Benavidez fight Callum Smith, right? For an interim. You know how they do, and have David Morrell fight Anthony Yardy for the other interim. And let them all fight, man. That's what I think that should happen.
I like it
because Anthony Yardy is a major player, but for some reason, man, ever since he lost to Beterbiev, he ain't been getting the opportunities no more. They kind of just threw him to.
He was in some kind of negotiation battle with was it Frank or was it
Frank
he was in some tough
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I'm like, man, why y'all throw him to the side? Oh, okay, I see. That makes sense. But yeah, I think that's how it should go. As far as David Benavidez moving up and fighting Zurdo, I mean that's cool, but man, cruiserweight don't hold no weight. So I would rather for him just to fight Callum Smith.
Boom, mic drop like that. That was dope. That was dope. All right, that's time. Perfect.
Yeah, he looks like he's trying to be great. Tomorrow, guys, we're going to be building on we're going to focus on this Lamont Roach Tank Davis card and this event. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? I'm actually very interested in the Rio Venezuela Gary Antoine Russell fight. We'll be talking about that, and I'm interested in Tank's call out right at the end of the event, trying to see who's calling out. Alberto Puello is on there as well. He's going to be fighting Sandro Martin. That fight probably could be interesting. It's stylistically going to end up being boring as hell too. I could see that as well. But yeah, we'll be building on that and building on this press conference with Connor Ben and Chris Eubanks. Chris Eubanks, disrespectful, bro.
Salute to the panel, man. Great show, Claymore and Ray, man. Yo, great show, guys. Way to put it together, guys.
That's what we do, bro. Yeah,
I'm saying great show. Don't forget to hit that like button, and if you haven't already, subscribe to Claymore's channel.
Yeah, and definitely subscribe to Edwin's channel as well.
ETV, Blaze, Fight Sports Talk. Coach Eddie, you got a channel?
Nah, brother, I don't have no channel, man. I'm gonna keep it that way. I just like popping in, man.
Well, listen, keep popping in. Shout out to 2 Cents in the building. Subscribe to her as well. I think we had homeboy. Well, listen, that's a brother too, man. Oh, Nick J, Queens of Boxing.
For sure.
I'm trying to see who else was in the building.
Fight Sports too, definitely.
Yeah, Fight Sports. We had don't forget we had what's the name drop a super chat. Drew Titan, subscribe to him. You know what I mean? Subscribe to all the boxing content out there that you can get. You know what I mean? Every opinion matters. Don't get it twisted. You know what I mean? It's just take what you can get. It's like food for thought, right? Take what you can get and leave the rest on the table at the end of the day.
As Claymore hinted, we're in this to elevate the sport, not hurt the sport. And what is our jobs as content creators? To talk about boxing and also to educate. It was a beautiful show tonight. I enjoyed myself. Salute to everybody in the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. May you guys have a great night. And this is Boxing Talk.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it, Edwin. Yo, wait, hold on. Shout out to Nick J saying she want to see Buatsi and Yarde. I mean, Buatsi got to do something, right? Yeah. But I think that is a big fight. Like I said, I think that's the UK's version of David Morrell and David Benavidez. I think everybody's been wanting to see that fight for a real long time. I think Buatsi needs to. I mean, I'm down to see that fight.
Yeah, do that,
I'm down. I'm definitely down to do it. I mean, be honest with you, David Morrell's coming off of his loss. Buatsi coming off of his loss. They could fight each other too. Buatsi could fight David Morrell. You know what I'm saying? That's also a potential fight. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? Guys, please remember to hit the like button if you haven't done it yet. And yeah, like we've been saying the whole time.
If you don't hit that like button, I'll come with the lifesaver.
If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please take a moment to subscribe to the channel. I appreciate all of the subscribers. We're almost about to hit that 2,000 subscriber mark, man. It's a journey, man. It's a journey, man. I appreciate you guys for all the support that we begin. Shout out to everybody who blessed us in the super chat. Warrior Class 2, Drew Titan, Running Reb, Big Play, Mr. Big Play Bray, Hunter Young, salute. Roscoe, salute. Roscoe was actually asking a question a little earlier about where you got your holographic globe from, Ed.
This? Amazon. What is it? I'm learning how to program it now. It's a real pain in the ass, but it's getting easier every time I do it. But it's worth it, man. Right. I'm learning how to put the people on now, but I hope you guys liked it, man. That shit's cool, man. Look, I got the Riyadh right now, man. But this is my baby. What, son?
Oh no, do that again.
I advise every man before you go, you gotta do this deal. Shit. Oh, this is the real deal, baby. Yo, check this out. Yo,
that's
they got
cool.
the stick. Yo, check it out. Watch.
All right, guys.
Peace
out. See you on the show tomorrow.
All right, Fight Sports. Ed a whole damn child, guys. Bro. He up in there with a bunch of damn toys, bro.
Oh shit! My bad. I think he's a Star Wars character. All right, fellas.
It is what it is.
All right, guys.
All right, brother. Y'all stay smooth, man. I'm going, man.
Y'all too.
I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate it, man. Another one in the books, Clay. Blaze, you there? I don't think Blaze dropped off. Yeah, but listen, another one in the books, Clay.
Again, we did it again, man. Shout out to Boxing, man. Yeah, shout out to Boxing, man. Shout out to everybody who supports the sport, man. Much love and respect to everybody. It's always a respectful conversation up here. Hope nobody got their panties or underwear in a bunch today. It was a great show, man. Went over this card tomorrow. Looking forward to going to this Lamont Roach Tank Davis situation. Chris Eubanks is disrespectful. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. He's a wild, disrespectful guy. But I think he kind of sparked this fight.
Why you steal the spotlight from this week's fight, bro? Why you trying to steal this news, man?
Bro, it's must see now. It's must see now. You definitely want to see
that's what I'm saying. He's wilding for that.
You think they'll do another face off? They probably won't let him do another face off. We'll talk about it.
They will. All right, man.
All right, my dude. Salute to everybody, man. Peace.
We out.
I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water no blood like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. Stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah, why they wanna put me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down, yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow down. Ooh, yeah. I see the flashing lights, make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah. This the highlights for the view. You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate, 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 elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate.